understands Coriolis less probably than anybody. He still uses the argument about being in a helicopter and being able to fly across the country just by being in the air.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious that, but you can't talk to him about it.
Well, there's still a lot, some people that make the argument. I think Essie makes that argument. Essie Motor, he still makes like arguments like that.
What's going on, Bacon?
What did you mean by Rio just opened up in Upland?
Well, I only tagged you because you live in Brazil. But I guess you don't really understand what Upland is or anything. So
No.
It's
What is that?
It's like it's a metaverse.
The Facebook thing?
Say what?
The Facebook thing?
No, not a Facebook thing. It's a meta. It's like a whole. First of all, it's like a regular map of the Earth, and they're selling all the properties. So anywhere where that's a real property on Earth, eventually it's going to be opened up in Upland. But yeah, they just opened up Rio for people to purchase real estate. I bought 2 properties, like really shitty. I'd show you where they were. You'd probably be like, "Oh, that's like the most ghetto part in Brazil."
Oh,
but some of the
Rio.
properties. Yeah, I know, but I mean, you've been there, right?
Sorry?
You've been to Rio, though, right?
No.
It's
a bit overrated.
What is it like? Yeah, probably. But I mean, it's like New York City, kind of, right? It's like not everyone's been in New York City, but most people, when they think of,
right. Well,
US,
that would be
I guess, they think of New York
City. That would be São Paulo instead of Rio, but I get what you mean.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, either way, I got a really ghetto property, so I was just tagging you because I was hoping maybe you could help me pick a good spot, but all the property got taken up pretty quick, so.
Right.
But,
Well, if they open up another part of Brazil, I can take a look.
Well, eventually they'll open up everywhere in the world, but they open up like they're doing big cities. They're slowly rolling it out, so which is smart because it gets people investing in them appropriately. If they open up the whole world, shit it'd be so easy to get like good shit. But yeah, you gotta look into it. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
What is this for? Do you have to buy with real money?
Well, yeah. Well, you get a little bit of free money when you start out, but yeah, you get ultimately, yeah. It's you gotta you can use real cash, but it's like there's a cryptocurrency associated with it, and all the properties are are sold as NFTs. So you'll actually own the property in that metaverse. But yeah, I don't know. You know what Decentraland is, or Sandbox? Decentraland it's another metaverse where people can buy properties and shit, and some of the properties are super expensive, and people walk around and you can go to the casino. Like there's people who open up casinos in there. They open up shops where you can buy real shit.
Right.
Yeah. It's a whole thing.
Interesting.
But anyway, yeah, you gotta check it out. But that's another story. Man, it's been quiet in here for a few days, huh?
Yeah, I not seeing any clarity written recently. It's like they're all gone. I don't know.
Well, we were talking about this last time we came in here, because when there's nobody in here, then nobody comes in. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that's why I joined. Is I saw you guys were in here, and I was like, well, maybe if I join, there'll be 5 people, and maybe more people will jump in. But people usually don't jump in if there's nobody in here, you know.
Get it? Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I think some people tried the same thing this week because I was watching people slowly joining this voice channel and muting themselves, up to like 7 people, but none of them said anything. They just joined muted, and then they started leaving again. I think they joined to try to do what you just said, but it didn't work. Anyway,
sorry, I think I'm being followed by a cop.
seriously?
Yeah, hold on. Damn, dude. He's like undercover. I hate
It's a
undercover
cop then.
cop cars. Say what?
How do you know it's a cop then?
Because they have, it's basically like, it's like, it's got the lights and the bumpers and everything. It just doesn't have the emblem and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
All right. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought my phone fucked up. Anyways, yeah, I saw Fundamental and even his friend. He has this one friend called what's his friend's name? Fuck, I don't remember his name. But anyways, he was in Gems. They were Gems. I think even Die Slow was in there.
Right.
You don't go into Gems.
I was there a couple minutes ago. I only go to Gems
Oh, okay.
when there is literally no other server to go.
I see.
Yeah. Oh, I was in Gems yesterday, I think. And I saw, George?
I don't think
Not
George
the
goes to
Portuguese.
gym.
Not the
Yeah,
Portuguese
which George?
one. The Glober George.
Oh, Khan. George Khan?
Khan. Yeah, Khan with George. Yeah. Khan is the dog, right?
Yeah, but I thought he doesn't go to Gems.
Well, he was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Let me check. No, it was the day before yesterday. Anyway, so I went there, and he was explaining why, like, he was saying that flat earthers use, like photos of the horizon and stuff like that, and they complain that he was complaining that they use outliers. That if you average your observations, you'll get a very accurate reading on whatever you're reading. I think he said like it cancels out if you average them, but I don't think that's true. Like if you average the dip of the horizon, it doesn't eliminate refraction; it just averages it. So if you average your observations of the dip of the horizon, you don't end up with the geometrical dip. You'd still end up with a refracted dip. So
you end up with probably something close to standard refraction.
yeah, exactly. So if you average refraction, you don't eliminate it. You just get the average of it. And I kind of said that to him, and I think he thought it was a flat earther because he was very aggressive answering me, saying I didn't take statistics and I had to study stuff like that. But I mean I did take statistics. I had to take it actually 5 times till I passed, but I did take it.
That's funny. I get it. I've gotten into it with George before because sometimes he is stubborn like that, where he's even if he said, people like that, even if they're usually right, they say something wrong and then you challenge them on it, and then they're not gonna you know, that they think that they're gonna assume they're right and that you're, like I said, a flat earther or something like that.
Yeah.
But he
Yeah.
does misspeak, you know, often, kind of.
Yeah. There's a Facebook group, I mean, in which often people mock flat earthers there. And very often they use bad arguments that I know wouldn't work. And I know they're flawed. Like saying Eratosthenes' measurement of the radius proved the Earth is a sphere. I know that doesn't prove Earth is a sphere. And
It doesn't.
the Eratosthenes experiment, you know, yeah, because they only had 2 shadows.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but you can conduct that in a way like, well, that's what I did. I conducted that. I did that in a way that would make it you know, a true test of the globe or flat Earth or whatever. But yeah, you're right. The way he did it ultimately was, you know, using the pretense, which, you know, he had reason to, you know, the right to believe it was the globe already. But yeah, he's just measuring it.
Yeah. But anyway, whenever I come up and try to say, well, that doesn't actually prove the Earth is a sphere, people just automatically assume I'm a flat earther and start mocking me and attacking me. There's always 1 or 2 people that actually listen to what I'm saying and try to explain to others, like, well, the guy is actually right, or the guy isn't a flat earther, or like, you guys are just not thinking.
That's funny.
But yeah, I'm actually fine with making concessions when our arguments don't work. That's why sometimes I even get confused with being a flat earther. And here
Some
get
people don't
accused
work.
of doing the opposite. What's that, Brian? You were breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you just being honest, man. I mean, sometimes we got to concede. And I mean, there's 2 things you could do and not be dishonest. You could bring up a counterpoint and not really argue the fact that somebody just said that, you know, is true, or you could just concede it. Either way is honest, you know. But
Yeah.
sometimes people act like they know every damn thing.
Yeah, well, sometimes you don't have to concede it right away. If you realize, well, maybe you're wrong, you just like take some step backs and say, okay, I gotta think about it, and then you go and think about it. But yeah, it's a bit hard to realize when you're wrong, but you always have to be kind of open for it, which is not that easy. I'm not sure if I am in all the subjects. I know I am in some of them because they happen to me with a couple of subjects. Here on this very server, I've been in the middle of discussions that I realized I wasn't sure about what I was saying, and it turned out I was right. Sometimes it turned out I was wrong. But yeah, that's the nice thing about being on the servers. You get to rethink some things that you had as solid knowledge.
Hey, do you believe the moon landing?
I actually do. Yeah, I don't hold it as very strongly. Like, if I would suspend one of my beliefs on these subjects, that would probably be one of the first of them to go away. But at the moment, I think, probably we did.
Do you
But
think
that's not.
Do you think that stuff they show us is it?
Yeah, like I've heard the criticism on why people think it's fake, and I get the appeal of the argument, but I also seen why those arguments don't work, and they also make sense to me. So I'm kind of still open for that. For now, I think they did went to the moon, but I wouldn't hold that too tightly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but the retro reflectors are kind of a big one for me, and also, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit actually.
Even if you wanted to believe in retroreflectors, does that prove to you that a man put those on the moon, or could it be some other probe or whatever that put them there? Even if you believe that those things are there.
Well, I mean, I think a probe could have put them there, but if a probe could have put them there, then why would they be saying that a man went there? If a probe can go there, a man can go there too, right?
But it's harder to send a man, right?
I mean,
I'm not
the
saying
probe can
I'm
go
not
to-
saying
Or-
anyone can go there and land on anything. I'm just saying from your perspective. That's all I was
I
asking.
mean, a probe can go to Jupiter. You can't really send a person to Jupiter.
Yeah, but I mean,
you
if
can
you can,
believe any stories of probes, but obviously nobody here has any verification of any probe doing anything.
well, the retro reflectors.
Yeah, I mean, we have verified the retro reflector.
Who has
Show
verified
me
them?
how you show me how you
Extremists
verify.
verified them?
People, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure people in the room, I don't know about right now, but people in the community, but then also actual scientists and what have you.
That's all I ever hear. Is yeah, they proved it, but nobody ever gives me the proof. But maybe they do. But I'll say I'll even be as neutral as saying, you know, maybe they did go to the moon, but what they're showing us ain't it. Now, anybody who sees that shit, dude, sees the mud on the boots and the fucking, you know, the further they scrutinize it, the more shit they're finding. The wet flag, and I mean, it's just the backdrop, just seeing the backdrop, seeing the fucking docking, like that, the vehicle docking with the station. It's like, oh my god, it's embarrassing, dude. So yeah, so I'll say maybe they did go, but what they're showing us is a load of shit, dude. And I don't see how anybody could look at all that with a full grown human being and not get skeptical about that. It's fucking it's embarrassing.
What do you think that it should look like? Like,
Oh,
what
anyway, I
would be
usually
different?
don't engage in this subject because, as I said, like I don't base anything else that I believe on the moon landing. So even if that's false, it wouldn't like have a big impact on other stuff. So yeah, to me, it's not that relevant.
I understand that most of the population hadn't seen it, hadn't seen the all the hours and hours of problems put out, you know, and then a lot of them
Mhm.
seen the debunk video, which was double debunked. But there's just been so much new stuff. There's people that just spend so much time just going over that stuff, the Apollo detectives and shit, and it's just man, when you look at it all as a whole, it's just like, come on, man. But I will concede, you know, maybe they did go and they're just showing us, you know, some bullshit just to show the public, you know. But I personally don't think they did, but I'll concede the possibility. But like I
Right.
said, man, looking at the shit they show us, man, it's hard to believe that anybody could believe it, dude. Once you've seen it all, anyway. But I guess to each his own, man. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, well, I get that feeling mainly if I'm looking to like the very first ones in which the camera was like the manual camera, you know, you had to roll the thing. And that gives like a, you know, stop motion movies, which you have to take a lot of pictures. So the
Yeah,
movement
yeah.
isn't linear. So yeah, when you have a human having to do that manually, the movements don't look linear, so it looks very fake. But so I get that look fake, but
Well,
yeah, I think that's sort of
and then
how
you see the light flashing
those
off the
cameras work.
wires. They found a new spot where you know, the famous shine off the wire. And they tried saying it's an antenna, and then they found, you know, they always have a fucking excuse. And then they looked into it. They found one way up top, and that's one of the ones they show. But they found another one, like about 4 foot above the guy, a flash from the wires. And dude, just watch it. I mean, dude, watch him trying to bend over. This dumb motherfucker's fucking trying to hammer in. The hammer flies out of his hand and hits itself in the fucking foot. Okay, he goes to pick it up. He can't pick it up. Like, he fucking goes to bend over, he can't get it, and he backs up, and he takes 2 steps and he just kind of lunges down, and he still can't get down far enough, dude. And then he backs up, and as he's backing up, he gets kind of pulled back, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then he takes like 3 good steps and jumps up in the air, and he almost gets it. He gets it on the 3rd try, but it's like, bitch, pick up the fucking hammer. Why would they even show that? Why would they show that, dude? And then the dude's running, and his foot gets snatched up behind his ass. Like, why would they put that on their fucking website, dude? It's embarrassing, dude. I want to fucking move to another country. Like, dude, all they got to do is just remove that shit and come up with a fucking excuse. For him to even keep that on their website like it's fucking real, I don't know. Are they doing that on purpose? Like, oh my god, dude. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to see that to understand exactly what you're saying. But again, yeah, that's not one of the subjects that I have interest in. Hey Brian, do you have what do you have in mind about the celestial bodies? Like, how do you picture what that actually is?
Man, I had a good point I wanted to bring up, man. Give me just a second, man. Hold on.
Sure.
Give me like a minute or two. You ain't going nowhere right now, right this second?
Maybe my girlfriend calls me.
Well, don't. Give me a couple minutes anyway. Let me find my notes. I had one good point, man, and but I wrote it down. Let me find
But
this
if
one.
someone,
Because I wanted to ask
calls
you.
me-
I seen you. That's why I joined.
okay,
But I'm all ears, man. I just want to find this shit real quick.
all right.
I know one of the things I wanted to ask you, like if they because I know how they have this shit broken down into 4 quadrants, right? East and west of the prime meridian, and then north south of the equator. Can you do you get accurate positioning if you use a star on either side of the equator and either side of the meridian? Like, can you mix them up?
Yeah, I
Have you tried it? Have you tried it yet?
I think the site I did was like that. Let me just check. I have it saved. Just 1 second. Let me pick it up. I sighted the moon in another star. I think it was Regio Centaurus. And if I'm not mistaken, like the moon was like towards the north, not towards the north, but it was above the equator line, I think. And Regio Centaurus was to the south. But I'm not sure. Let me just find it. I have it somewhere. Okay, I think that's it. Yes, that's right. So no, they're both above the equator. The moon was
I recommend you
try
try it one time and try and use it. Like try and find a spread if you can. Like I don't know. I guess if you're right there on the equator, but I don't know. It seems like I don't know. It's a good question anyway. I know you like doing things like that. But have you tried to use the AE map? I've seen how you did your circles and all that, but have you tried to do it with just like regular circles depicting like refraction, depicting that everybody around that spot is going to have a equal angle? So like the what is it? The angle of equal elevation or whatever, the elevation angle.
Yeah.
Have you tried to do regular circles on the AE map as is?
I did. Yeah.
And was it better?
No, it was a lot worse. Like this site here that I did is 3.4 miles off on the globe, and on the A map it was 1,200 miles off.
I mean, what did you plot it on though? I'm telling you to, I mean, it can't be that far off if you're using the map to actually plot it on. It's got to be close.
Yeah, let me
I was
show
just
you.
wondering how close it was. It within 20 miles or so? I mean, 1,200 miles, dude. Then you're plotting it on Google Earth or something. I'm talking about plotting it. I'm talking about using the
I use
AE map,
my app.
using AE map measurements and to plot it on is what I meant.
Yeah, I used my app. 1 second, let me just find the
And
AE
using
map version.
69 miles per degree.
Yes, that's what I use.
Because I haven't found any off really, man. That much, man. I haven't done any.
Okay.
I haven't done any south like A crux or any of them crux
Right.
things or
I think that's just check. That's right. So this is let me show the global one first. Just 1 second.
I think the AE map is was what they used when they came up with the navigation. I think that's what them arms was for
Yeah.
making it easier to get the azimuths. They look like hands on a clock. But I think they were for celestial navigation. That's why it says accurate, scientifically accurate, like as is.
I think it can be accurate if you're only picking up stuff on the northern hemisphere. It can be somewhat accurate. I don't think it's going to be as accurate as the globe, because, for example, the angles of Toon challenge, the Toon's challenge, is in
The
the
what
northern
challenge? I'm
hemisphere.
sorry, you broke up. The,
MC
the what
Toon's
challenge?
challenge.
Oh yeah. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
on
think
the
it
A
was
map.
really fair the way he just dismissed my my point, because I made a point.
I'm just picking his angles as an example. With those sites, when I put on the A map, I think it's like about 100 miles off. So, I mean, it's not that bad, but it's not that good compared
You
to
talking about
what.
McToon's challenge?
Yeah.
No, man, you're crazy, man. It ain't 100 miles off.
No,
Well,
the
maybe I don't know.
$100
I don't know. There's a couple
the-
there's different ways to do it, but if you my point was as he said that I see. Here's what I had to plan to go in doing. I had to plan to go in and see. Okay, no matter what the model is, we know that a star overhead is we're gonna have the least refraction, so we're closest to it in our model, and the light is coming in perpendicular, so there ain't nothing, no polarized bullshit, no fucking, no going through different atmosphere, just coming straight from overhead, right? So that's why I did it. That's why I even went to triangulate the shit in the first place, if I remember right. I figured, okay, well, I'll move 69 miles, and I'll check or I'll move until the star drops 1 degree, and I'll check it. So it wound up 69 miles. So that's why I plotted that to begin with. Is I was like, okay, so the star drops. We know nobody would argue that that'd be the most accurate place to confirm it. And at 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, it's dead on 69 miles per degree, and it doesn't deviate. It doesn't go off by a full degree even, and until just under 1,500 miles is it a degree off, and that's like I think like 24 degrees. That's a long fucking way. You're talking about a 1 degree variance, but you're gonna have to double check that, bro. You're gonna have to travel 1,400 miles or 1,500 miles to see if it's accurate. And I don't think there's no stretch of Earth we could even get a certainty anyway. I ain't saying there ain't other ways to check it or whatever, but to be 100% certain, nobody's pulling chains over 1,000 miles. So that's why I was like telling him that when I triangulate on a flat plane, 1 degree over 69 miles, the height I get to the star is, or the body is 3958, which I was like, man, it was just overwhelming when I first seen it. I was like, man, this is not a coincidence. This is absolutely how they determine the radius. They figured it worked consistently and easier to explain if they put it down to the center. So the way I see it, it's a lot easier to model by moving it down to the middle and moving the stars and the bodies out far away. It makes it work, but it doesn't necessarily prove it. You know, it doesn't prove it. But so my argument was, he says I'm using the radius of the Earth for my formula, but my argument is no. I just showed him how I did that on that plane. Good.
Yeah, I think I get it, but this is sort of compatible with the globe, because if you walk back just a little bit and the angle doesn't change that much, so you're sort of still pointing towards the same direction, and what that gives you is a value for the cosine of the angle very close to 1. So that should be very close to the radius of the Earth if you do that on the globe.
Yeah, you could assume that. I give you that, bro. But what I'm saying is that if you're taking it as gospel for what you just measured, it gives you a height of 3958. And like I said, it's not that unreasonable to say that, hey, over when I get 1,400 miles, bro, that's a few days journey. It's back then in a ship, that's a couple weeks journey, bro. So and I'm in a car. Even in a car, it's freaking a day and a half or a couple days driving. You know, it's that's a long fucking way, Bacon. And so now I'm off by 1 degree after traveling in a car for a couple fucking days, traveling pretty much across the whole damn country almost. I'm only off by 1 degree. So it's not that. It's not a stretch to say that, hey, you know, something's happening with the light. You know, it's refracting or it's
yeah, but
you know, I'm just saying it's not a stretch, man. It's
but I think
the fair point was my point.
I think the problem is, if it was on a globe, then you don't need light to be doing anything at that point. So in order for you to be able to distinguish both of them, like, is it light doing this and the Earth is flat, or is just light going straight, coming parallel, and the Earth is a globe? That would, according to his rules, that would require like you making tests for refraction. I think that's why you wouldn't meet the criteria of the challenge.
I'll give you that. You say you don't need light to do anything, but you need the ground to do it. Okay. You need, and to be fair, you do need, you know, you do have some refraction, and but yeah, as far as the consistency in the math, but you're throwing in assumptions, man, and you need the ground. You need the ground to do it, and that's the part that without that radius, you can't prove it. You know, you got to use the radius to prove the radius. You got to use that math to prove the math. I'm not trying to get stubborn and like. I'm not trying to like take it all the way down to like the black swan argument, but it's still a valid point that. And if wait, hey, let me ask you one thing. Did you see the main surveyor's numbers on the Al-Baruni test that he did over multiple days?
No.
It was pathetic, dude. He's off by millions of feet until refraction. It was and he averaged it all out, you know. But it was a joke, man, to see. If you actually look at the numbers, man, it's and then you see what has to be done. And I thought if we were up higher, you know, if we're looking from up high, it's supposed to be less refraction. So how is it standard if you're a couple hundred meters above or I forgot how high it was. Let's say 300 meters or 200 meters. I thought that's up out of the bad zone. Why are you still using standard refraction to figure in? It's to me that sounds like a contradiction. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I actually don't know a lot about the experiment you're referring to. I would have to take a look at that because I have no context. But yeah, it sounds like I would like to take a look at that. But by the way, I sent on Livestream one text the two circles on both sphere and A map because you were asking if I did it with actual circles on the A map, right? And,
yeah, I'm talking about like in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, so there's
I'll check out what you got there. But before I go off real quick, I want to say that this is what I want to say to measure the Earth. Okay, to prove that you have to add in that refraction, and it's still like 5% or 3% or whatever. Not enough to make it match, but to claim you're measuring it, that's what's necessary. So that's a jump to me to call that any kind of proof. You know, it's just a stretch for me. It maybe not I'm maybe not saying enough to disprove it, but to call it proof, that's a stretch. But let me take a look and see what you did here in live stream test.
Okay. It's 22 past the hour. 8 minutes ago. I might be doxing myself, but that's my house. I took those sites from my backyard. So those two red dots on the A map are the intersection points, and the one that happens in South America happens over Peru, which is different from the first one, where the intersection happens in the south of Brazil, where I actually live. So if you get the distance between those 2 points, it's about 1,200 miles. So yeah, I don't think doing celestial navigation on the A map with actual circles are gonna work very well, mainly in the southern hemisphere. So I don't know. Let's find a way to fix that.
Hold on, where I don't see where you're talking about your location is. I don't see it.
It's where the circles intersect. Okay, let me draw some arrows here. 1 sec.
Okay, you're saying where the circles intersect is your location, and
yeah.
The I'm assuming the bottom one.
Yes.
And and what are you looking? What are you supposedly looking at?
My sites, the celestial
bodies. Yeah.
It was the moon and Betelgeuse.
You're using the moon with a star, and
yeah.
And your time? Are you sure the time is exactly right?
Yeah. The moon is a very easy site compared to stars.
Yeah, but I ain't never heard of anybody. I thought all you needed was the moon. You didn't need a star to go with it, I thought.
No, I think you do. Well, maybe given that you have like the path of the moon is sort of above the equator, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, because if that's the case, then if you get a star which the path is also above the equator, then you could do with the single star. But I never heard of single star sites. Actually,
so
I did.
What's off by, wait, let me ask you, what's off by 1,200 miles if the two circles cross right at your house?
No, only the globe one. The other one they cross each other at Peru.
Where is that?
Peru.
Yeah, which one? The one I'm looking at.
Yeah, I sent again. I sent with arrows. So
Okay, I see. Okay, so the one that on the globe is the one where you live at, and that's
yeah, I live
on
in
the
south
right.
of Brazil.
What's the latitude, man?
My latitude,
Yeah.
it's 25.5 south.
Okay, let's do apply my equation and let's see what happens one time. Will you do it with me one time?
How do I do that?
I'll tell you. You got to tell me the the elevation angle of the moon. Is the moon the one that was I'm assuming which one was north? The star Betelgeuse was north.
Yeah, Betelgeuse is north.
Okay, what was the
No.
the angle?
They're both north. They're both north. But the
Yeah,
northern one,
they're both north, but the one that's directly north was
it's I think that's the moon. Yeah, the moon is at 26
dude, the
north.
moon. How's the moon go above me? I'm in Florida. You got the moon out way outside the ecliptic. How's that work?
Well, that's what the almanac tells you. It's
What?
yeah, the declination of the moon at that point is 26 point 048 degrees.
And what's your latitude?
Mine is 25.5 south.
So that should put it right there by the equator, bro. What are you talking about? It's got to be the one to the west of you, man.
No, the one to the west is Betelgeuse. Because
Okay,
Betelgeuse declination.
wait. If you're at latitude 25, and you said the angle to the moon was 26, that puts it right by the equator. You got it above me, above Florida. You got it like 32 north or something.
No, it's 26 north.
Okay, so what was your angle to it?
38.4 degrees roughly.
Shouldn't it have been 51 if you're 25? And you say it was what'd you say, 26 north? 36 north.
No, 26 north.
26 north and you're 25 south. That should have put it at 51 degrees. If you're going by 69
makes
miles
sense.
per
I mean,
day, I'm just saying. So you did something. I don't know. I'd double check it at least. Maybe you got them mixed up, but probably you don't. But I don't know. It's worth thinking about.
Let me check just the longitude because there's a difference in longitude as well. It's not that great, but it's there.
Right, but the difference in longitude would put it even closer to you if it was on the exact. If it was on the exact longitude.
Yeah. True. So let me see. No. That's my elevation angle, not my zenith. I think the distance would be equivalent to my zenith, not to my elevation angle. And my zenith to the moon was 51. Yeah, so it's correct. It's exactly what you said.
So the straight line above your head that matches the straight line from your foot to the moon's sub lunar point, and then the straight line. So you're bending them both. I'm not gonna go there, but that's a hell of a point that you got parallel lines bending around a ball. That is a little bit tough, but I'll look past that.
Well, that's what should happen.
It's a little counterintuitive, man. But hold on a second. So you're 50. So what was the angle again? 20. I mean, what was your elevation angle?
Was 38.4 rounded.
38.4. Okay.
Yeah, I'm rounding up to one decimal, but there are a couple more.
All right, so if it's 38.4 and you're so if it was at the equator, directly above you on the same longitude, if it was right over the equator, what would it have been?
I would be 90 minus my latitude, which is, let me see, it would be 64 and a half.
Yeah,
That would be the elevation. Yeah.
Okay, so it would basically be. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it like that. Hold on. Okay, so it would have been 64 roughly. Wait. 25. Yeah, around 64, 65. And
Yeah,
then
64 and a half.
so so if it was and it'd be 90 if it was right over your head. So if it was sitting on the horizon, it would be 0.
Mm.
And if it was and you're saying it was 38, we'll just say 38 for simplicity's sake. So it was 38, it was further away, so 38.
38 gives you 52, which is the angular distance over the surface, the difference in latitude.
Yeah. Okay, and you say it was one more time, man. It was 26 degrees north.
What
Or 30.
the GPO of the moon? I mean,
Yeah, the
oh, I already closed it. Let me reopen it. One sec.
You say it was 36. I keep getting them mixed up.
No, it was 26 and so.
So 26, that's what I said to begin with, man. Right?
I think so.
26. And you're at 25 south.
I think I might have to correct this.
Double check it, would you?
No, the it's fine. I just think when I got the right ascension declination, I didn't do it very precisely. I also didn't correct for parallax.
You said that the moon was 36 south a minute ago, man.
No, 26. I never said no. What
I mean
is
north.
30
I mean
something?
north.
No, it's 26.
That's my point.
No,
My
26
point was
north.
you said it was 36. I was like, how is it above me? Because I'm in Florida. I'm at like 29, 30.
Right.
You could say 30. I'm like, how could it be north of me? How could it be out of the ecliptic? And you justified it being out of the ecliptic, and now you just threw it right back to the ecliptic. I don't get it, but
well, I might have misspoke when I didn't justify. I just said that's what the almanac's giving, and it's 26. Right. If I said 36, I misspoke without realizing because I have the number like right on my face here.
Or maybe I misunderstood you. All right.
Well, yeah, it could be that as well. But anyway, yeah.
But it's still out of the ecliptic a little bit, but that happens with the moon. And
yeah, because the ecliptic is the sun's path. Otherwise, we would have eclipses all the time, right?
Huh. You got a circle there, and then the other Betelgeuse. Okay, you've got so Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse is that's in Orion, right?
Yeah. 7.4 north and
7.4
west.
Okay, what was your angle to it?
The elevation angle was 30.9 degrees, which gives you a zenith of 59.1. Yeah.
Okay. So it was okay, so 30 degrees. Okay, why do you have your circle way away okay, that's the whole point. Okay, hold on. And you have, let's see, so it was 30 degrees. So hold on. From your location, it was 30 degrees. Okay. And what was the tell me one more time since you're right there. What's the give me the info on it, the azimuth and shit.
I don't have azimuth.
Okay. You just have the
Elevation, yeah. I mean,
declination.
it's quite impossible to get a good azimuth with the sextant, right?
Yeah. With the almanac. But I can look that up probably.
Yeah, with the yeah. If you're doing a fix iteratively, then sure, the azimuth is very handy. But I didn't. I just found the
So
intersection.
that's where you say that the oval circle works out better. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, unless you're doing on the globe, then just
So
circle.
if you're doing it on the AE map, don't you have to use the azimuth and shit?
I don't know how to do the aim.
Yeah, I need to look further into that. I thought it was a little bit different because maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But so that puts Beetlejuice. You say it's 7 degrees north, and so basically that puts it further away. So yeah, I need to find out the explanation for that. I think it has to do with the azimuth because let me see. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
that's where I
I
want this.
think
Okay, look, this is where I wanted to apply my equation to it. Okay, if you're up to it, it'll take just a second. I'll tell you the numbers, and if you can just calculate them real quick.
I
If
think if you
you're
use the almanac to get the azimuth.
yeah, but no, but I wanted to just for anybody listening, they might be interested in this, man. All you got to do is this. Okay, can you pull up the triangle calculator?
Uh, I can do triangle math. What do you need?
Yeah, I mean if you want to do it manually, that's fine too. But so what was your angle? Your angle was 30.9. Let's just call it 31. For if the point one makes a difference, we'll go back. But we'll call it 31 degrees. Was your angle to Beetlejuice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now
Hello. Mic check.
I can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Shines.
You got it.
I almost said Shines.
I heard that. It's all good.
All right. So you got to subtract 31 from 90. That gives you 59. That's the angle to triangulate, to calculate. 59 degrees instead of 31. I forgot to subtract it from 90. So that gives you
Yeah,
a
doesn't
flat that gives you a flat baseline of 2378. Okay, so I wrote that down. 2378 is the distance on a flat plane. So that's why your circle's off, because it puts you out of range. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I measured my angle, and this is I triangulated the distance on a flat plane. Okay, now I'm gonna apply this equation. So 90 minus a, which was 59, and then gives you 90 minus a over 90. So I'm gonna hold on. Let me get where I can do this. Do it faster. Okay, so 90 minus a over 90. So that's 59 divided by 90. Okay, times d, which is the distance that I just triangulated, 2378. So times 2378 times point A. So 1% of the angle. So times 0.59 times
Ryan,
point.
I have
Hold
no
on,
idea what you're
done,
doing.
man. Okay, it's 919 is the refracted amount. So now I've got to subtract 919 from the 2378, and I get, let's see, I get 1459. Okay, so my new distance is 1,459 miles. So if you draw your circle based on that, well, I got to do the moon too, but it's gonna put you spot on, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, pretty fucking sure, dude. It's
Let's see. Oh, so give me that equation. I can do it.
okay.
Put-
90 minus a. A is the elevation angle you measured. So 90 minus a over 90. Okay, times d, which is the triangulated distance from the 90 minus a that you triangulated.
One sec. 90 minus 8 over 90. And what do I do with that?
90 minus a over 90. So you're going to divide. So in other words, if your angle was 31 degrees,
Yeah, you're
so
normalizing your
90 minus that is 59. Okay, so 59 divided by 90.
Yeah, you're normalizing your zenith.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
What now?
Times d. So you
What
got to
is D?
triangulate. You got to triangulate the 59 degree angle. So it's nothing made up, man. It's all observed shit. So
What is
triangulate
D?
that angle. Fuck. D is the triangulated distance, man. What I just did.
Okay. Right.
Okay. At times point A. So the 90 minus A was 59. So times 0.59.
Do you
Let me
have
see
this
something.
written down?
I'm sorry?
Do you have this written down? Or can you send a
Do you have it
picture
written
of
down?
it?
Yeah, I have it written down. Hold on.
Okay. So I'm a bit lost on what the
Yeah, that's
D
why I figured
is
if I did
exactly.
it with you. Okay, all right. Here you go. Look, all right. So look. So you measure your angle, right? Follow me close. Okay, so basically that you can throw that measurement out because everything you measured 31 degrees. So we know that let's say 90 minus 80 to get the like you said with the co-altitude. or in the co-latitude. So basically 90 minus A, which that you got to do that in either. You got to do that on the globe too, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
So I don't know why that's
yeah.
confusing.
That's my zenith. Yeah, that part I get it.
Okay, my bad. So 90 minus A, so is 59. So over 90. So divide 90 by 59. Okay, times, and then now what you're gonna do? You're gonna take that 59, and you're gonna get the triangulated distance from 59 degrees, your zenith distance. Okay, to Betelgeuse. Okay, now your height.
Can you do that?
What?
How do I do that? The triangulated thing you're saying?
Well, you use a 90. You're going to use a 90 degree right underneath Betelgeuse. So, given that you have 59 degrees, and then you have a 90 degree, and you know that the height without refraction is 3958.
Okay, so I have a right triangle in which the height of it is 3958, and the elevation angle is the one I measured, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So it's gonna be, let me see,
It's
it's gonna be
23.
an arctangent. No, not an arctangent. Let me see. So you have the y is 3958. The x is what I want to find. That is going to equal the tangent of my elevation angle. So it's the yeah, okay, yeah, get it.
Okay, so you got 2378 or close to it.
I'll do the math.
Okay, so now times that D times point A, so times 0.59, and that's
using
and what that
the
gives
31
you.
degrees.
No, using the 59. It's all zenith distance from there. Okay.
No, I mean, you can use both, right?
Yeah. Basically, we're using the 59 in the equation because but here's what it gives you. Okay, what you get at the end is the refracted amount, the ratio of refraction for that distance. That's what the whole formula is for, is to give you the ratio of refraction for that distance based on empirical measurements. So you get 1,000. I mean, you get 919. That's your corrected amount. So you got to subtract that from the distance you triangulated to get your actual distance. So our triangulated distance before refraction was 2378, and so we ran the equation and we got the amount to correct for, and that's the amount to correct for. We subtract from that triangulated distance to give us our actual distance. So we subtract 919 from the 2378, and we get 14. What do we get? We get 1459. So that's your actual distance after refraction. It's 1459. So that's, you want to draw your circle to reflect. You want to
you gotta be a little bit slower.
Or you could do this. Look, you could do this. You could draw your circle. You could reflect it in your circle if you want to, and you could do this. You can enlarge the circle by 919 divided by pi.
Oh, one second. I'm still just making sure if I got D correctly. So I'm gonna send in Livestream one text if that's what you mean by D.
No, you got to enlarge your circle by 919 miles.
We'll get there. Let me just see if I got your D correct. Is that what you mean by D? Do I have my
That's
A
why
there?
I said just go to the triangle calculator, bro. That's why you could have saved so much time, dude.
Yeah, but I need to know what you're trying to say there. So
it doesn't
is
matter
that
what I'm trying to say, bro. It's a ratio. What I'm saying is it's a ratio, and if you do the formula as I'm saying it, if I'm saying it wrong, maybe you're saying I'm saying it wrong, so maybe you could tell me the right way to say it. But it's nothing more than a ratio. So if you're trying to find an error in the in the form of it, there can't. It's a ratio, dude. There's no error to be found. because it's nothing more than a ratio based on the distance.
Okay, but can you see what I sent on live stream on text?
Hold on.
Is that what when you said triangulate D? Is that what, did I get that
Yes.
correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Yeah, well, you could do it like that. Yeah, do it like that. And your baseline, yes, you're going to get your baseline distance. That's fair enough. You could do it like that.
Okay, one second.
Or you could flip it. But yeah, just do it like that.
Be patient. I'm slowly turning what you're saying to an algorithm.
I'm sorry.
I might have to ask you again, but just be patient, please.
All right.
Okay, so I do the thing you said, 90 minus 8 over 90 times D, and then that is times what? I have
Times
to
point,
multiply by
times
0.8.
0.59. Times 0.59.
Oh, I thought you said 0.8.
No. Point A, as in the angle, the 59 degree. It's 1% of that. So I just say point A to make it simple.
Get it. So I
So
multiply by
0.5,
8.
0.59.
Right. So I can multiply by 8 over 100, right?
What?
It's multiplied by A over 100, right? Because if it's A,
Yeah,
is,
basically, yeah. That's. I just say point A, man,
okay.
to simplify it.
Okay. It confused me a little bit. So I'm gonna send on the live stream one text a little notation that I just typed it down. And I got this. So can you see if I got it right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's not an 8 tangent. It's just a tangent.
Let's see, 90 minus A over 90 times D times AO over 100. Yeah, but I put it as point A, as long as that gives you the decimal. Yeah, that seems, that looks good. But
Okay.
you still haven't gave me the value that you came up with.
Yeah, I just want the formula first, and then I
got it.
I'm going to use that for the value.
So, Brian, what are you suggesting that 3959 number comes from? Are you saying it's the distance to Polaris?
No, it's empirical. If you get under Polaris or anybody, and you go let's say Polaris for simplicity's sake, because it's stationary. If you move 69 miles, okay, and then you can triangulate it, okay, and the only place but no refraction is right under it. So we're going to move 1 degree from out from under it, so we don't have to worry about refraction. And if you triangulate that on a flat plane, the height to it is 3958.7. Okay, that's flat line triangulation. Okay, so now it works and it keeps working until you get out to about 1,400 miles. Then it's off by a whole degree. Like I said, if you travel a couple days in a car, then you'll be a degree off. But that's how far you got to go for the math to quit working. And that's when I say that, hey, over them distances, that's when we have to start applying refraction. So that's what the formula is for. To answer your question, that's the triangulated height to the star with no refraction is 3958. That's empirical. That's planar mathematics.
So that's interesting. So they took that function of the sky and just turned it into a radius of a fabricated globe Earth.
Exactly, because it was easier. I understand the fact that it was easier. It made everything easier. It made modeling the whole thing possible, if you ask me. So I understand why they did it, because trying to figure out the sun is, but then at some point they started taking it literal, as in like they really are measuring from the center of a ball instead of it just being mathematics and modeling. They do that with everything. They do the math, and at some point they just take it as gospel, like they're doing with dark matter now. They're already starting to claim that it's an actual thing when it's just mathematics. You know what I'm saying? But they do that with everything. That's my opinion. But that's where they got the radius from, was triangulation on a flat plane.
That's not where we got radius from.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, because I mean it is connected to a lot of factors, that 3959. So yeah, it makes sense that. And then also, since they make the stars so like infinitely far away, it kind of inverts the whole system to where now that 3959 is being used as a radius, since the stars are so far away. But like you're saying, when it actually comes from real triangulation on the actual surface and it's connected to the sky, then yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the radius. It just has to do with the geometry of the ground and the sky.
That's not how the radius.
And here's what Bacon's going to do. So Bacon's going to do the math, and he's going to get 919 if he does it right, or if I explained it right. And that's the refracted. That's the distance correction. So he's going to add 919 to his circle, and then he's going to do the same thing to Betelgeuse, and it's going to put him right on his house on an AE map.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Could you maybe, because I'm having trouble understanding, maybe sometime make a video about this? Because visually, I'm having a hard time visualizing what it is you're talking about.
I'll post it for you. And I even back it up where the refraction that I'm using, I show it in real life and how we derive it, and the examples at short range of where we can see it, and how we can prove it. So it's all right there in the video proven.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I'll post the video.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, because the radius is not derived that way. It's derived by a different method, and you know that.
I know for a fact that's where it came from, because I don't believe in coincidence that exact down to the decimal. There's no way that 3958.7 is what you're measuring down to a place you could never go to, when, hey, I can measure that right on top of the ground. Okay, so I know that's what they did. I think if you look at it, and if you take your time and patience look at it, you'll understand. And I don't think you argue. It doesn't prove nothing. It's just where they got it from. If you want to try and say they measured shadows over 500 miles, is it more likely that that somebody got an angle to a stationary star and traveled 69 miles and remeasured it, or tried to do something at the same exact time from 500 miles away? I mean, it's everything about it points to
right.
What numbers I did with your
that they've never been, they've never been down into the earth to even test that. So yeah, it makes way more sense that it was derived from something that's directly observable on Earth.
Ryan, what was the number that should give me?
I got 9. Wait, well, the amount after the equation, I think I got 919 or 9. Yeah, wasn't it 919?
I got 1341. Clearly, I got it wrong then.
What?
Right?
Hold on. 13.
Yeah. So let me.
Okay. Well, then you didn't divide it. Then you didn't multiply. Okay. So let's do it together. Okay. Or just follow me one time. Okay. 30. We measure 31-degree angle. Okay. So we get that. We pretty much toss that out because we subtract that from 90, and this is the number we use for the rest of the equation. Is 59 degrees. Okay. So 90 minus 31 gives us 59. 59 divided by 90. Okay. What do you get for that? 90 divided by 59. What do you get?
Oh, I thought you said the other way around. It wasn't it 59 divided by 90?
90 minus A over 90.
Oh, so yeah. 90 minus A over 90. Yeah. So it's not.
Yeah, so 90 divided by 59 gives you what? I want to just do this together.
Oh, But when you're saying the equation, you say 90 minus a over 90, but you're doing 90 over 59. So which is it? Like
It's 90 minus a. The measured angle was 31 degrees.
yeah,
So-
that gives you 59, right? And you divide that by 90, right? Not 90
But I'm
by
just trying to simplify it, Bacon.
But you're doing the opposite of what the equation saying. Not getting it.
Okay, well you can reword it. I'll reword it for you, since you wanted to learn it. Okay, but anyway, for right now, I just want to see if you did this the way that I structured it, and then we'll talk about renaming the other a. Okay, so 90 minus a over 90. Okay, gives you 90 divided by 59. So if you could tell me if you can follow along with me, I just want to. So go to calculator. You ain't got to do everything by hand, Bacon. Just go to calculator and type in 90 divided by 59 with me one time. Just entertain me. Okay.
1.5252.
That's it. 1.5254. Okay. Now, you already put the triangulated. So what did you come up with for D? Did you get 2378?
No, I got 6587.
Okay, let's do it together. Okay. In fact, I'm just going to post this real quick to do even better than that. Okay. So your observed angle is 59. Okay, that's your theta. And your height is 3958. Okay, so your baseline distance is going to be 2378.2. I'm going to post this real quick.
Yeah, I used the triangle calculator here just to check.
There. I just posted it. It's 2378. So let me know when you see that.
Well, isn't this correct? Let me show you what I put it.
I just posted what's correct, bro. Just look at it and tell me if that's and tell me what, just tell me that you're following me. Like I said, entertain me one time. Just follow me through it, and then we'll discuss it. But until you follow me through it, man, it's getting aggravating.
Okay.
You said you're taking the time
I think you're using the wrong angle there. You're
okay,
using,
maybe, like I said, we can rename angles afterwards. Just follow me through it one time, Bacon, if you don't mind.
You have to name the angles correctly the first time, Brian.
No,
That's fine, Brenda. That's fine.
It's not the name. It's not the name. The problem. What I mean is, you use the elevation.
Just flip the triangle upside down. Then, if you want to flip it upside down, you can do that too. It doesn't matter.
But then it's. Yeah, but then.
So you have no interest in following me through this thing.
I do. That gives
no,
you
you
different
don't,
value.
bro. You fucking do it with me one time. This is what happens every time. Nobody will follow this through to the end.
Brian, that gives you a different
number. I don't care about naming the angles, bro. I have no.
That's what I'm saying, Brian.
It's only a ratio, bro. It's a ratio.
Why are you getting upset? Why?
Because he won't. Because I'm almost begging him to just go through to the end to see if it fucking even works, and he won't do it.
Why should we do the math wrong, Brian? Why should we do it wrong?
You're not doing the math wrong, okay? You're doing the math the way I'm fucking asking him to do it.
Brenda, let me help. Brian. Well, I'm not complaining about the names. I'm complaining about the values.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
Okay, so it's not just flip the triangle, because if you only change the angle but you don't change the side, the result is going to be different.
No, okay, we can rename it after. Like I said, you already drew. Hold on. You already drew the triangle the way that I fucking had it in my mind. Okay. You already drew the triangle. So you had D as the baseline. We can flip it. We can do whatever afterwards. I'm just asking you to just follow me through to the end, just to see, just to Because if it doesn't even work, there's no point in fucking in doing any of it. Like I'm saying, we can rename the angles.
Okay, but
or
when
we
I sent the drawing, you
if you
said it
want
was
to try and
correct.
explain a ratio. So will you follow
Right.
me through with this one time?
I'm trying. I'm really trying to. But when
No, you're
when you
not, bro.
explain,
You are 100% doing everything you can not to, bro.
no,
It's
Brian.
fucking. I'm gone, dude. I'm gone. If you won't even fucking entertain this, instead of fucking insisting we rename shit or just flip the triangle
That's all
over.
I'm saying, Brian. I'm not saying that, Brian. I'm not asking you to rename anything.
Well, dude, triangulate the way I'm telling you to do it. Then you already wrote it down. You already wrote
Yeah,
it down. Why won't you triangulate it the way you wrote
but
it
you're
down?
doing something different. So I'm trying to see if maybe you did it wrong now, or you explained me wrong before. I don't know which one is the right way to do it. I really want to know the way you
I'm
want me to
telling
do
you
it.
the right way to do it, but you got to do it. Okay,
Yeah, but
if
why
you want
are
to,
you
if
using?
you're gonna reword it the way you understand it, that's fine. Okay, but here's the
This
thing.
is not rewarding, Brian.
No, this is fucking bullshit. You're being a fucking dick, dude. You know it. You're being. We can talk
Brian.
about structuring the fucking the minus A part. Okay, we can talk about that afterwards. But you're not even willing to follow me through, bro. Like you know
trying
it's
to,
gonna
Brian. I'm
work.
really
and
trying
you're
to.
trying. You're getting a stopping point for no reason. You're hitting a stopping point, and you're like a mule. You won't take one more step, bro. You're just stuck right there. You won't go one more step.
Brian, you told me to do one thing, and you did a different thing. And I'm trying to sort this
No, I
out so we
didn't,
can
dude.
continue.
I told you to hold on. I told you to throw away. I told you to do 90 minus A, and then throw away that angle. Okay. From now on, what I said is in this ratio. From now on, that's the angle we're using. Is the 59.
Okay.
Is the 90 minus A. It's the ratio. Okay.
All right.
So you can't put structure on the ratio that I've come up with. I come up with this ratio. If you want to try and redefine my own formula, bro, it's kind of.
I'm gonna do this the way you're saying. I'm gonna do the way you're. Let me just redo then. See if I get the same value as you.
And then we'll go through it. And then we'll go through and
yeah, but
instruct.
Brian, I'm trying to. You don't have to get aggressive with me. I just thought you said one thing and you got a different thing that I was doing here. I was trying to sort this out. That's all was happening.
I'm sorry, man. I've just tried this 1,000 times, bro. And
Right.
This is what always happens. Nobody will ever go through with it just the way I asked them to the end to go back and then you can go back and we can structure it. Structure my ratio different if you want.
Let me just see if I can get the same number as you did.
Just triangulate it the way you wrote it down. That's all. Just triangulate it the way you wrote it down as your theta being 59 and the height being, and just use the baseline. You know, we could flip it and do whatever afterwards, but just use the baseline distance because that's the ratio that I'm giving.
I'm trying to follow along. What are the values of the angles and the sides, Brian?
Just hold on.
Yeah, the height of the triangle is 3958.
I think Bacon understood you the whole way, but Brian, you did say 59 divided by 90 when you should have said 90 divided by 59.
That's not even.
No, he's there. That ain't the.
No,
but
hold
on, he's doing it. Let's not talk. Just what'd you get?
Okay, so now I got the same D as you, which is 2378, right?
Okay, now for now. Okay. So for now, so 90 divided by, 90 over 59, 90 minus over 59. So 90 divided by 59 times 2378.
Okay, that gives me 36 to 7, right?
Times point. Okay, now times 0.59.
Is it 1,124?
919, man. Unless my calculator's broke.
Okay, well, 1 second.
I'll double check.
Okay.
So where are you getting all this from?
Hey, wait, Bacon. You're right, man. It is what was it? 2140.
Yeah, 2140 now. I did it wrong before. Now I got it right. Yeah, 2140.
Yeah, we both did it wrong. That's hilarious. Okay, so now 2140. Okay, so we're gonna subtract that from our baseline distance, which was 2378, which we're gonna talk about in a minute. But so subtract 2140 from 23. Wait.
Okay, so let me update the formula.
Hold on. Okay, so wait. Yeah, we did. Okay, so 59. He's right. I did say it wrong. That dude who jumped in. It's
Yeah.
59. It's 59 divided by 90. My bad.
Oh, so the first way was right.
Yep.
Okay.
59 divided the way you wrote it down. I start getting pissed off for some reason and I get sidetracked. So one more time,
No
okay?
problem.
And
919. Is that I should get 919?
let me see. So 59 divided by 90. So it was 90 minus A, which was 59 divided by 90. Whoever joined in and said that, thank you, man. You were
I
right.
said that before.
Okay. Yeah, you were right too. But he backed it up. Okay, times. Okay, I'm doing this on the calculator. So 59 divided by 90 times 2378 times 0.59. Yeah, it's 919. Or not, you can call it
exactly.
you call it 920 because it's almost 920. So
Okay.
so 920. So that's what you want to add to your radius, to your circle.
Okay.
And
yeah,
then,
I can do that.
Yeah, and then do the same thing with the moon. If you want to give me the angle, I could do it for you. And
No,
then
I
we'll
already
talk
wrote the
about,
formula. I can just plug in the angle.
okay.
Okay, so
Hey Brian, with this formula, what shape does that make the sky? Is it flat, level plane sky, or is it an arcing concave or convex shape?
The sky?
Yeah, is there any way
It
to
makes it flat, man. It's flat. It's flat. What it does is it brings the light in to about a little less than 4,000 miles, and it flattens the ground and it flattens the sky too. But over once you get to about 1,400 miles, you start getting effects of bend of refraction. Like it's a long way before the effects start getting. I mean, even a couple degrees ain't shit. You got to get really a few thousand miles before it gets even significant, and that's a long way. So anything could be happening. That's my point. I really don't know what's happening, but I could say this is a possibility and to use for navigating a flat plane. But yeah, it kind of concaves the light a little bit to flatten out the ground. If you want to draw it, that's what you'd see, I guess. But I'm gonna post that video for anybody interested because I show light refracting up, and I show it over short distances. I show it over long distances. So I give a little bit of verification, whether that's what's happening or not. Yeah, go ahead.
This 919 is in miles. What is it?
Yes.
Right. So I have to add that to the radius of the circle.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. I'll do that.
I don't mean to interject too much, but what is it you're trying to do, Brian? You're trying to put numbers into the right angle calculator?
Yeah. No, I'm just
Trying to get-
this is
trying to get caught
my
up.
refraction equation. This is my refraction equation.
Refraction equation. I
Yeah.
thought you were trying to solve a right triangle.
That's
That's
part of
part
it,
of
I guess.
So you're
But like I
trying.
said, it's just it's a ratio. It's the ratio based on the co-altitude, I guess you could call it. So that's what the ratio is based off of. So whether I switch it, whether I turn the triangle upside down, or whether I just call it 59 degrees, that's what the ratio is. And so as far as structuring it, you can try and restructure it, but it's a ratio.
Well, it sounds like
So
you're trying to calculate a right triangle, but then you tell me it's refraction, and so it just is very confusing to me. I mean, are you trying to figure out what a formula for refraction is?
no, I made my formula for refraction, okay, based on a humidity gradient, and it goes
What?
by it's a ratio. It's based on a humidity gradient, okay. It's based on triangulated distance and the ratio of refraction over that distance.
So it sounds like you're trying to find out where the actual horizon is, not the apparent horizon. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get the actual distance. So in other words, if we're 2,000 and if we triangulate 2,300 miles, then I'm trying to I've come up with a formula to get the corrected distance based on refraction.
Why did you?
Hold on a second. Hey, hold on a second. Hold on.
Why did you base it off of humidity?
Hold on a second, Brendan.
Refraction in the atmosphere is mostly due to temperature.
You can base it on temperature, okay? Like I said, they say they show the air pressure, and they call it like a gradient and act like there's no air up there just because oxygen runs out. But what I've shown in my videos before is a helium balloon put into liquid nitrogen. I mean, not a helium balloon, but it's just a regular balloon put into liquid nitrogen, and it deflates completely, and then within about 5 seconds of taking it out of the liquid nitrogen, it reinflates. So what happens to the air? I want to ask, what happens to the air in that balloon? It's still there, right?
Well, it contracts because as it gets colder, it takes up less volume.
Right. But it's still there though, right?
Of course.
Okay. So it's denser.
Because it's colder.
Yeah. So that's what happens as you get higher. The air gets denser.
No, it doesn't.
No, the pressure is less, but the air itself is denser.
No, it isn't.
What do you mean it isn't? I just put a balloon in liquid nitrogen and it deflated completely. Are you trying to say the air just disappeared or something?
No, it's still up there. It's not in a balloon.
I'm talking about in the balloon.
Yeah, balloons explode when you get up high in the air.
The density of the air, whether there be more or less of it, the density of it is denser.
No, it isn't. It's measurable. People have put balloons up there and measured the density at very high altitudes, and the density is lower.
No, the pressure is lower. The density of oxygen, the density of nitrogen, and the density of every other gas is denser. The pressure
it isn't
changes.
This is not something you can just make up, right?
Wait,
It-
wait. Are you
it's
trying to
less
say that
dense.
pressure and density are the same thing?
No.
Okay, good. So what happens when we chill air? It gets denser, right? Or anything for that matter. You chill anything, it gets denser. Liquids, solids, or gas. Okay, you're conflating pressure. You're conflating pressure with density. Yeah, sure, the pressure goes down, but the density of the air it's going through is denser.
If the pressure is down, so is the density. That's how it works.
Wait, you just said when I put the balloon in the liquid nitrogen and it deflated, you said it contracted because it's denser. So the pressure in the balloon went down, but the density of the air went up. It's still there. It's just it's compressed. It's denser, so it's less pressure. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. It's just,
The problem is that that's not what happens. It's just not. It's less dense. It's lower pressure and density at higher altitudes. What are you talking
What do you
about?
mean? What do you? How can it be lower density when it's colder?
Because there's a gas law involved, right?
Yeah, but Snell's law is not based on gas law. It's based on mediums. It's based on density. Okay, it's not pressure. Ain't got barely anything to do with it.
Well, Snell's law doesn't have anything to do with atmosphere. It has to do with refractive index.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If you're going to
The
go by
density-
anything,
The density and the pressure of the air at very high altitudes is very, very low.
yeah, maybe, but maybe for until we get to the clouds, okay, the part, until we get up a good height, shit, and birds does all kinds of shit, to be honest. But what I'm saying is that you're answering your own question. You're saying that the air in that balloon is shrinking, and it's less pressure, but it's denser. I mean, are you retracting that now?
At the surface, if you have an air inside of a balloon, right, and you chill the balloon, right, the air, but that's a function of volume and temperature, right? There's a relationship there. It's called the ideal
Sure.
gas law,
Sure.
right? But up in the atmosphere, the air isn't in a balloon.
It's in something.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not in anything.
Yeah, walk outside. You got pressure, right? Okay, that proves it's in something.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't prove it's
Yes,
in
it does.
something. That
You
proves
can
that
walk
there's-
outside and breathe. Can you walk outside and breathe?
Yes,
Well, there's your proof.
that's not proof.
Well, I don't know what could be better than that.
Well, the reason you have air pressure or atmospheric pressure is because of gravity. You know this.
No, I don't know that. What's gravity?
So gravity is sucking gas towards the Earth.
Well, how is gravity all of a sudden holding air down? Because I can show you 100 different ways where it doesn't even come close to holding air down. In fact, I'll just give you a quick example. If you make a vacuum out of your second story that's right above your head, okay, and divide the first floor from the second floor, okay, gravity's the strongest here on the ground. But if you poke a hole between the first and second floor, gravity ain't going to do shit with that gas. It's going to rush up to the second floor. You're trying to say I can prove to you that pressure trumps gravity every time. It's not even a contest.
Well,
You're talking about
if you have a pressurized container, yeah, gas will escape from it. What are you talking about?
Well, shouldn't gravity have held it down?
Why?
You just said gravity. Okay, I said no. Something holding it in. Walking outside proves that. Okay,
Well,
you said no. Gravity. You said no. Gravity's doing it, and I've showed you how gravity is not even on the same level. It's not even worth discussing.
If the pressure is stronger, then it will overcome the force of gravity.
Gravity can't hold no pressure in. Gravity is not even it's a non-factor. It's not in ideal gas law.
Bro, I gotta ask you the honest
show me
question,
gravity
bro.
in your gas law you just named.
I mean, I gotta ask you the honest question. You're in here with a lot of smart people, awesome topics all day. How
are you bent on gravity while being in here? Like, how? Like, there's so many smart, awesome topics that disprove this old ass theory. How are you still hung up on it? I'm out if that's what's going on.
Hey, Brian, I simplify your equation a little bit, so there's less stuff you have to do.
Okay.
It should give the same result. It gave the same result for 31, so it probably it's still mathematically identical.
I figured you might be able to
And
do that. What is it?
it's on Livestream on text.
You
But anyway,
use
I'm about to.
radians.
Yeah, that
You break it down in the sine or cosine.
I use tangent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm
Uh,
starting to do it like that. I like my way better.
okay.
You know what's
But
funny about the
anyway,
guy? Gravity works for the air on the Earth, but it doesn't work for any other containment. Like, okay, if the
why
pressure
not?
is higher on one side, the two pressures will equalize until there's no flow, right? So if you had, let's say you had 14 psi in your tire would be flat because that's the atmospheric pressure.
Anyway, just to be sure I'm not misrepresenting your math, Brian. This is miles on nautical miles. This 919.
I'm sorry. What'd you say about nautical miles?
919 is miles or nautical miles.
Statute miles.
Right. The same as imperial ones, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys can go on with the gas law conversation.
Yes, Brenda brought up gas law, and then gonna say what's pressurizing it, and there's no G in ideal gas law. PV equals nRT. That's pressure. Yeah, it shows that the temperature is pretty much joined at the hip with the pressure. It doesn't say nothing about density. Okay, gas it's going to be denser. Is my point. You know, and maybe there is some something else, but I do have to point out that they conflate the pressure with the density, and I think the balloon with in the liquid nitrogen is a fair example. But my point is, there's no gravity in ideal gas law. So she's saying that's what's conflicting it. I disagree.
I have a question for you based on what was asked before about gravity and what you just said. What is it that creates the pressure in a pool or a lake or the ocean as you get deeper?
Mass.
Mass? Doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, why would
Well, there's
that?
mass everywhere.
Yeah, why would that why would that increase pressure?
Are you saying because of the amount of water above you, Brian? Like if you're 100 feet
Yeah,
down?
yeah. You can add as much as you want around me. Only thing that's going to get heavier is something directly on top of my head. So it's because it's all it's in equilibrium. So whatever weight something has. So W equals equals hold on. W equals MA. Okay.
Yeah,
and,
weight is gravity. Weight is due to gravity.
No, it's not. Weight is equilibrium.
Yeah, it is. Weight is due to
No,
gravity.
it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. It's due to equilibrium.
Yes, it is. You can't just make up your own facts. Weight.
No, I'm telling you the math. Listen. Anyway, W equals MA, and so the mass, okay, basically times A is the acceleration due to disequilibrium. Okay, because now nothing's going to accelerate unless you take it out of equilibrium. So I'm not going to say it's due to gravity. I'm going to say that the direct cause of something accelerating is because a force was put on it, an actual force. So you've got to lift something up, or else it won't fall down. You've got to expend energy in some way or another.
That's not true, Brian. You don't have to lift something up for it to fall down.
Well, you have to use energy. Okay, you can dig, you can undermine something. It's still going to take energy to get it out of equilibrium.
Brian, you said the wrong formula.
Did I?
Yeah, well, not really. I mean, it's not incorrect, but it's not the exact formula. The formula for weight is m weight equals mg. G being a specific type of acceleration.
And
I
I don't want to change the subject, but I finally applied your formula to the AMAP, and now the result was in Argentina. It was a bit closer. It's no longer 1,200 miles. It's just 1,000 miles now. So it's improved a little
How
bit.
far is it off now? Wait. How
100
far is it
miles.
off now? 100 miles. Which direction?
South.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have the moon out of the. You've got the moon out of the ecliptic, man. I gotta double check your shit. But thank you for doing that. That's pretty close.
Oh, okay. Right.
Hey, thank you for doing that, man. I'm sorry for blowing up. It's like I've tried this 100 times, and it's like I can never get to the end with anybody to go back and talk about it. You know, I just one time wanted to get to the end, and I just get so frustrated. And so thank you, man.
I was trying
for your patience, bro.
Oh, that's fine. Anyway, so yeah, you guys can go back to what was it, mass? Gravity, right?
Yeah, my equation for weight.
Oh,
You're not wrong. If you're saying it's not due to gravity, even that equation includes gravity. And if you don't want to call it gravity,
you were roboting there. You're roboting.
I'm sorry. Even if you don't want to call it gravity, you call it anything you want. It's a downward force that gives things weight. This is what creates pressure in the ocean and the lake and the pools. And believe it or not, this is what creates the 14 psi air pressure everywhere. And like Brandon was saying, if the pressure of a container or something is less than 14.7, then it can't compete with that. And then it can compete with that. No, I'm sorry. Then gravity will.
Okay, then you should be able to show me your gravity and the gas laws, please.
I don't know what that means. Show gravity and what? Okay, I guess we're done.
I'll wait.
Wait for what?
If you're going to use gravity as your container and apply it to gas, then I want to see it in the gas law. I'll
It
wait.
doesn't have to be in the gas law. It's due to atmospheric pressure.
You're defining pressure, okay? Atmospheric pressure, whatever. Show me it. Show me the gas law. Show me a gas law with G in it, with little G, please.
For atmospheric pressure, yes, G is in the equation. Yes.
Let's see it. Like how Brandon just comes in and redefines fucking gas law. Yeah, G's in fucking gas law.
No,
Which one? Charles law? Which one? Charles law, ideal gas law, Boyle's law?
No, it's the formula for atmospheric pressure has G in it.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Yeah, how can I check it if you can't produce it because it doesn't exist? If you want to prove W equals MA is wrong, then yeah, you have to, go to the moon or somewhere off Earth. And I don't believe we ever went to them places.
So
But
atmospheric pressure is the pressure.
Wait, I thought you were Brenda, I was talking to Kosher. I thought you were getting
Oh.
your gas law with a G in it.
I posted it.
All right,
but
let me look at it.
I can just tell you what it is. It's pressure
Yeah.
at height h equals the pressure at sea level times E to the minus M, which is the mass, times G.
What's E? What's E?
E is a constant. It's the constant E.
So constant. What kind of,
it's a number in math.
wait, what is the gas law, please? Tell me the gas law.
This is the law for atmospheric pressure.
Is that the name of it? The law for atmospheric pressure?
So the pressure at height h is equal to P at sea level times E raised to the negative mass times G times H over KT.
That's awesome.
That's the formula. K is the Boltzmann constant.
What was the name? What was the name of it again?
It's the formula for atmospheric pressure.
No, what's the law? What's the name of the gas law? What's the name of it? Not just a you said it was gas law. So what's the name of the law?
I said it's just the formula for atmospheric pressure. I didn't say it was a gas law. The ideal gas law is something else.
So it's not a gas law. It's not a part of any law, right?
It's the formula for how to calculate atmospheric pressure at a given height.
Where did the formula come from?
Observation and experiment, like all science does.
Yeah. Did pressure? You don't even have to do all that. All you have to do is every 100 or what is it? Every 10. Wait. No, that's temperature. Where did you post this? This whatever you say it is. Where did you post it?
In the chat. I just did again.
Okay. Let me look.
Or here's one from National Geographic. The air around you has weight. It presses against everything. That pressure is called atmospheric pressure. It is the force exerted on a surface by the air above it as gravity pulls it to Earth.
It's not saying what E is on here.
E is a mathematical constant.
So you're
Which is
saying
what?
mass attracts mass?
Could this mathematical constant be gravity? Is that the mathematical constant?
No, G would be the gravitational constant.
No, E. If you look up the barometric formula, it'll give you what E is comprised of. It's basically temperature and height, pressure at height. So if you look up the barometric formula, you should see the what E equals.
Shit, I didn't realize gravity was a force. That's funny.
It's a pseudo force.
That works fine. That does
What does
not
that mean
contradict
exactly?
hold on. That does not contradict my W equals MA. Okay, G in there is an acceleration due to disequilibrium. Until you can prove that you can, accelerate something without energy, without a force, okay, without an actual force, then it's due to disequilibrium. That's my whole point.
Gravity is.
And also, you said he was the constant, and it's not. K was
I
the
don't believe in
Boltzmann
special
constant.
theory relativity either,
Avogadro's
dude.
law was not the constant. You just said E was the the Boltzmann constant, and it's not. That's K. E is but anyway, that doesn't disagree with my.
I didn't say E was the Boltzmann constant. I didn't say that.
Brenda, are there any other equations that include a pseudo force that's not gravity? Any other pseudo forces that you can have an equation?
Yes, centrifugal and any of the pseudo forces have equations by which you can calculate them.
Would the centrifugal force be a pseudo force though, or actual force?
Just because it's a pseudo force doesn't mean it isn't real.
Then what would be the difference? Why would what would it be the point of putting the caveat of pseudo in front of it if it's equivalent to the real thing? What distinguishes one from the other?
Well, because the force that slams you up against the car door when you take a hard turn isn't an actual force, but it's still real, right? And the force that slams you up against, the reason you slam up against it is due to inertia, right? But it's still something you can calculate, and it still will kill you. I mean, if it's strong enough.
Yeah, it's all inertia due to disequilibrium. Every force.
Inertia isn't due to disequilibrium. Inertia
Sure it
is
is.
Yeah, but that force that you're talking about, Brenda, about getting smashed up against the car door, that has behind that, it has a cause. So you can say it's a pseudo force, but there's a cause behind it. What's the cause behind the pseudo force of gravity?
The unequal distribution of mass causes space-time to become distorted, right?
No, it's not. It's lifting a solid up. That's what causes it falling back down, is lifting it up. Putting energy into it.
No, that was debunked like hundreds of years ago.
No, it wasn't. I promise you, if you don't put energy into something, it won't move. I promise you.
Yeah, it will. It will.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will. If you remove a support of something that's resting, like say on a platform, and you quickly remove the platform, it will move.
Wait,
it will fall.
so what did you have to do to remove? You had to put energy into removing that platform, did you not? You're not going to move nothing at all. Wait, hold on, don't interrupt me. I waited for you to finish your bullshit. So to move the platform involves applying energy. Okay.
To the platform.
You're not going to move nothing without energy. Period.
To the platform, not to the object resting on it.
It still involved energy. Okay. You could dig a hole underneath something. You're not going to move it down or up without energy. Period.
That's wrong. I don't have to touch the object at all. I simply have to.
I didn't say you have to touch the object. You could blow hot air onto something and change its density. You're still going to have to. It's going to. You're saying you can move something without energy, and I'm telling you that that's possible.
Yes, I just told you how. You remove the support that's holding it up.
Which involves energy.
Yeah, so what? It's not energy involved in the object. It's involved in
That doesn't matter. I can move objects 10 different ways without touching the object. Okay, I can add salt to the water. I ain't touching the object. I could heat it up. Okay, I can.
That's touching it.
I can hold on. I can change the temperature of the medium that it's in.
Yeah, that's touching
okay?
it. That's
all
touching
them it. And no, I'm not. All them involve. The platform's touching it, Brenda. The platform's touching it. You're not going to move something without energy.
I can remove it without touching the ball, but temperature is touching the ball.
No.
Yeah, but the platform ceases to touch the object.
Yeah, I just remove it quickly, right? So that
the thing's not touching it anymore. Oh, so it's just hovering above the platform.
No, it's
resting. Brenda thinks you can move something without energy. She's lost.
It has potential energy as it's resting on the platform.
And you got to get it out of equilibrium. You've got to apply energy to.
No, I don't. All I have to do is.
Yes, you do.
Brenda, you are a delusional individual.
If you walk outside right now, nothing's moving. Anything you see move, and anything you take out of its equilibrium will require energy. There's no getting around it.
And why are you saying that if you remove the platform, you're gonna need some form of force to remove the platform?
Yeah, but
it had to get up on the platform to begin with. So You're trying to be slick, but even for a tree, if you want to say an acorn or an apple falling, it takes energy from the sun and the water and the minerals from the ground to grow up in the air. It takes all that energy to get it up out of equilibrium for it to fall. Nothing gets out of equilibrium. If you want to say a mountain, then it took like an earthquake or the continental fucking plates, whatever, however you want to explain them, crashing into each other, rising up. You walk outside, nothing's moving. Everything's in harmony, and you're not going to move anything without energy. You haven't got it out of equilibrium to begin with.
I'm simply going to stick by this because you're just wrong. I can quickly remove, say, a platform that is holding a tennis ball, and if I remove it, like say I'm balancing it on my tennis racket,
and you're touching the tennis ball with your tennis racket.
Removing would require force, Brenda.
Yeah, how did you get the tennis ball up on the platform, Brenda? How did you get the tennis ball up on the platform without energy?
Oh, it takes energy to put it up there, sure.
Don't
so
even
you took it out of equilibrium by lifting it up there.
I can't hear you when you both talk over each other.
Brian, don't even entertain the idea of the energy putting the thing up. Just talk about what she's talking about, which is removing, and emphasize that in removing something, you have to apply some sort of force.
Goodness.
That was a funny
Goodness
noise.
sake. So I have to apply force to the tennis racket. So I'm holding a tennis ball on my tennis racket. I'm holding it out there. I have to apply a force to the tennis racket to move it out of the way, but I apply zero force to the tennis ball and it falls.
And you think it's because
how
of force?
Did the tennis ball get on your racket, Brenda?
It got on my racket by my lifting it up and putting it there.
And the racket got heavier. Hold on, due to the mass of the tennis ball, that's how much heavier it got when the ball got on the racket when you took it out of equilibrium.
No, it's not heavier. It weighs the same.
You can't. There's no getting around it, dude. You could listen. I know you're very slick, but you're not gonna get something out of equilibrium without. You like to start your equations with something already up in the air, or something sitting on a platform, or something sitting on a racket. You never want to talk about how it got there to begin with.
Why if I dig a hole under the tennis ball, does it keep falling into the hole then?
So you dug a hole. You just you spent energy, okay, to get it. You create. Hold on. Let me finish. You created a disequilibrium by digging a hole. Hold on. By digging a. There's no getting around this, bro. You can try and be slick, bro. But listen, you dug a hole to change its equilibrium. You had to spend energy and dig the fucking hole, bro. There's no getting around this. Nothing moves when it's in harmony.
You can't just say because it takes energy to move something, therefore that's the reason this thing accelerates.
Well, we got to start from scratch.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not even a start. That's like you just snubbed yourself right in the banana.
No, yeah, okay. So we walk outside. If we're gonna do an experiment, we're gonna start from scratch. We're not gonna start with something already up in the air and measure it. We're gonna start with something with everything in harmony. Nothing like when you walk outside your house right now, nothing's moving. So for something to move, you're gonna have to add energy to it. Period, dude. Nothing's gonna move. You can take it out of equilibrium by adding energy and digging a hole. Okay, or like I said, you can a tree takes energy from the sun and water minerals from the ground to grow up in the air to get out of equilibrium. But it takes energy to get shit out of equilibrium. But it's always gonna seek. I mean, to get it in disequilibrium, it's always gonna seek its equilibrium. And you're not gonna move nothing without energy, without adding energy.
Well, things don't have a will, Brian. They don't seek things. They just move in reaction to a force. Gravity
isn't that seeking though? When they're moving in reaction to something?
Have intent. They don't have intentions. They simply move when the force is applied to them.
It's almost like they're seeking, right? Like they have to survive, or
things don't have, unless you think that rocks have wills, right, and are alive.
Well, rocks are our distant cousins, right? According to your people.
So I don't think that they're alive. I don't think
that was funny.
Right. So
I still can't believe how you're telling everyone that gravity is a fucking force. So you don't agree with Einstein's theory of relativity either.
I told you it's a pseudo force.
Yeah, just like you're a
But
pseudo
what?
man.
Don't
I mean, a
distinguish
pseudo
the
woman.
difference between the two.
It's a pseudo force because it's not fundamental. It is due to other things.
Like
I'm putting all my smoke
listen, if
detectors
I
on
were
the
to take
floor.
this coffee cup and slide it across the table, right, and then it all of a sudden wants to slide back to me on a level table, then I would go, oh, maybe he has something there because I've taken it from its original position, added energy to it, and it came back. But that doesn't happen.
If I roll a tennis ball across a table, why does it fall down when it reaches the edge?
How did it get on the table, Brenda?
I put it there.
I told you, no matter how slick you're going to be, you're not
was
going to
made
fucking
on the
get
table.
something out of equilibrium. You're trying to start in the middle again. You're
was
not
made
telling us
on
how
the
you got it
table.
up on the table to begin with.
It was
Brian,
made on the table.
It's all buoyancy and density anyway.
The tennis
So-
ball is made.
What was made on the table?
The tennis ball.
Yeah, what was it made out of, and how did that stuff get on the table?
It's
Bro,
made out
y'all,
of
why are you trying to be
asteroid.
slick? Why don't you just accept reality?
It's made out of a meteorite. Meteoroid.
Yeah, I can accept that. I can accept that it takes energy to put something on a table, right? But when it's sitting there on the table, it's at equilibrium.
Until you
No,
reach
it's not. It's in a rest. It's in a rest. It's not in
That's what
equilibrium.
At
equilibrium is,
equilibrium.
dude.
Equilibrium is when there's
No,
a
you've
balance.
already added the energy. You've already added the potential. You've already put all the potential energy into it. Now
the
it's at a
ball
rest.
still imparts,
As long as you have it in your hand,
action
it's
on the
also
spring,
in a
dude.
rest. And the
With
higher
the
you
ball
lift
on
it,
the
the more
scale on the
potential energy
table,
you give
it's
it.
Listen to me. The ball's still imparting action on the spring. There's still a force present. Just
Right.
because
The weight.
it's at
The weight. I
equilibrium,
already told you that, dude. It's W equals
those are three
MA.
forces coming together to create a net force or a equilibrium.
Right.
And
W
then
equals MA. We've already been over that, bro. You must have joined late.
Not at rest the way you're saying that it's at rest or at equilibrium, like wherever you
Yeah,
put
equilibrium is W equals
Equilibrium is a
MA.
very arbitrary word. It's a very arbitrary word, right? Because you're saying there's no force, but equilibrium, the definition is when forces balance out. So you got to make up my mind. You
Disequilibrium.
can't have my cake
No.
and eat it too.
When forces balance out. Okay. No, I'm talking about equilibrium. I'm talking about nature. I'm talking about not starting your examples after you fucking like already tried to do something. I mean, to me, that's being slick, bro. We come to the conclusion that W equals MA, and A is due to disequilibrium. Okay. In other words, nothing's going to move without
That's
weight.
not what
Everything
A
has a
means.
weight. Everything has a weight. Okay, by nature, and it's harmony. Okay, but nothing's going to move.
Acceleration, Brian.
Nothing's going to move if you don't put energy into it.
A means acceleration, Brian.
That's what I said. Acceleration due to disequilibrium.
Due to
Hey, Brian,
disequilibrium isn't acceleration.
Hey Brian, I think that
Yeah,
they're
and the
they're
definition
confusing
is
that
exactly
you're saying that it takes a force to get it out of equilibrium. They think that you're saying there's no force, there's no pressure already there. They're thinking that
Yeah,
just
no
because you're
kidding.
saying it takes a force to get out, that you're saying that the force isn't there, but you know the force is there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The force
So
is
don't
natural.
confuse that. Whoever's trying to jump on him for that reason.
It's
Okay,
natural.
so-
It's natural weight. It's just mass. Weight is mass. If you want to measure it, then you say W equals MA. But like I said, there's a harmony for everything, and it ain't just shit dropping down. It's going up too. Like if you want to add energy, you can add energy to the medium. You could add energy to what's supporting it if it's in a rest, or you could move things. You don't have to affect the object itself.
The word is at rest, Brian, not in a rest.
No, yeah, whatever. It's a rest. It's natural equilibrium is interrupted by something. So
It's not in a rest. It's not in a rest. It's not in a rest. It's at rest.
Yeah, no. If it's natural equilibrium is interrupted, then it's in a rest.
No,
It's under
that's
arrest.
that's not really a word, Brian. That's not it's
Yeah.
not even an English word. That's not a word.
How it's arrest, not a word. Okay, look it up, Brenda. You want me to post it?
Arrest?
Something held against, like held against your will. Held against your will, like if you hold something against its will. Its will is to go back down to the ground, and you've got it in arrest. You're holding it up against its will.
You're just not using words correctly, Brian. This is just completely wrong.
An IQ.
Yeah, well, at least I ain't trying to be slick and say that you can move things without energy. That's fucking retarded.
Things
said that.
move.
Well, I mean,
Things move because of gravity. It applies a force, causes
You still ain't gave me an example of something moving without energy.
No, it has energy.
Yeah.
It has potential energy just sitting on the table.
It's kinetic when it's moving.
Yeah,
and
it has potential energy if you lifted it up and put it on the table. Yes, that's correct. But if you didn't move it to begin with, it's in equilibrium.
No, it still has potential energy, Brian, because it has at a distance from the center of the earth. If you dug a hole all the way to the center of the earth, it would fall all the way.
Well, get a shovel and prove that, Brendan. Go ahead and get me a shovel and show me that, please. Because I think that's horseshit. There's no center that everything gravitates to.
How about this, Brian? How about this? Rephrase that, Brenda. How about this, Brian? You can dig a hole as deep as you can, Brian, and the objects will still fall all the way down to the bottom of the deepest hole you could possibly.
The more
dig.
energy you put into that hole too, the
Well,
more
have fun.
potential. The more potential
You're not putting
you're
energy
giving
into
to that
the
object.
ball.
No, I didn't say you had to touch the ball. I've already said you can put energy into changing the medium. You could put energy into undermining something or overmining it. Okay, if something's going to go up, if a helium balloon is underground, you could put energy into digging above it. Okay, to get it out
Brian,
of
they're confusing again. Hey, they're confused. They think that you saying that you're putting energy into digging the hole is putting the energy into the ball. You're not saying that, are you?
Yeah, he's trying to.
No, he's
I'm
not. That's not what he's saying.
Y'all are trying to move stuff without. You're trying to move shit without energy, and it ain't happening.
Yeah, but Brian,
And gravity is not a force. So
Brian,
you can't
you're
move
not
something with gravity.
Force, Brian.
Brian, you're not saying that the energy goes into the ball, right? That's what they're confusing.
No, W equals MA. The weight's there. The weight's natural, and there is a resting place for that weight.
He's not saying that, you guys.
I'm confused. If gravity was a force, I mean, in your paradigm, is the moon getting closer or further away from Earth?
I don't see how that's. It seems to be like a really.
It seems to be that gravity's not a force holding the moon in place, is it?
Gravity is like I said, a pseudo force. It's due to other things. It's due to the fact.
It's a theoretical force, basically.
It's not theoretical. I mean, it's
it's theoretical. It's the bending and warping of space-time, which is a theoretical concept.
It's an actual force for
And
which
space-time is completely theoretical.
No, it's not.
No, it's a
really?
measured
Show me space.
acceleration,
Show me
Billy.
time.
Yeah, time. Clocks measure time. Rulers measure space. There you go.
You know,
I'm gonna
that
go bend
space-time
some
is a
hunger.
concept.
Clocks
Warp
measure
some
time
freedom.
and rulers measure space.
It's a conceptual medium, Brenda. You know that.
There's no such thing as a conceptual medium. You're just parroting nonsense by Nathan.
Space-time is a conceptual medium, period.
What is a conceptual medium?
It's a concept, Brenda. It's a theory.
Can I have concepts about real things? Is red
Sure, you could
a
have concepts
concept?
about real things.
Is red a concept? Does the fact that
Sure.
red is a
So is
concept?
Jew. Jew's a concept too, right? But it's also a real thing, right?
Yeah. I can have ideas, which is a concept, about real things.
Sure.
Right. So I wouldn't want to reify that and think that the concept about a thing is the same thing as the thing itself. Would I? I
Right.
wouldn't want to.
You
do
can have
that.
a theoretical concept about a thing, correct? Yes.
Yeah, that's what we have.
But bending that theoretical concept is not a real thing necessarily.
I'm not bending the concept. I'm saying that
Yes,
there.
that's the theory.
No, I'm not bending.
That is
I'm not-
confusing.
the concept isn't being bent.
But space time is,
Right. Space time
which is a concept.
No, the concept isn't getting bent. The space time is.
Yes,
Yeah, like putting pressure on the putting
That's
pressure
the
on the floor
theoretical
on the putting pressure on the floor wall.
Pressure is a concept. How can concepts put pressure on a floor wall?
No, so is a floor wall.
Yeah, but that's just a concept.
It's
How
like
can you
space-time.
have a bendy concept, Brian?
You
Exactly.
have
How
bendy
can you
know,
have a
man.
bendy concept? You tell us.
Yeah.
On the
Pressure is just a
we measure the freedom love.
Pressure is just a concept, Brian. How can a concept cause things to get warped and bent?
I don't know. How do we measure freedom love?
Yeah, so this is just concepts.
You talk about measuring space time, or then measure freedom love, measure your floor wall, measure all
No,
your.
now he's trying to equivocate pressure to the concept of time of space time,
pressure is
as
a
if they're the
concept,
same
isn't
thing.
it? Pressure is a concept, isn't it?
Pressure's not a concept. Why would
Yeah,
pressure
it
be a
is.
concept?
What do you mean? It's an
consequence or
concept just
something?
means idea. If I have a concept.
Oh, so
of
anything that's an idea is also now just a concept because it's an idea as well
That's
as
what
a
the
real
word means. The word concept means idea.
right. But you have no proof of this theoretical concept called
I have no
space time.
proof. Yeah, I have no proof of pressure. I just have the concept.
No, you can prove pressure.
No, it's just a concept. You can't prove it. It's just a concept.
This is a really poor attempt at equivocating those two things.
It's not equivocating. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
So if you push on your
You can
face
say
with your
that again.
finger, you can't prove that you're putting pressure on your face.
A face is just a concept.
A face? Your face is a concept?
It's just a concept. It's a word. It's an idea. Don't you have an idea of what a face is?
Well, what about the front of your head, where your eyeballs and
My head is
like
just
mouth
another
are?
concept. This is just another concept.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they're all concepts.
You are an insane person.
No,
Brenda,
I'm
Brenda, they might be concepts, but listen, I can apply pressure to a tank or a balloon. I can change the pressure. You can't change the time. You can't apply time. Okay, pressure applies to things. We can change it. We can manipulate it. Okay, it's referring. Hold on. It is referring to the state of something. Okay, the state of a medium. Okay, time. You're not going to change the time in something. Okay, you can't change the time.
Concept. These are just concepts. These are just concepts. You can't change things with concepts.
I can change the pressure. Can I? Just
No, you
change the
can't.
pressure, Brenda?
You can't. Concepts don't change anything.
So according to Brenda, I can't change pressure in an air tank.
That's right, because it's just a concept.
That makes you a donkey, Brenda.
No, I'm showing you how absurd your position is.
No, you're proving our point.
No,
Yeah, no shit, dude.
I'm showing you
You're
the
starting to give me autism, bro.
I'm showing you the absurdity of claiming that space-time doesn't exist because it's a concept.
and here's your example.
Complimenting the absurdity that we're trying to show you.
Exactly. That's what you're doing by saying that we can't change pressure because it's a concept. But what we're telling you is that I can change the pressure in this air tank.
Well,
okay, it's not the same as time. So show your absurdity.
Apparently, this is over your head, Brian.
You saying it's over his head is laughable and so ironic.
This is over his head. He doesn't understand that I'm showing the
And you're going to
absurdity.
double down on
I'm showing the absurdity of saying that space-time doesn't exist because it's a concept.
What has time, Brenda? What can you change the time in? Because I
Time
can
is
change
just a concept, Brian. Time is just a concept.
I'm not arguing that. You keep repeating it, but I'm not arguing
It's just
that.
a concept, Brian. You can't.
I'm not arguing that. You can keep repeating it. I'm agreeing, okay? But I'm asking you, what can you change the time? Okay, but now you equivocated time to pressure. And what we're saying is you could call pressure a constant, you call it whatever you want, but I can manipulate pressure in an air tank. I can manipulate pressure in a balloon. I can change the pressure. The pressure applies to real things. So it's a concept that applies to real things. You can't apply time to nothing. You can't change the time in something.
Yes,
Okay.
you can. You
Show
can,
me time.
yeah, you can take a timer out, like for a kitchen timer, and set it to 1 minute, and the time will change 1 minute at a 1 minute per minute.
So you can count your concept of time. You can measure your concept of time. You can't change it. It's going to go and do whatever it's doing. It's something. It's a concept that doesn't apply to real objects.
I don't have to change it because time is always changing.
You can't change it. You can't compare it to pressure.
Yes, time is always changing. We are always moving in time.
Somebody snap a roller in half, a foot now becomes 6 inches.
Right. So just as you said, Brian, that you can change pressure, right? I can change space-time by getting two masses together, and that will change space-time.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
That's
No, you
what
don't.
the Cavendish shows. The Cavendish
No,
shows
it don't. No, it
that
don't.
when you yes, it does. It shows when you bring the two when you bring the masses together, they change space-time.
No, it don't. It does. It
You
shows
can
that
just say,
lead.
"Oh,
It shows that.
nuh-uh."
It shows that sometimes lead attracts lead.
No, lead doesn't attract lead. It doesn't. It isn't due to the mass attracting anything. It's due to the mass changing.
It's not
space-time.
mass, Brenda. It's not mass. It's lead. Call it
No,
what it is. It's
lead has
lead.
mass.
So I'm going to make an experiment, and I'm going to call it the Brian dish, and I'm going to say that mass melt. I can melt mass with temperature. Mass melts with temperature, so I can take a torch to a lead ball, and it'll melt. Okay, but then if I take it to a log, the log's not going to melt. So I can call the lead mass, but if I'm going to call it for what it really is, lead, then the experiment proves that lead can attract lead, not mass.
You understand that Cavendish used different materials, right?
I've seen it in action. I've seen it not work. I've
different
all
materials.
with different materials. I've seen
You
it
can
not
use
work.
different materials, and it will still work.
Show me.
Yeah.
Okay, because I can show you.
Experiment. It's in his paper.
But you can never
Blue
fully
Marble
eliminate
Science put a
electromagnetic.
sandbag up to it, and it went opposite. So what happened to the mass and the sand, Brenda?
Yeah, I didn't see that part, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's unlikely you're capable of even understanding what happened. The point is,
how come the mass of the shed doesn't affect the Cavendish experiment where it took place in the first place?
Mass causes space-time to bend, to distort, which causes the torsion arm to swing.
Total
towards the
theoretical.
lead.
Completely theoretical
It's not
concept.
theoretical.
So
it's
according to Brenda, the sand doesn't have mass. That's her logic. Since the sand repelled, the sand doesn't have mass.
Oh, you can take that up with Blue. He can tell you what happened.
Blue Marble
I'm
Science
just
is a
going off
hack.
what you're saying. You're calling lead mass. Okay, and I just told you that my experiment where heat melts mass. Heat melts mass, right?
Mass is a general property of material things.
Right. So heat melts mass, right? Does heat melt mass?
No, it doesn't.
Then mass don't attract mass.
I never said it does. I said that mass
Yes, you did.
changes space-time. It doesn't attract things. It changes
There's
space-time.
no such thing as fucking space time. Quit until you can apply it to something. Until you can apply it to something, quit talking about it like it's a real thing. Space time.
It is.
The word.
It is a real thing. It is a real
It's a
thing.
formula. It's a formula, Brenda.
Yeah,
There's
so
no
is-
such
so
thing
is
as
air
space
pressure.
time.
Air pressure
No,
is a
you're
formula.
equivocating. You can't compare pressure that we can apply to air tanks and balloons and different thing, rooms, everything. We can change it, we can raise it, lower it. It's real. Space-time is not. It's a formula,
say
Brenda.
that,
It's
but-
an equation. It's a formula.
Except that we can bend space-time. We can literally bend it by bringing.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't bend nothing that doesn't exist,
Show
Brenda.
us bending space time. Literally show us. At least she's not saying mass attracts mass, and she's trying to use the Cavendish with the bending of space time. That's hilarious when you think about it that way.
They
This is
didn't
a
have
new one.
a
I've
full-
never heard anyone use that like that before,
They didn't
conflating the
have a
two.
full. They didn't have a full understanding of gravity at that point. That was in the 1700s. What? So 300 years ago? Was 200 years ago? I don't remember. Right? So there
Yeah,
you
because
go.
Einstein didn't invent it.
They don't have a full understanding of whatever that it is you're talking about. Theoretical concept of space time is the way of explaining it now,
Yeah.
but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is because you can't prove space time.
I just demonstrated that. The Cavendish bends space
No, you
time.
didn't. No, you
When you
didn't.
bring
And it's
the
not a
two,
proof anyway because it's not a real experiment.
yes, it is. When you bring two masses together,
You can't bend something that doesn't exist.
when you
What's
bring
your independent variable? What's your independent variable?
when the distance
What's
between
your
the
independent variable in this experiment?
I just told you.
What's your independent variable? What?
I just told you. You weren't listening.
What is it?
It's the distance. It's the distance between them.
So distance causes space,
Yes.
depending on space time.
Yes.
Distance causes
Yes.
it.
That's
Distance
how
is the
gravity
cause.
the strength of gravity.
Distance causes space time to bend.
You have to let me finish sentences when you ask me questions. The reason it's an independent variable is because gravity is the strength of gravity is due to the inverse proportion to the distance between masses. So the distance is the independent variable. You vary the distance and you vary the strength of the gravitational.
Okay, so you're trying to prove
funny.
gravity.
Good.
You're saying distance causes gravity.
No, I'm saying that the distance between the masses is what causes the strength
So
of the
distance
gravity.
between masses causes gravity.
It causes the bending of space-time.
Prove it.
Causes
Can't
gravity.
prove it.
The Cavendish proves it.
You have an interpretation of an effect that never eliminates electrostatics or electromagnetism.
Yeah,
You know you can't fully eliminate it. You know you can't, and it causes that effect. That effect is provably caused by that. Until you try to eliminate it, and you can never fully eliminate it.
If you read the Cavendish, he went to great lengths to isolate it from electrostatic forces. He went to
He
great
said
lengths.
at the end of his experiment that it could be temperature, and he's got to do further experimentation to be thermal disequilibrium.
Yeah, there were thermal currents, and even Blue talked about this. It's in one of his videos, and how.
Yeah, but Blue didn't show the temperature inside the masses. Okay, inside the big mass is the same as the little mass. So the radiation. Okay, the radiation itself. That's what Cavendish said that it could be is the radiation from the temperature of the radiation radiating from the center of the ball. So until Blue shows the temperature of the center of the ball. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's what's on the table right now. No, he did not. You're lying.
No, he did.
No, he did not show the temperature inside the balls.
Yes, he did.
You're lying.
Counted for.
How did he do that, Brenda? How did he show the temperature inside the balls?
The ball it has a uniform temperature all throughout it.
How did he show that? That's what's in contention, Brenda. He didn't show it. You're lying. Don't lie. It's bad enough. It's bad enough arguing with a donkey, but I'm not going to argue with a lying donkey.
The gravitational interaction is not dependent on temperature.
Well, what happened, what Blue thinks happened in one of his experiments is that there was a temperature gradient introduced at one point in the torsion bar, and it caused a current within the enclosure, which affected his results a little bit.
Okay. BioDual did it as well. If you know who BioDual is, he did it in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, he's been grilled on that in here and totally lost.
Yeah, have you seen that vacuum chamber he's talking about? You're calling it a vacuum chamber. I call it a tube. Like
this just sounds like a use.
I'd like to talk to BioDual because I just went and looked at his Cavendish and the way he explained it is nothing of the sort. But I'd like to talk to him directly. I'm not going to talk behind his back.
Isn't Blue the same guy that said that butane inside a pipe is an example of gas pressure without a container?
Yes, it is an example.
Oh, so the pipe's not a container then? Shit.
That's correct. Because I'll tell you
pipes
why.
aren't containers. Okay.
If you don't
So
interrupt
buckets
me,
aren't containers.
if you don't
Cups aren't
interrupt me,
containers.
if you don't interrupt me, I'll explain it to you.
I'll
Right?
clear the air
Yeah,
for you,
explain to
Brenda,
me
but
how
you
a cup
explain
of
how the
pipes
If
walls
you
of that
don't
container.
interrupt me, I will explain it to you. Right?
Oh Lord.
So Nathan and Quantum Eraser both said in a previous video that a open container.
No, that's a lie. They said the walls of the container. They define pressure as the walls of the container.
So why are you interrupting me? I'm trying to explain this.
Because I got to keep you honest. They define pressure
you
as
don't.
the pressing on the walls of the container.
Stop interrupting me. Learn some fucking manners.
Oh,
Brenda, I tried using. Hold on, Brenda. I tried using an example of a.
Learn some fucking manners.
Okay, Brenda.
The first time I went on Nathan, hold on. The first time I went on.
Hey, everyone, stop. Both of you need to
Brenda.
calm down and take a breath. Brian, just for a second. Brenda,
Yeah.
chill out. Brian, chill out. Take a breath.
I'm not the one who needs to fucking chill out.
You are still screaming, so obviously you do. Just take a breath and have a decent conversation. There is no reason.
All right, then
behave this way. You know that.
allow me to explain without being interrupted.
Okay, then both of you need to show respect to one another. And you screaming, yelling obscenities is not going to do that. Like, just everyone chill. Thank you.
So Nathan and Quantum Eraser said that the aquarium holding the gas, the heavy gas, I forget the name of it, was not a container. Therefore, Blue, using their definition, he was justified in saying that an open pipe is not a container because it's open.
Hold on, I'm next. Now let me respond. Hold on, let me respond.
Shut up, you guys. This is.
We heard you, Brenda. For fuck's sake.
This isn't gonna
We
work.
heard
Brenda. I'm
you.
gonna have to start muting people. I'm gonna have to start muting people.
Yes, do.
And I
Please.
will mute you because you're the one that is screaming.
I am not.
Just
I'm not the one who's interrupting.
Take a breath.
Yes, we heard you. Now let me
She is
respond,
being
please.
interrupted quite a bit.
Dude, she just made her point. I'm trying to respond.
Both of them need to chill. They both need to chill.
Right. So Nathan and John both said that there was an example of the.
We fucking heard you. Now let us respond.
Would somebody please mute him so that he can't interrupt me
Brian,
again?
you've got to chill out.
Server
You're
mute
not
him.
helping this.
Server mute him.
I will mute both of you. I'm giving you one last chance. If you guys cannot get it together, I will mute both of you so we can move on to a different conversation.
I'll shut up. Just tell me when I can respond, please. Just tell me when I can respond.
Yeah, let Brenda finish what Brenda wants to say, and then once there is a pause, then you can let's be adults here. It's all good. Just chill.
It's not my fault when people interrupt me. So what John and Nathan both said was that the aquarium in which the hydrofluorocarbon gas was in there, and they floated a tinfoil boat on the gas. They said it was not a container. And so then Blue said, well, then my pipe, which is open at the top, just like the aquarium was, is also not a container. And then what happened is that Nathan equivocated and said that it was a container, and he just pretended that he never said that the aquarium was not a container. So this is the origin of this, and you can find it on Blue's original videos. He gives you the audio of Nathan and John both saying that the aquarium is not a container.
Okay, now can I respond? Okay, before Blue made that video, the first time I ever went on Nathan Oakley's, I tried to, because I was like, man, I can show pressure without a container, and I can even gauge it. All we got to do is take a cup and put it a glass and put it upside down and into water, and it'll push the air up. The air will stay in, and if I want more pressure, I can just push it down deeper. So I can actually gauge the pressure. And this was way before Blue made his video. And they said, no, the glass is a container. And I was like, oh, all right, well, I didn't think of that. And they defined a container. They defined air pressure as pushing on the walls of the container. In fact, in the definition of air pressure, what Blue did is misrepresented them when they said that the fish tank is not a closed container. They were not holding to the challenge. The challenge still stands, as we want to see pressure without a container, and the definition of pressure is defined by pressing on the walls of the container. And if I know my PVC pipes, they have walls, Brenda. So, bam.
Yeah, that's not the definition of pressure.
Well, to have a container, people, ladies and gentlemen, you need to see which way the gas, the liquid, whatever is going, and you have to halt its progress in that direction.
No,
A cup of water is a container for water, even though it's open in the top, because where's the water going? Downward. And what's stopping its progression downward? The container of water, keeping it from going down and outward. Since it is not going up, unless you're talking about evaporation, it is containing the water as
Yeah,
is.
so
And
it's
so
not
the pipe would
containing.
be a container as long as it stops the progress of the gas, whether it is open-ended or not, in one end or not, as long as it's halting its progress in that direction. It is technically a container granting pressure.
No, it's not. If I leave a glass of water on the table for a week, that water will be gone. It'll all evaporate. So the glass
Just said
fails.
that.
The glass fails to contain the water.
In the sense of it being water that is whose progress is stopped by being contained in a container that keeps it going from going down and out, it is a container. Now, it's not a container for the purposes of evaporation. It would need a container to contain it on that side as well to be a full container, yes. But it is a container for the purposes of water, which goes down and out in the form of water before
Oh,
evaporation.
okay. So congratulations, you proved Blue Marble correct. He showed that butane in the lead pipe is a container. Thank you.
Right, because it has walls.
Yeah,
What?
it's a container. It's a container.
Yes. So
It's an
so
open-ended
it's an
container.
example of
That's not
gas pressure
Yeah,
without a
but
container.
according to you, it's a container.
an open-ended container. But in
Yes,
that
a
Right. We
container.
want to see pressure without a container, Brenda.
Are you special needs? That was the whole point. He was putting butane gas inside a container and trying to claim it's gas pressure without a container. Is there something wrong with you?
Oh,
Well,
Do you need to go
is
take
it?
a nap?
Well,
it's
which
an
is it?
open-ended
Is it a container or not?
It's
It
an
is a
open-ended
container. It always has been a container. It's got walls.
Yeah, that's not what Nathan and John Quantum Eraser said was a container.
Oh,
They
so they
said,
dictate what containers are for everybody on Earth. They're the ultimate
for their
authority on what a
examples,
container
yes.
is or isn't.
Their examples, yes.
How is their example different, Brenda?
They said that a container is one that is enclosed on all. No, they said that a aquarium, which is open at the top, is not a container.
It's not a
Yeah.
sealed container.
No, they said it was not a container. They sealed, they didn't say at the first time. They said that later. So
Well,
the open pipe with butane in it is not a container according to their challenge.
I need to see what their definition is, but you can have
Well,
an open-ended
you can-
container as long as it
yes,
stops
you
the
can-
progress of the thing. That's technically a container.
You can hear the audio on Blue's original video. He posts the video of them talking about it, and they say that the aquarium with the hydrochlorofluoro dioxide in it is not a container.
No, they don't. No, they don't. She's not honest.
Yes, they do.
No, they
That
do
is a
not.
lie.
They're not talking about the challenge. The challenge
is a
still
lie.
stands.
That is a
Brenda, the
lie. You
challenge.
can check-
Quit interrupting me. Quit
you can
interrupting me.
Brian, you're live streaming, by the way.
Thank you, man. But listen, the challenge still stands, Brenda. We want to see gas pressure without a container. Blue showed us gas pressure with a container. Doesn't matter what they said. They ask it every day. And you're saying that they're saying the fish tank ain't a container? Okay,
That's
you're
what they
taking it out of
said.
proportion. You're not honest.
No, you can check Blue's video. It's on his video. You can check for yourself.
I see him twisting their words. Okay, that's not honest.
He quotes them directly.
Post it.
No, you do it. You do the work.
No, I already did. I told you what happened. So to get you to re-listen to it, so you'll see you're wrong, I'm telling you to post it.
Okay, so things were said. I don't know why we're going to focus on semantic nitpicking. We have a clear definition now of a container stopping the progress of a material before it goes down, out, or in the case of, gas, up and out and around. If the gas is dense enough to just fall down, then an aquarium would be a sufficient enough container for that dense gas, which is going down and out as opposed to going up and away. It would be a sufficient container in that regard, unless it evaporates and goes out of the container in that sense.
The thing is, if the aquarium never existed, that little tinfoil boat won't float.
It would need to be contained to have enough medium there for the boat to act on. Otherwise, it would continue going down and out to the point where it dissipates and there's little to none left to act on. That's why the container is necessary.
Yeah, why can't he just show the PSI of butane, just delete the pipe, and just have the butane hanging out there? Oh, he can't do that because the pipe needs to contain the butane, doesn't it? Oh, wait.
Yeah, in the most intuitive sense of I was push to talk. I probably blipped out this freaking push to talk. But the thing is, we intuitively know that pressure requires a container, but the globers need to invoke a definition that doesn't have a container because they have a gas ball next to vacuum space with no containment. And so their model necessitates a definition of pressure that is non-intuitive and unnatural for the mind. Most people think of pressure as something pressing against some sort of boundary or something else. So we need to reject their definition as inadequate and frankly mystical. It does not match our everyday experience, and we have to invoke it to make the ball make sense.
Absolutely. I mean, if it was so simple, all you could do is say wind blowing on a billboard, and then all of a sudden Earth becomes a globe. I mean, or just use the example of the hexasulfur, what's it called? Hexasulfur fluoride? Yeah. Used as the example inside a fish tank. I don't get why Blue had to put butane in a pipe. So it doesn't even make any sense on the face of it. But anyway, I'm preaching to the choir on that, so. Oh, I guess
Pressure would require something to press against. That would mean that they would have to eventually accept that there is some sort of probable covering, dinner plate, dome, or whatever over a flat Earth. And rather than accept that, they're going to use mystical, theoretical definitions that go nowhere and war against the mind.
I think it's understandable that Brenda left because there is no argument against that.
Let's reason together.
She's a really low-level glover. Like, she's not even good at it.
She's a true
Do you
believer.
guys really expect to be reasoning with Brenda? Like, come on, bro. Like, it's been
No,
2 years.
It's good
the
for our
same rhetoric.
side. You know how many people went to Flat Earth because of her arguments?
Me for one. She put me off the fence. Her and Rumpus.
She can't be bargained with. She can't be reasoned with. She has no pity, and she absolutely will not stop until the flat Earth is dead. How do we
that's
stop
because she's
her?
a Satanist.
How do we stop her? Laser tests, infrared, and long distance imaging.
Shoe is a natural phenomenon.
Do.
I remember the first time Blue came out with that fucking gas pressure without a container shit with the container. And he was putting in his video, and in the video I put in the comments, yo, bro, what the hell is a liquid arm, bro? It's like 75% container, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, no shit. It's like just delete the pipe and then you'll prove your point, but you need that pipe. Like it's silly. Ugh.
Hey, Brian, by the way, you did a great job on your debate with Mr. Senseless.
Yeah, thank you, man. I could have pinned him down a couple times, man, but I kept it civil. I like debating.
Oh,
him.
yeah, you went easy on him, but you didn't have to do anything more than you did.
At
He was
best, Brian, at
pretty bad.
best, you've disproven the radius of the Earth. At best.
Right? Yeah, no doubt. Dude, we don't even have to black swan them in debates nowadays, but it's always there if we need it. But they got to pin me down for me to start getting technical on them. I'll beg the question with them and still challenge the shit out of them.
That was funny when he did his intro, and you're like, "Oh, that was a good intro." So straight to Wikipedia, huh?
Yeah, like am I debating? Because he was reading, like, dude, you're sitting there reading. Am I debating you or Wikipedia?
Right.
and it's like the whole notion of like handing like the response to authority, right? Like, how could you even battle Wikipedia? You know what I'm saying? When you present Wikipedia to the masses, they automatically assume that they're correct.
Yeah. Crazy, man. I'm still waiting on a response from these people, man, because like I said, the Coriolis, the consequence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, because they have to claim that it's the same. You know, I know that the Globers don't, the real globe people, but the anti-flat earthers do. They claim that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and it's the same reference frame. So if it's the same reference frame, then there's consequence to that. And like I said, if any bullet, anytime it's going up above the tangent, it's reversing. It's reverse Coriolis until it drops below the tangent. And almost every projectile you see for the most of the flight is up above the tangent. Some of them never get below the tangent. And the ones that do, it's only for a split second. But if the atmosphere is rotating and it's the same reference frame, then it should be reversed. Their formulas are backwards. Still waiting on a good explanation against that. I knew I wasn't going to get one from him, but I still wanted to point it out.
I didn't say the atmosphere moves lockstep. Only flat earthers say lockstep.
But I'm like, man, it's almost like it's like we're not moving at all, huh? You say, so the atmosphere is moving with
Yeah, that was
me.
hilarious. You're like,
So
oh
it's
wow, it's almost like we're not moving at all.
Go figure.
Oh my god. So it's not lockstep, but it's totally like we're not moving at all. Yeah, they're screwed on Coriolis. I mean, that basically ends the conversation, in my opinion, right there. Way out of that one.
Like somebody used an example of a cloud the other day. Like you get a cloud that was formed at the North Pole, and then it drifts down to the equator, and it can't keep up with the air in the equator. I'm like, oh, so the Earth's moving under the cloud that came from the North Pole to the equator. No, well, everything's moving at a different rate than that cloud. Yeah. I'm like, so the Earth underneath it's no. I'm like, well, what the fuck is it then? Like, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, they do want it both ways, though. And where's the energy coming from of what keeps the atmosphere moving faster as we get higher? That's one that's puzzled all of us. But I could have. I mean, he was saying that. I mean, I showed him Wikipedia. I showed him where Wikipedia said that there's 3 different star paths in my opener, and I showed him where Ballers had pretty much agreed, and even in my opener I had a little split second in there with Stellarium, and it shows on the horizon. There's a little bit. It ain't a lot, but it's there, and it shows the 3 paths. So they don't deny that. It's ever so slight, but it's there. And so Orion's belt stays center on the equator, and the rest of Orion, yeah, it spreads. And you can measure it. It's not much, like I said. I keep repeating that because it's important, but it is measurable. And I show that by going to sun calc, and wherever the sun's at, it follows the stars or the moon. Wherever it's at, you do a time lapse. It's gonna wherever it's at in the ecliptic. That's the trail it's gonna take. Out of the 3 paths, it's gonna take one of the 3, and that's measurable. So I said we can't get shadows from the stars, and we can't have the sun in multiple places at once, but we can use our logic and go to sun calc and measure where the sun's at in the ecliptic, and just assume it's the star in that position. And you can see the arc above the equator, the straight line at the equator, and the anarc below the equator, and measure that they're separating from each other. Stars are. That's why, and he was talking about like they got to be together for celestial navigation. Well, celestial navigation has them separate, and I don't even think on the horizon they even use celestial navigation below like 20 or 30 degrees. And but even then, they have it broke down into quadrants. So it's a whole below the equator is a whole different quadrant. There's 4 quadrants. It separates into 4 positions: east and west of the prime meridian, and north and south of the equator. So that doesn't have any effect on what we witness, what we see.
I'll have to look into that some more. That's interesting.
I don't know why not feeling the several different movements at all of these different speeds isn't more capitalized on, and it's all about curvature. The arguments seem to be a lot of times, or Coriolis, or these kind of things. But I mean, radial speed's not the same as surface speed to begin with. So we're talking 1,000 miles per hour, literally, right? And how a lot of flat earthers just accept that, oh yeah, we could be moving all these different directions and not feel it because of the threshold that you've defined that we would be able to feel. And that's just
You're
like,
right,
oh, we're not
dude.
going to argue that point. That's just ridiculous.
I've been in
What
this
is
so
that
long, dude.
simple?
I've been in it so long. I go to the advanced arguments. I forget about the simple, obvious shit. And here's where you're absolutely right: is they try and compare us to like being on a train or something and going in a straight line. And but by
Yeah,
their
one linear
definition,
speed,
anything
not
going in
just
a circular motion is accelerating. So putting us on a straight traveling train is not.
automatic.
Yeah. So that's a good point.
Not
I need
even
to go back
comparable. I mean,
go back to the basics sometimes.
how they get away with that just being like all accepted. Well, we don't know until we find curvature. No, you would know if you're on a spinning ball going in several different directions at millions of miles per hour. You would know.
Yeah.
I don't care about the mathematics and the vector maths all coming down to one little equation that uses G and then the way that they have it, so that you would just accept it if you're like completely mathematically minded only. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous. I mean, that ends the conversation as well.
I mean, and it's an elliptical orbit, which means acceleration and deceleration.
Yeah, and
Which is
momentum
always
changes, everything, and direction changes.
And if you want to take it one step beyond that, they say that it's just out of our range of being able to feel it. But really, the rim velocity is off the fucking chart. But like the Cavendish, it should never sit still if it's that delicate. Like the Cavendish, unless you're at the equator, anywhere else on Earth, the Cavendish is so sensitive to movement, it should never sit still. Just because we can't feel it, don't mean we, instrument like that should never come to rest if the Earth is moving the way they say it is. That's way more sensitive than human perception. So they're stuck any way you look at it.
You should have heard Brenda in here like a week or two ago talking about how there's some data that she was shown that actually shows that not only did the ring laser gyros show the rotation of the Earth, but it also showed the orbit around the sun. I'm like, show me that data. She wouldn't come up with it, of course.
Well, just like they say, perpetual motion devices don't exist, but isn't the Earth a perpetual motion device, and can that be harnessable? I mean, the whole thing's retarded.
Dude, who heard that? Talking about the Russians, man. The Russians went and they tried to, because mathematically, and theoretically, the precession of the gyroscope would be free energy. It'd be extra energy from the motion from the wheel. So you'd get out whatever you put in on that, but the precession would be extra. So from the Earth rotation, and so mathematically, so they worked on it for years. They said for decades they were trying to harness the energy from gyroscopes. And I was thinking, dude, this was Action Lab, and he showed the article where they were working on it for years, and I think it finally collapsed. The program collapsed, and I was like, at some point they should have just come to realize, hey, maybe we're not moving. You know,
Right.
They tried it for decades, man.
It's so obvious. I don't understand how grown men actually still believe it after they take a critical look at it.
How many years before you realize, though? I mean, when I hear decades, I'm like, dude, at some point they should have gave up. You know, maybe Ptolemy was right. Maybe we aren't moving. You know, because everything about this says we should be able to harness this energy, but we're not getting any inertia from the precession, and you don't. It's weird. That raises a lot of questions. Like, I like, you know, sometimes when they come in, I got a million more questions. I had some of them written down, but I need for Glover to come in to ask, like, how much force does it take how much force would it take to stop the ISS? If there's no gravity at all, how much force would it take? That would lead to other questions. I don't think they have a clue. Like, they don't have a clue of where Coriolis is supposed to start. Like, where does the atmosphere stop? Like, give me an idea. You ain't got to tell me exactly, but like, what mile mark? Like, so if I'm halfway to the moon, am I still rotating with the Earth? You know, is it 100 miles? Because there's no air past 10 miles. There's hardly any atmosphere at all. So how are these balloons that are way up above the air where they stop moving? How are they still rotating with the Earth? If you're gonna tell me a balloon's got it's conserving momentum? No.
That's when they
We only
chant
got like one
conservation of
baller in
momentum.
here, or Grim. Maybe Grim has an answer for that, or Kosh.
I don't think Grimm argues for movement. He argues for the globe, but I don't think he'll argue for the motion. I don't think.
I don't really argue for the globe. I argue against the pro-vaxxers and the shit like that. I try not to argue about this.
Pro-vaxxers?
Yeah. You know, people who are all gung-ho for the mandating vaccines, you know, all that nonsense.
Oh, so you're an anti-vaxxer. Sweet. Well, that's a step in the right direction.
Not too many people that I've talked to that haven't had friends or family get damaged from this shit.
Mm. My whole thing with vaccines is how do babies get hepatitis B? Like, I don't see newborns going to clubs and shooting up heroin and banging hookers.
Yeah, it makes no sense, dude.
But you got to remember, though, all the people that push all that are the ones that are telling you it's a ball, too. So, I mean, it is what it is. Trust the science.
Yeah, I don't know too many ballers that are anti-V.
Ah, now I see Mr. Grim V. Okay, that makes sense.
Dude, you know what? Bacon, I just looked at this paper, and Bacon had oh shit. He said that he did the flat earth he did it on the AE map, my formula, which I should have brought that to McToon's actually. but it worked perfect on Google Earth, so I just presented what worked. I never even tried it on the AE map. I mean, I messed around with it, but anyway, I never locked it down. But he just tried it for the southern hemisphere, and after applying my equation, he said it was off by 100 miles. But I just looked at it. He had, which is pretty close when you're talking about a 2,500 mile distance. But this is southern hemisphere too. But he had the moon outside of the ecliptic by like a little over a degree. So that right there would be the 100 miles, is having the angle almost 2 degrees outside of the ecliptic. So if the moon is in fact in the ecliptic, then which it should stay within the ecliptic, if you ask me, that would account for that 100 miles. But I got to double check all that. I don't, something ain't right there. But that's what the AE map was for. When it says scientifically accurate as is, them arms on it were for the azimuth and the declination. I bet, man. There's a conversion. I got to figure out the conversion, and once we do that, then we'll have it down pat. Because there's no way they put scientifically accurate as is. That thing's detailed. If you look, you zoom in on it, it's pretty fucking detailed. And there's nothing but pretty much ice, ocean ice, down below 60 degrees. And I don't see nobody proving us wrong by going way down south. But because, I mean, I don't know. Even the races, they only drop below 60 in one place, and then they go right back up. And if you think about it, why do these races? If you're gonna go around South America, okay, and the further down I get, the shorter of a trip it should be. So I would want to stay down low because I would shave so many miles. We're talking about thousands, if not hundreds, or maybe a couple thousand miles off your race if you stay down close to 55 or 60, and they go back up to like 50, and I think they go even up to like 45 in some places. I think they average about 50. But why would they want to take a longer route and sail down to go around South America and then go back up and to go further? So I showed one race. It's one of my videos. I don't think it got but like 100 or something views, but it's another globe. It says another globe distance anomaly, where they show that they go back. The guy tries to shave time off, and he goes up toward a channel. It's a famous channel. I forgot the name of it, but it's in the video. So he goes a couple hundred miles out of his way, like, and he winds up losing. I mean, only I think he wound up breaking even. But if he went 500 miles out of the way, up toward the equator, he should have been. How's he shaving time by going up toward the longer route? I think he shaved like 100 miles or 200 miles. I forgot what it is, but it was a strong point. Because if in the globe model, if you're heading up toward the equator, you're going a longer. It's not a shortcut on a globe. That's a long cut. But they specifically said he was trying to take a shortcut. I need to rewatch the video to even get the damn details right, but it was blatant and obvious. And if you don't think about the shit like we do, you'd have never caught it. But I caught it because I was like, wait, that ain't a shortcut on a globe. That's a couple hundred miles longer. But anyway, I'll post it for anybody to watch. Short video.
I never followed up to figure out what happened with that debate with John and McToon about him losing the bet, or supposedly losing the bet, and he should owe the money, and then both sides were claiming victory about the sextant. Whatever happened with that?
When I was trying to post that video, they both are sticking to their point. I mean, I could give, if I begged the question with the Glovers and give them the assumptions, I could argue for them, but that comes with all the assumptions, man. So if you're going to get technical, like I said, if you're going to measure with no refraction on either model, we can agree that underneath Polaris, there's no refraction. We move 69 miles and we triangulate that with planar mathematics. We get 3958 for 1 degree over 60 miles. 3958.7. There's no way that's coincidence. That's flat mathematics, and that's the baseline of a triangle with no refraction. There's no way. That's how they. I mean, it's obvious that down to the decimal that's the Earth's radius. They took the triangulation and they moved it down to the center, because it made it easier. Really made it possible to model. At the time, it had been impossible to model it any other way, man. As far as celestial navigation goes, to keep it consistent with the mathematics.
Right. They have to invert the celestial sphere into the Earth sphere. They have to convert that in.
Yeah, simply put, that's exactly right. That's what they did.
So,
But there's
how did John
consequences,
get
man.
past?
There's consequences, man, and that's what we're trying to point out to these people nowadays. They got to live up to the consequences of that celestial sphere being here on the ground, and one of them is the angles, and like the sun and the moon having to stretch out the ecliptic. These are things that are coming to light. I like to think I'm helping point some of this shit out with these
Yeah,
angles.
you are.
And stuff.
How is it that that the claim was that he was able to meet the challenge? Because you did the same, but there was, like, you used the almanac, and he said that was like having to do with the globe. Why was it that he thought that he was able to meet the requirements of the challenge if he couldn't use any globe?
I use Google Earth, and explain why we see what we see. In other words, this is why we're mapping it as a sphere, because it's actually flat, and the elevation profile on Google Earth will show that it's flat. But this is why we're mapping it as a sphere, and gave him my reasoning and my equation. But I knew he wasn't going to pay. I didn't expect him to pay. I just wanted him to quit saying that we can't use a flat Earth to navigate, because I knew I wasn't going to get the money. But I figured it would shut him up as far as quit claiming we can't do it. But I just proved that his shit's airtight, where you have to invent your own map. I'd have to remake a map. And so in other words, the map they have, even if it's empirical and we can measure it, and that's the celestial sphere, not the ground curving, here's the mathematics behind it, that ain't good enough. They've already got it as a ball. It's theirs and theirs alone. Just like 69 miles per degree, that only a ball, can never happen on a flat plane. Like where every 9.8 meters per second square, something falling at that rate, only on a globe. Refraction, nope, refraction only on a globe. Everything empirical they claim is only on a globe. So how can you argue that?
So this other guy that was, I think his name was John or something, that was, they were saying that he should get the money or whatever. Like, what was it that? Why is MC2 not paying up to him? What was his excuse for this guy?
I don't know about John, but I think that had to do with the mask. Oh, I don't know, man. I seen that, and the guy was. I need to look into what he's talking about. But what I wanted to say is Trulon did that model for navigation. He did the transforms, similar to what not the same, but similar to what Steve Torrance and them did in the FE in the FE4. But so he come up with another model just for navigation. He starts it off in space. So his argument to McToon is he's using an argument similar to mine, but he's starting off in space, in free space. So because I told him, he asked me what to expect, and I said, well, you're going to kind of have to bring your own map, because that's what he got me for. And so he used free space for his and showed how it works in free space flat, and instead of using Google Earth. But McToon, he won't. I ain't found out why he won't pay Trulon, but I thought Trulon had a.
Well, because he never planned on paying to begin with. It was all just to make it seem like a challenge that flat earthers couldn't meet because it's a globe. and it's backfired, and you know, to some degree at least, and he'll never pay it. He was never planning on paying it. That's the whole reason that nobody should even pay attention to him. But he just looks worse and worse.
Yeah, yeah, he's acting like it's one way and that's it. And no, man, that's not an honest stance, man. Like I'll concede that, hey, if you do this and you do this, yeah, it can work on a globe, but it's not gonna. The mathematics don't work on the surface of a sphere. Okay, that's why they had to move it down to the center. Okay, they want to act like, so any empirical measurements that we're getting here from the surface, that's what Nathan and them argued. Like these measurements we're taking in real life from the surface. Okay, your mathematics aren't working from there. Now, if you want to try and take it down to a place that nobody's ever been, you know, and act like that's proof for a sphere, that's fallacious. I agree with them, you know. So you can make the mathematics work with assumptions and taking your measurements and moving them to a place, like I said, that we've never been. Then that doesn't work. You have to move the sun and the stars like infinite distance away. There's assumptions. There's things they have to do to make their rules work. So they did all that to get rules to work and then claim it proves a sphere. That's a fucking joke. So if we're being real, we're getting these measurements from the surface. So let's do the mathematics and apply them from where we're getting the measurements and not from a fictitious place that may or may not exist. You know what I'm saying? So they got a solid argument, man. I will give them that. You know, they cut shit off at the knees. And like Nathan, don't let people beg the question. He won't even let flat earthers beg the question. So when they start trying to move measurements and shit from places they didn't take them and make assumptions, no, it's the same as everything else. He nips it in the bud and asks for proof. And so their argument is solid. Anybody who wants to know mathematically, he's got them stuck where they have to prove other shit with any other argument, you know, like their radius, Al Bruni, all this shit, you know, it's all using the model to prove the model, man. Where'd all this proof come from to begin with? Doesn't exist. So I like Travis, the plain truth, Saint Nick fallacy. Like where, you know, where did the shit come from to begin with? I can't even try and repeat it, man. I wish he was listening, man, and come in and tell us the Saint Nick fallacy with the reindeers flying, dude. That's awesome. Like where did this shit come from to begin with? If reindeers can't fly, why do I have to explain how Santa can go to millions of houses in one night? I haven't proved that reindeers can fly. Does it? But it's awesome, man. Shout out
I
to
haven't heard it
Travis.
yet. That sounds good.
I probably butchered it a little bit, but dude, the way he says it's awesome.
Yeah, you get the idea.
And a fallacy he invented too, I'm pretty sure. It's a good one.
Well, the Santa Claus fallacy is, I mean, we've been using that since the start, right? You know, Santa Claus isn't real. You know, prove me Santa Claus is real.
Right, but his style of debating, I like his style because he tries to prove the underlying proof. He always tries to take them back to the actual proof. Like, you know, where are you getting this? Where'd you get that? You know, because they just like to stand on the shoulder of giants when the giants ain't showing no proof. Where the proof's coming from? They're not. They're all assumptions.
Standing on the shoulders of assumptions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd have to do to build a false belief system. You'd have to have things that actually are assumptions, but can be kind of passed off as being real or stable enough that people will use them as like an axiom. Like certain things that people either don't question or won't question, and then that is what allows the rest of the belief to seem logical.
Yeah, the Copernican principle. I like how Witsit keeps bringing that up. It's a philosophical decision.
Yeah, it's funny they call it the Copernican
never acknowledge
revolution.
it.
No, go ahead, Brian.
No, he speaks it to all of them, and none of them ever acknowledge it. All we ever get is we don't understand or misinterpreting. Like some of the quotes are crystal clear and directing his point, his topic. They're directly addressing it. How the hell are we misinterpreting a direct quote? They never address it. Has anybody heard any people addressing any of them comments from these
No,
physicists?
they're just trying to pick apart, like if that was exactly what the person said, or was it out of context slightly, or all these other things. I think there was one that he couldn't find again. It might have been from a different book with a different publication, or maybe it was even scrubbed from the internet. Some of these things they're trying to get rid of information possibly, but the actual thing that's said is usually ends up being about what he said. And it's like a long paragraph anyway. So I don't know how you could take 3-paragraph long sentences out of context. That's what they said. That's what they said. And even though they may be saying something different, and that's the other thing, quotes are, hard to prove anything anyway, because they could be saying the opposite because they're supposed to. There's like a certain protocol that they have to meet, and that's obvious, right? The Copernican principle, the philosophical decision needs to be what the going narrative is. And so if they say the opposite, then it's obviously what they were supposed to say possibly anyway. So it doesn't even matter if they said the opposite, right?
Yeah, but I think there's something to be said for context with any quote, to look at the larger writings, rather than just the quote. However, the quote is still, if the person wrote it and if it's a real thing that they wrote, then there's still validity to it. And I don't think that when Whitsitt is bringing a lot of those up, he's not trying to say that these guys, don't think the earth is a globe, but he's pointing out the actual philosophical admissions that these guys basically have made and sort of have to make. That ultimately a geocentric coordinate system works indistinguishably. Well, I would say there's actually problems with the heliocentric one, so it's not completely, but at least enough to pass, that a lot of those guys have been admitting. It's sort of like, well, we can't really prove it's not geocentric, so we're just going to go with this based on philosophical means. But a geocentric system can also explain the observations of the sky. And of course it can, because humans have done that since the dawn of time. We were talking to paid NASA shill the other night, and we were trying to go back in the story, Okay, so you got these Greeks and the Pythagoreans, right? So everybody thought the earth was absolutely stationary, and, the sky was above, and the celestial sphere and celestial navigation, for eons of time and all of that. And then these guys, in ancient Greece just blew our minds, these just absolute geniuses who looked at the sails of ships being obscured over distance and sticks in the ground. So from those two things, they just absolutely fried our minds and blew us away and said the earth was a globe. And then they try to claim that people actually believed that, until Copernicus came along. And anyways, we were just kind of having fun, kind of joking about that. It's like just that story alone, that humans had already had a planar earth kind of systems and, all of that geometrically, and water is level and all of that. And then all of a sudden these guys just saw some sticks in the ground and some observation of boats and then claimed it was a sphere. And then it took another 2,000 years or whatever for Copernicus to come along and do some writings, even though he still had no proof of it.
So I just looked it up, and the guy goes 500 miles, on a globe. He cuts from the path that everybody else is on, and to go through the Bass Strait. So he's going closer to the equator. So on a globe, they have him going 500 miles extra distance. So the guy goes 500 miles out of his way toward the equator, and they only gained 100 miles on him. Now, that is an anomaly from hell when you're talking about yachts. You don't have 400-mile differences in a day and a half. That's not possible. So, because they're only going a few hundred miles in a damn day, much less a day and a half. So this guy supposedly goes 500 miles out of his way up and then back down. They gain 100 miles on him. So here's what really he goes up. He's trying to take a shortcut, and the winds didn't pay off. And if the winds would have been favorable, he'd have shaved time because he shaved distance. But he had to, it's basically a shortcut. It's a chance. But it's not a shortcut. A chance if you're veering off the path to go to a longer path. If you're veering off the path to go 500 miles out of the way, that doesn't make sense. It makes sense perfect on a flat model because you're shaving distance, but you're veering off the path. So you're basically the distance you shave equals out because the distance you shave, but then you had to go up and then back down to get with the rest of the pack. And so if the winds are better, you're going to move out, you're going to advance further. But it doesn't make sense if you're going 500 miles out of the way and calling it a shortcut. I mean, it's hard to explain, but it's kind of self-explanatory in the video. It's about a 1-minute video. I posted it.
So if there was funding available, Brian, what would you want to do? What would be like your top couple, your top 3 things that you would want to do if there was, let's just say, unlimited funding? Like what would be the first things that you would go for?
We should be able to put this thing to bed, man. I don't even need I need a good bit of funding, but we need to have 2 teams, Team Globe, Team Flat. So we got about 10 people on each team and 20 people on each team. So we're split into 2 teams though. But on each team there's 10 flat, 10 globe. Okay, so one team starts off, we start off in Africa or whatever, or it doesn't matter. We could start off one of them at the tip of South America, one of them at the tip of Australia. Okay, similar distances from Antarctica, similar longitudes, let's say. Okay, and and then one team flies from their position to a base, to the closest base. So they can't pull any bullshit on getting to the base. We're not even really testing yet. We're just keeping them honest. So in other words, we know we're leaving South America, going to the closest base in Antarctica. So it's however many miles away. Okay, and then same people in Australia, they went to their closest base. Okay, now this is where the test starts. Is they leave Ross and we leave McMurdo. Okay, at the same time, we pass each other. Okay, because it should only be a few hour trip from about what, 5.5, 6.5 hours from McMurdo to Ross. If Antarctica is the size they say it is, and that would put at least the AE map, it would make Flat Earth a tough one to explain. I don't know, but here's the thing: if it's way longer than that, if it winds up being 10 hours or however long, 12 hours, then how's the globe going to explain that? You're only talking a couple thousand miles, okay, tops. But here's what it probably will happen. What seems to happen with everything else, it'll be like right in between. Like it seems like every anomaly, you could look at it either way and bring up good points. Like Mother Nature, she doesn't like being pinned down, man. It's crazy when you really look at the facts of all these arguments. There's always other explanations with every damn thing, dude. It's crazy, man. But I think that would narrow the argument down, because I think that the Australian base and the South American base, I think they're way farther than just a few hours apart in a plane. I think they're way far apart. That's why they don't fly amongst the bases.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That would definitely, especially on an AE map type of layout. Yeah.
That would at least narrow the argument down. You know what I'm saying? But I think that, in my opinion, man, that it would take way longer than it should, in my opinion. And I think they know that. I think these flights, you know, they have a couple special flights that happen every now and then. I think them planes are faster, man. I showed that on the with a 24,000 mile equator on a UN map. You're only talking 9,000 miles between Australia. If you look at the way the quadrants or the sections are broke down, you're only talking 9, maybe 10,000 miles. That puts the plane going on that flat Earth map going about 550 miles an hour. You know, maybe 600 if you want to. That's within reason. And they say that the Antarctic winds are the fastest. And you know, now that we're scrutinizing these flights, they're having to, you know, we're paying more attention to them. They're having to list some of the records and shit, like 800. They just listed a flight from New York to London or wherever. I forgot exactly which one it is, but it's in one of my videos where they 801 miles an hour, or no, it's 901 kilometers an hour. It's like 700 something, 750 whatever miles an hour. It's like, and then I think the fastest, the world record is like 800 miles an hour for just a regular Boeing. So they're having to, now that we're, you know, putting the spotlight on them, scrutinizing these trips and stuff, they're having to advertise them more, and they're going faster, man. They make up time. They never leave on time. So all they need down there is a plane. Look at the Concorde flew like Mach 1.5, Mach 1.5, or maybe even almost Mach 2. All they need is a faster plane. I already heard that the planes flying like the Antarctic and stuff, they don't have windows. You know, they give you a projection on a screen of what's out there. Like, what the fuck? Just give me a window. Why do I have a projection of what's outside instead of a
Right.
screen? And they have extra layers of paint and shit. I mean, why would you need extra layers of paint unless you're going faster and producing more friction? All they need is a faster plane. All Qantas had to do was get a faster fucking plane. And forget all the jet streams and all that, even though that they're listed as being the fastest on Earth down there in the southern extremes. Even besides all that, a faster plane's all it takes. You know, what's the argument?
Yeah, or that it's moving faster in the jet stream layers. Yeah, or both. But yeah, that would be because I mean, obviously I haven't been up to all those altitudes myself to test it, but at least from what is claimed is that those jet streams are moving at various directions, like at different latitudes, they're moving at different directions, dramatic speeds. So you could have one that's going east to west, but then at a higher altitude, it goes west to east, and then a higher altitude east to west. Like they're literally going, because of the way, like I think it has to do with the way vortexes function and the boundary line between them and the different directions. But if you had that going, then yeah, all you'd have to do is just basically surf those waves, surf those streams.
Right, man. I agree. And it's like, so the point is a faster plane is not that unheard of. So if you're talking about routes, like, look, these are long haul routes. Okay. They're not normal routes. They're special routes we take every now and then. So what's so far fetched about having a different plane, different engines, a different plane, more paint, whatever, windows, who knows? It's just a different plane that's especially for them routes. And, it's just not that far fetched to me, but yeah, the jet streams are going faster. But here's another good point: is that they say that the atmosphere drops down at the equator. That's where, like, Jaron had come up with the bunt cake idea, like the Parker map or whatever. Like but maybe just the atmosphere though. It empirically is lower at the equator, and it thins out toward the poles. So there you go. If they're up at 40,000 feet and there's less air pressure, then there's less resistance. They're going to fly faster, but they're going to calculate the speed of the ground. So if they're moving way faster because there's way less resistance, then they're going to calculate their speed based on the distance traveled on the globe. So we're never going to know. So they can't use that as proof. They can't use the globe distance to prove the speed because that's the fucking globe speed. You know, in a flat Earth, you just have to be going faster. So I don't. Between the South American naval or military base and the Australian military base, to me, would have to be further. And I think they know they are, or they'd already done this and put it right to bed. Just flew from McMurdo to Ross in 6.5 hours and shut it down. But they can't do that, or they already would have.
Yep. Yeah, dude. So what was the places you were saying of where if you had two teams like that, which were the locations again that you were saying you think would be?
I think the South American base is McMurdo. I think, man, not 100% sure, but if I got them wrong, I'll double check. But let me just.
Oh, that sounds right. Yeah, McMurdo is south. Yeah, that sounds right. South of.
I think McMurdo and then Ross, I think, are polar opposites. I mean, Antarctic opposites, but in our model, they're polar opposites. Like I said, in reality, it'll probably take right in between what it should take on a globe or a flat map. That's just the way shit seems to work out. But still, it's going to put more stress on the globe, and as much stress as we've already put on the model. You know, whether we've proven anything, that's up to every individual. But we've put enough stress on it where it's anybody who doesn't question it or hear us out is not an honest stance, you know, or just a willfully ignorant stance. We've put enough stress on the model.
Brian, take a look at the map. You've seen it before. I posted it. This is E1's map in the Livestream voice text. I was presenting this again with Witsit and a couple other people in another hangout, and a lot of time went into thinking about the distances here on these continents and where they're placed. How would this work with the fights that you're talking about? That the people that I was hanging out with were saying this actually solves the problem of those flights, and the shipping routes, don't go the way that you'd expect the regular map. They go the long way around anyway. So, what do you think with the distances on this map? Would it take care of that speed problem a little bit?
Hey.
So I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, this one because it has those two fields on it. That's always what I think of when I look at that one. But now
that's not bad.
Now I'm actually looking at the continent layout, and yeah, it kind of looks more like that heart-shaped Earth layout. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I have.
I like that though, man.
Yeah, E1 really thought about everything when he put this together. I mean, it's not just like a thrown together thing. He looked at all the flight times. He looked at all like the different details and the different objections. And he does think there's southern star trails, and he thinks there's two adjacent star trails in the sky, and one's going clockwise and one's going counterclockwise, just like it seems. Hey, maybe it's just like we observe, just like everything else that
it does seem like there's a shift, man. It does seem like there's a shift. Like if pay attention when summer goes to shift to winter or fall or whatever. I mean, everybody probably has noticed it one time or another. It's like, damn, shit just seems different. Like the sun is just off one day and it just feels cooler. Like the bitch made a change. Man, I really need to look at this more, man. I remember being surprised last time, but it's got to be something like this or close to it. It's a good one.
He thinks this might be it for sure.
Yeah,
he totally reconsidered the southern star trails too.
That's a little different than the last time I thought, though. Is this the same one you showed me?
I've been posting it for a while, yeah. There's different
So
versions
if it's
of
in
it.
the
but that's-
north, if it's in the north and it circles around, okay, let's say it goes past us, okay, and then and South America gets dark, and then we get dark. That's exactly how it happens. And then it's the sun's coming up for Moscow and China and Australia, and then it's coming back around, okay? And then in the southern hemisphere, when the sun is further away from us, I think we need a little declination by South America off the coast, but there's a fucking anomaly fucking down the whole damn coast, man. And the same thing with really with Australia, Africa for the satellites. They say that there's anomalies, and they call it like the South Atlantic anomaly, the South Pacific anomaly. And because of these anomalies, they have to link satellites to master computers, and they say with multiple computers, then they make sure one of them has it right. Basically, they're just an excuse to link to a master computer, so they could give you the information that fucking they want you to have, if you ask me. Because people probably who got control of satellites and got the remote control or whatever to them and pointed this shit out, like, hey, look at South America, this ain't right, and they're saying, oh, that's an anomaly. Or in Australia, people pointing it out, like, hey, my satellite's saying this. Oh, that's another anomaly. Or in Africa. So it's just fucking anomalies wherever they fucking need them, wherever it doesn't work out. They just call it an anomaly, link it to a master computer, sync it. They've got outs for every fucking thing. But it's just sounding more and more like excuses to me than
Well,
anomalies.
if this map is right, it's so frustrating. I'm sure for the ballers, if this could be, if there's no way to debunk this one, really, because not only do we have the Southern Star Trails, which is their main argument, their go-to is like, oh, that proves the ball. Well, no, we're including the Southern Star Trails. It's adjacent in the sky. We have two different star trails. They works just like thermodynamics, just like Ken Wheeler would show his, or just any of the iron filings on a piece of paper. We have a dipole and we have two poles instead of just a monopole. And it also gives you the continent layout that works with the flight routes. It also takes care of a lot of things with the the arguments that the ballers seem to come up with all the time. That this answers a lot of questions if it's right.
Yeah, but it seems like they would have already put this to bed, man. Like, if they could have, man, I don't know. To me, if they could fly from the Australia station to the McMurdo station, that like they're not going to do nothing for flat earthers. Man, they do all kinds of shit. They've spent so much money trying to fight against the flat Earth. I mean, millions of dollars probably by now. They would have did this, man. They one simple
Well,
little flight.
they're never going to admit. We're not going to ever force them to tell us the truth, obviously.
You don't even need to go to do it in. Oh, sorry, Pete. I was just gonna say you don't even have to do it in Antarctica. You could just do it even at like the 55th parallel, or anywhere between the 50 and 60 parallel.
Did
Oh, also he has Antarctica as its own continent, so it takes care of that problem too.
Did you say this projection answers flight routes?
It seemed to from some people's analysis. I don't know. What do you
So
think?
how do you fly from Australia to Los Angeles? According to you, we should fly up over Russia and then over the North Pole and down into Los Angeles, but that's not the route that we generally fly.
Okay, so does the flight route go the right the direction it should go? I mean, they don't go over the Pacific Ocean, right? They always go like
Actually,
the long way around.
No, they
because
go
of
over
the
the
jet
Pacific
stream or
Ocean.
something.
No, they go over the Pacific Ocean. They fly.
Okay, you'd have to show me. You have to. I mean, instead of just saying it, how does it work? Put the flight route with the actual globe interpretation, and then we'll take a look at it. I
Globe
guess.
interpretation.
This isn't my map. This is my friend's. But any feedback you have, I'll be happy to pass on to them.
So is this? Are you guys talking about the one that you posted? I actually just reopened it again. So is it the one that
one he
has like
posted under his name? The one with the sun on it.
It has two star
like a
trails.
sun and a moon? Yeah. So Paige, you're talking about flying from like the South America to
I'm talking about
Australia?
flying Los Angeles to Sydney.
Right, similar idea, but I was thinking more from South. Even you can go South America, but North America you could as well. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's why that one doesn't seem to link up because yeah, you'd have to go all the way up and around. Is that what you're saying to get over
Yeah.
to Australia?
It doesn't
So
here.
post the flight route that it would typically take or that it's claiming to take, and then we'll look at it.
That's why I posted that heart one because
Hard one has similar problems.
no, but it's a similar layout. I'm saying in terms of the continents, like it kind of almost squishes them down. Like it basically brings Africa and South America closer together and kind of curls it around. That's kind of like the one that New Perspective posted is similar to that. It doesn't quite have as much scrunchiness up at the top the way the heart one does, but the heart one's kind of more of like an artistic thing. It's not even really meant to be a map.
I've seen another archive map that kind of looks a lot more similar too.
But the one you posted in terms of, I mean, it's put on like a blue circle, but I mean, the layout of the continents, it's different than the like basic, square sort of Mercator maps that they give in terms of the globe type layout.
Check out my map.
It's
Check out my
different
map,
than
Gio.
that,
It
but
didn't
it's
take
almost
much,
a little similar in the way that the North America the South America and Africa are like almost parallel.
This map takes care of the flight routes because it's supposed to be a little more similar between Africa and Australia than and from in Australia to South America it's supposed to be a little shorter. So all I did here was move the celestial North Pole a little bit closer to the not right on, but a little bit closer to the compass North Pole. And that
okay.
Well, everything seems to work out pretty good, and it shortens the flight time between Australia and South America. So don't ask me about that one again. There's my answer.
Well, it does, but it doesn't work because then you just can't move the North Pole because you feel like it. You've done. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't. This is an
Yeah, you can. If all the latitudes and longitudes work, yeah, you certainly can.
No, you can't because it doesn't all the way work. Now you've got way more of your ice wall. There's no ice wall on the north part. What happened to your ice wall now? Your ice wall's gone.
Dude, how far off do you think it is, bro?
Way. There's no way that anything works.
Prove that. I want you to prove that.
Sure. Go on an airplane and fly the triangle that I just posted.
You the one who's got to prove it, okay? So we can't even fly over the North Pole.
Yes,
there's a 1,000-mile radius or diameter, or whatever, where we can't even get near the North Pole in a
that's
plane.
wrong because you fly over the planes fly over the North Pole every free. They fly within 1,000 miles of the North Pole every damn day, and they're doing it more now that they can't fly over Russia.
Yeah. So okay. Well, so prove.
So what's this thing?
Prove Russia's in the right place. So they can't fly over Russia, right? So
there's armed polar bears or something.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you can't fly over Russia, then how are you showing me any fucking map? How are you going to prove any map if you can't fly over Russia or China? Bro, that's big portions of the entire world.
You can't fly over China right now. That's
dude. You're talking about portions of the fucking world.
Right now, on this particular map, I'm not talking about flying over Russia or China. Can't fly over Russia right now because, well, yeah, a little.
Guess what, dude? All I got to say is that you can give me more excuses of why these planes are flying above the equator and then back down. You want to give me some excuses of why all these routes are going above the fucking equator to get from Australia to South America and then back down?
What percentage of the population lives below the equator? Do you know?
You can't use that, bro, because I already gave you the example.
What
no, you
percentage?
can't.
What percentage of the world's population lives below the equator? Do you know?
Doesn't matter, bro. If
yes,
that's your no, it doesn't, because I already give you an example. Hold on, you don't want me to say this, do you? You want to just keep interrupting? Mind if I talk? Okay. When you use that, I give you the example of the soccer team, the Brazilian soccer team, and half of their fucking country. We're talking about dozens of planes that went to the tournament in Australia. All the fans are talking about a big portion of their population, and they sent every one of these airplanes. Okay, not people where there wasn't enough people. We're talking about dozens of planes where they would have wasted millions of dollars in gas. They all went through Los Angeles, bro. That's a straight line on an AE map. So don't give me the excuse of the population ain't enough. We had literally dozens of planes that all booked and went through and stopped in Los Angeles on their way to Australia. So,
Okay.
so what's your excuse now?
But did they charter the planes or did they fly commercial?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does actually.
Yeah, of course. So give me your excuse. What's your
No,
new
it's not
excuse?
excuse.
It ain't the population now, is it?
It is actually. Did they charter
So
the plane?
dozens of planes.
Did they charter the plane or did they fly commercial?
Why would they send it thousands of miles out? Do you realize that
Do you
Los
understand how
Angeles
airlines
is
work?
just as far away from Australia as Australia?
Do you understand how airlines work?
So what's your excuse? I don't know. Tell me another one so I can stump it.
Did they charter the plane? Yes or no? Or did they fly the commercial routes?
Call it what you want, bro. It was dozens of planes.
Hello?
I'm sure they used
You didn't
every
answer my
service.
question.
They chartered, bro. They did commercial. They chartered them every service available. They used.
You sure about that?
Like I said, it was dozens of planes. So every airline available, they got all the planes. I'm sure they chartered some private jets. They did everything. But guess what? Why would they go to Los Angeles? That's just as far as Australia, bro.
Yeah, that's true, dude. It's way off to go up north like that on a globe.
Did they get the?
Of course, on a.
You understand what percent? Again, what percentage
straight
population
line.
lives below the equator? Do you know?
What do they say? 10?
It's like 12. Most of those peoples live in Indonesia, and the rest of them live in Brazil.
Well, I mean, there's people in Australia. I mean, there's a lot of places that are in the southern region.
Well, what I mean is, most of those people live in like Indonesia.
No, not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of people in Africa and South Africa, a lot of people in South America, Brazil, like you said, and various regions. I mean, yeah.
So 12%. So only 900. So only 960 million.
All of Australia, and then all of that Indonesian area. Yeah.
Look again. I mean,
He's saying like 12% ain't nothing. Wait, hold on, Gio. He's saying like 12% ain't shit, dude. That's 960 million people, bro. If you're gonna base it on population, I'm gonna defer you to the thousands of people who went from Brazil, or it was Argentina. I'm sorry, from Argentina to Australia, bro. Okay, and they took every flight of everyone available. I told you they chartered. They took every flight available. They booked every one. They had to accommodate. Every airline available, every charter, every private plane, every commercial airline. They used them all, bro. Do I got to repeat that again?
The answer is you don't know, right?
Are you hearing me?
No, I'm hearing you. I want data.
They used every route available, bro. They used them all. They had to they had to accommodate.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep asking me that, bro? What's your point?
Because you're just saying shit. I don't think you're.
No, dude. If you look into this, you'll find out that to accommodate thousands of people, you're going to need a lot of airplanes, bro.
What year? How many people?
Like 74 or 76 or something. I forgot. Maybe it was 86.
76.
I don't know. What does that matter, bro? Bro, give me an excuse. Don't just keep asking me bullshit questions.
What was the airplane's range in 1974?
Does that make Australia further away than Los Angeles? Does the year change the distance to Australia?
Hold on, you guys. It's getting
what airplane did they fly in
1974? What is the topic now? You guys are jumping topics, but I wanted to ask you, Paid, before, like, and I'm going to kind of jump one too. But Paid, what was the thing about the 12% people in the south? What does that have to do with any of these?
12% of the people live. Only 12%.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with who lives there? What was that point?
Well, you understand that airlines fly to make money, right? So they generally fly where there are people who want to go places, right?
They go from one place to another, yeah, depending on who needs to go places, yeah.
Right.
So what is the point about 12%
90% of the people live above the equator. Why don't you, you think that some of these routes are very lean. Not really, a lot of, there's only 12% of the people living down there, and very few of them probably want to fly from Santiago to South Africa.
So except when half the country wants to go.
What year? 1974? Do you have any idea what the airplane's ranges were in 1974?
Dude, I'm just guessing. Okay, I forgot the year. It's irrelevant. Give me an excuse of why they went. Listen, it's only 1 hour. Hold on, let me make my point. It's only 1 hour further to get to Australia, bro. Why would all these planes, every private jet, every econo, every jumbo jet, everyone they could get their hands on, everyone they could book, and all the ones they had to send in to accommodate, why would they send them twice the distance
Well,
when it's
I
only
gotta
1
look
hour
into it
long? It's only 1 hour
because
longer to get to Australia,
you
bro.
don't.
Can't say enough people because there was plenty of people. You can't say the year because that doesn't change the distance.
Actually, well, it changes how far the airplanes could fly.
So the planes couldn't go 1 extra hour to
I
get to
don't know the
Australia.
answer.
They had to go. They had to
I don't
go
know.
an extra
This is something new that you
8,000
just
miles.
brought up. This is something you brought up today, and I'll have to look into it. I think that so
Bro,
Argentina in
I've had the
1974.
same conversation with you,
No,
bro. I
I've
don't know
never
why
heard
you're
this one
saying
before.
that.
Never heard this one before. It's a new one. Argentina 1974 World Cup. It was on Australia, right? I'll look into it.
I don't know the year, man. I forgot the year. I'm not gonna just spit out a year and lie. I forgot the year. I think it was like late 70s, early 80s.
Okay. Anyway, I'll look into it and get back to you. In the meantime, it's after it's getting up at 1 o'clock. I'm going. Night.
They run out of excuses, man. When they bring one up, we look into it deeper. Devil's always in the detail, people. Just look at the detail, man. And he'll come back with some excuse like the population. So a billion or 960 million, just short of let's say a billion people are below the equator.
I
So
was
we
asking
can't.
him, like, what did that have to do with it? Yeah, it's like he was bringing that up, and that's why I was trying to ask him, like, what was the punchline of that? Like, just because there's not as many people, but that doesn't mean that flights and the Earth is not still what it is.
And then they had the Concorde back then. He's talking about the years, like we didn't have planes capable, dude. We had better planes back then. We had, I mean, even jets. We had better jets back then. They retired the Concorde. They retired the Blackbird. When you talk about military, they went to the moon back then, supposedly. I'm just saying, but no, we did definitely have better planes, faster planes, and just like they had to shut that shit down. They can't have a plane going 1,000 miles per hour and everybody knows about it because that's a globe killer, So back then they had planes. So basically they traveled an extra 7,000 or 8,000 miles just to get an extra 1 hour of flight. So like I said, Australia's not much further, if not about the same distance as Los Angeles. It might even be a little further. It's similar. It's probably a little shorter, but it's a similar distance, man. It's inexplicable because that they can't use the population. And then he's asking me over and over, about what kind of plane. I told him every airline available. They chartered they had to accommodate because there were so many people to fill flights. So they can't use the excuse of picking up extra passengers. And he just said himself that it's a business. They're trying to make money. So why would they waste millions in gas and all that time to fly through Los Angeles? It's because Los Angeles is en route. That's my opinion.
Yep, it's like right on the way. Yeah, and that would fit. Like this. Just posted this one. Again, yeah, that it's called the Pierce Quincuncial, but
Brian, are you possibly talking about the 2014 World Cup in Brazil where Australia played in the World Cup? They actually qualified for the World Cup, so people were flying
No.
from Australia to Brazil.
Oh, there's another one like that? No, I'm talking about from Argentina. I said the wrong country. I meant to say Argentina to Australia. It wasn't the World Cup. It was another tournament. And it was a while back. But so there's another one?
2014 Brazil hosted the World Cup and Australia did qualify, so I would assume a decent amount of people from Australia flew to Brazil. But it would make more sense if Australia or Brazil was flying to Argentina. There's probably a lot more support for soccer in those two countries as opposed to Australia. So you'd have more people traveling to Australia from either Argentina or Brazil.
Right. It's inexplicable for them to go that far out of the way. I mean, we're not talking about a little detour. We're talking about doubling the trip. It's just for goddamn ridiculous for them to insult us with excuses instead of like what Paige did was fair. Like, oh, I'll look into it. Like, but to
I don't know.
insult us with excuses, man,
I
insulting
don't know
our
if it helps
intelligence.
at all, but there's a guy named Josh Stone. That I just posted a video by. He claims it's a small Earth. The Earth's a lot smaller than they're letting us know, and they're making it seem a lot bigger. And so here's another option. You might want to check it out. I don't know, but he thinks the population's a lot less, and the plane's a lot smaller.
I'd consider that because I think they're already stretching the northern hemisphere. Look what they got to do, like make all the continents bigger. Like I don't know, there's evidence to support that, man. I'm not gonna just jump fully on board, but I like when people dig into and evidence stuff like that. It's always interesting to hear
Yeah,
different
he
theories.
says that that's one of the biggest things they're hiding is this small Earth, and that the planes don't fly as high as we say as we think they do, and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it is a pretty big cover up though. Like even just taking the layout of the AE map, something like that, and that all that southern region, that is a huge cover up in terms of like size.
Well, there's also that email that supposedly Taboo Conspiracy got from a guy, an anonymous guy that worked for JetBlue, and he was saying that what they log is not what they fly, and that that the logs are all meant to reinforce the idea of a globe. So if that's the case, then you can't rely on any kind of data that they're giving us.
Well, for starters, planes aren't measuring tools, right?
That's a good point. They could show us, basically whatever they want, man. Like them planes make up for ridiculous time lapses. In fact, I don't know if I've ever left on a plane that left on time. They always leave late and show up early. It seems like every flight I've ever took leaves behind, shows up early.
Oh, I've definitely been on some late ones.
Well, just looking up flight times or whatever, departure and arrival, if you just look at it on paper, it's not necessarily an accurate reflection of flight times. I feel like they build in a cushion so that they can say, oh, we are earlier, to avoid late arrivals. Usually the only time you're late is if you've already previously been delayed for the most part. I don't know how many times I've been on a plane and the pilot will say, we're taking off a little late, but we'll make up the time in the air.
Any of you guys ever caught a connecting flight?
Yes.
Any of you guys ever missed a connecting flight because your first plane was late?
No, but if I cut it, I was cutting it close one time, but it wasn't because the flight time was too long. The plane was already taking off late, like it was already delayed.
I'm sure it's happened to people before, but
Coach, so does that happen because of Coriolis Earth spin, or what do you think?
well, no, I think the reason that you can take flights that require multiple, multiple flights scheduled, sometimes pretty close to each other. The reason why you're capable of doing that is because usually flights are on schedule.
Yeah, because they can fly faster or slower to make sure that they reinforce the globe model.
Yeah, but if that's what you have to go with, that basically, anything can happen, and that they can will their speed, to match the globe model. But it doesn't seem like a very likely reality, right?
I don't
But
think
they
that's
have
what
some magical. They can just make their speed wherever they need to match the
I
globe
think
model.
they do all they can to reinforce the globe model. That seems very likely to me. Yes. I don't know if that's included, but they do go to extremes for that cause, for sure.
So when people ask why would they lie, they're really asking why would pilots lie? Because really pilots who are the ones who are perpetrating this this globe lie.
According
pilots
to
pilots have been coming forward, haven't they? Why are they firing pilots for coming out with truth?
Yeah, there has been, hasn't there?
You
All
forget
I'm
about
saying
shit
is,
like that. They grounded like the pilot. They grounded when other pilots find out about that. What are they going to do? You've heard multiple pilots say they flying over straight planes. They can't talk, bro. I mean, what don't you realize? How many examples we got to show you of pilots saying they're flying in flat and level, and you see a pilot lose their job, bro, get grounded. I mean, does that not
do you have a
sink in,
single
bro?
example of that? Do you have one single example of that ever happening? A
Right
pilot
off
saying
the
that and
bat,
then
dude,
getting
that lady
grounded
got
and
grounded, bro, and so you just don't acknowledge that. What's her name?
what lady
Dude,
got
I
she
gotta
got
get her
grounded?
name.
She got
Every time
grounded.
we have this conversation, I gotta pull this shit up,
Brian,
dude. This shit's getting old, bro.
Brian
She was a
Fairless was being
KLM.
asked.
She was a KLM pilot. I can't remember her name though, but the airline was KLM.
And she was grounded for telling people that she flew over a flat and motionless plane.
I think she was grounded because wasn't it Mark Sargent kind of outed her on accident, or he called her out as a flat earther, and they found out who she was, or something like that? Or is that a different one?
Yeah, that's the one I think. That was a long time ago.
Oh, sure, you are aware that anybody in positions that get targeted, anybody in public positions or public service positions you do realize there are Globers targeting us, right?
Okay, so why don't we find the one example of somebody claiming that they're a pilot and then telling people that they fly over a flat motionless plane and then them becoming grounded because of this?
Oh, dude, it happened live, basically. Do you guys remember with that? They had a woman on Globebusters who actually came on, and then right after she was on Globebusters, they grounded her literally like the next day. She went into work. She was a professional pilot. She was actually on Globebusters. I remember this. It was a couple years ago.
And what did she say on Globebusters and what was the reason for grounding her?
They wanted her to do mental psych evaluation, like she failed in the mental psych. Like she was crazy. They grounded her due to fucking mental capacity. It's horseshit, dude. But you're gonna question this. Just acknowledge it, bro. You know,
Just
look
answer the
into
question.
it.
Man.
Just look into it, bro.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're claiming these things, it should mean it's because you have the exact amount of evidence that I'm requiring from you, right? So that's why I'm asking these questions. Is
Bro, we
because
talk all the time. We talk all the time, and every time you ask me to
that's fine
produce
about
shit,
talking all the
I
time.
fucking jump through hoops and produce
That's
it
why
for
I'm
you, bro.
asking
I
these
mean,
questions, man.
dude, you
And
just had
if
three
you
of
can,
us back it up, bro. Can you just acknowledge
no,
it?
it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if 20 of you guys say the Earth is flat. I'm asking for evidence, right, that this lady was grounded from flying, but she doesn't work for the airport anymore. Did she fly the next day? What was she psych eval for? What did she say on Globebusters? Like, these are important questions. That's why I'm asking this. And if
No,
it's
they're
good enough for you, if it's good enough
hard-headed
for you,
shit.
then it'll be good enough for me.
Well, I mean, you just basically were asking about people being grounded and pilots talking about the Earth not being a globe. It was that on that topic, right? And so you were just asking, like, oh, are there any actual cases of this? And then I was just mentioning one in particular that I, but there's many others as well. I mean, they're not all grounded. They're not all. Well, they're not all grounded for it, though. I mean, some are. It just depends on what. I mean, there's some pilots that people have talked to that absolutely admit, yeah, the Earth is absolutely not, a globe. But yeah, it just depends on whether they're public about it and all that.
Well, I'd be satisfied with one.
Wasn't that recent? Wasn't that
One
recent
example.
documentary that Flat
I'd
Earth
be hold
documentary?
on,
All
man.
pilots giving testimonial.
I mean, if it'd be great if there was a single. This is what I'm saying. I'm scrutinizing the single one we have right now. So that's what I'm saying. This lady, if we said she worked for KLM, she was on Mark Sargent's or Globebusters or whatever it was. I'm trying to find out what she said on Globebusters, what she was grounded for, and when she flew again.
You know damn good and well what she was grounded for, bro. She
No,
went
no,
on
I don't
Globebusters
know damn
claiming
good
the
and
Earth.
well, dude.
We're
That's why I'm
telling you.
asking.
We're telling you, bro. Let me make this clear. She went on claiming the Earth was flat, and then she got a fucking mental psych eval. She got grounded for fucking mental reasons. Okay, I don't know how
Dude,
else
I
to
could tell
tell
you,
you, bro.
I could
Quit
tell
acting
you that
like
I
you don't understand
ejaculate golden
English, bro.
serum. I could tell you I ejaculate golden serum that makes you invincible. Okay, it doesn't matter what we tell each other, right? I'm asking you because you obviously have evidence that's convinced you, right? It means it should be readily available to me.
Dude, this has not convinced me of
You can tell me
shit,
where
bro.
you can tell
This
me where to
has not
find it.
convinced me of nothing, bro. You said, why ain't pilots coming out? We just simply told you that this is why. What, you know, they're fucking getting in trouble. The one got fucking in trouble, and most of us seen it. Maybe you didn't, okay? Maybe it's all bullshit, but anyway, it went out as her getting grounded for claiming the Earth was flat. So any other pilots, okay, which they've shown plenty of pilots, you've seen the videos where they say that the Earth is flat or they're flying flat and level. Okay, you might be able to come up with reasons. Okay, but any other flat earthers who are watching the same shit we're watching are obviously not going to go public after hearing what happened, whether it did or not. They broadcast it like it did. We've seen about Brian Mullen. We've seen them changing stories and changing internet shit. They change August Picard shit. Act like this has just not a thing ongoing. I mean, you can
Yeah, it's
ignore
just
it all you
one
want.
of
The
many
point is,
accounts.
that's
It's not
proof
like
shit.
the pilots convince anybody that the Earth is flat or any of that. It's like here's another thing that it's obvious that they're fighting this. So
Well, they are. I would say that pilots are especially commercial pilots, are definitely a more controlled industry when it comes to this shape of the Earth. You know, versus certain other industries where it might not be nearly as like if a doctor, let's say, just all of a sudden was had the viewpoint the Earth is not a globe. It's different than a pilot because of the the idea that pilots are up there and they're navigating and all that stuff. So I would say it is more controlled in that way. But Kosho, if you're talking about, I mean, in terms of that one that I brought up. It was years ago, so I don't remember. I definitely watched all those shows and went through the whole journey with everyone at the time. So I do remember it, but I don't have like the details, right on the top of my mind with it. But I mean, unless they took that video down, it should be on their channel, or at least you should be able to find it somewhere. But I remember they had, this woman on that was basically, she was a professional pilot. I believe it was a little bit more kind of somewhat military. It was like somewhat commercial, somewhat military, the type of flying she did. She wasn't just a pilot for like American Airlines from what I remembered, but she was definitely a full pilot and so on. And yeah, she came on Globebusters. I don't even really remember that she was super strong about the idea of flat Earth. In fact, I remember that she was even saying she's a little bit on the fence or whatever. Like it wasn't quite even what she was saying from what I remember, but she was, and going with it. And I just forget her exact position. I just remember that she but she was a little bit vague about
That's
it.
helpful.
She was somewhat vague
That's
about it,
helpful.
but she was on Globebusters, and obviously everyone was talking about various, flat Earth and all kinds of other things as well. So yeah, and then it was shortly after that she was basically confronted and then grounded, and then that is what I remember. What Brian was saying, there was some kind of like a evaluation, like a further. I don't know if it was full on like psych evaluation or just general. So yeah, I do, but I'd have to kind of go back and refresh my memory on it.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's what I'm asking for. Is just details. Because you're right. I can look into it or whatever. But I don't think any. I mean, honestly, we could go around telling each other whatever we claim, is the truth. And I don't. There's no reason we should be convinced by just us telling each other something. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I can look into it.
I mean, but she was definitely grounded like very quickly after being on Globebusters. That was my understanding of it all, because she was right on there, and then that news came out like, and obviously I don't have any way to like fully verify any of it. Obviously I've never met this woman and anything like that, but yeah, I mean, she was on the show and it was like a direct
Kosho, Kosho, he's trying to sum it up once again. You said, why aren't pilots coming forward? I was just responding to what happens to pilots. And
Yeah.
the whole point was is somebody, I don't think that her superiors were watching Globebusters. Somebody targeted her, found out who she worked for, and all I said, my whole point is flat earthers are being targeted. There are Globers out there. I don't think her superiors are watching. Somebody contacted her superiors and wanted action, okay, and they got it. And she's not the first. That was my whole point. You asked, I was just responding to why pilots aren't coming out. They are. They have. And here's my reason. I think it's at least fair for me to bring that up as why pilots aren't coming out more, because that's what happens.
Well, I never asked that, but yeah.
Oh, you said
What
yeah,
I said,
you did.
no, I didn't. But I was making a joke about what you guys always, what people always ask, why would they lie? And technically, what was being suggested was that pilots can vary their speed because they're, whatever they need to do to perpetuate the globe lie, they can vary their speed to make it match the globe. And so that would imply that all pilots that are flying commercially that need to vary their speed, which would be all of them, because they're all flying different routes all the time,
Why do you
they
think
would
I
all be lying.
responded to
That's
you?
what that implied.
Why do you think I responded to you about that pilot?
I'm just giving you an example for, as you said,
You're
somebody.
saying now that you didn't ask why pilots aren't coming
I just told you
forward. Why are
exactly.
they?
No,
Okay.
I never said that. Yeah, I just told you exactly what I said and what I meant by what I said. But regardless, yeah. Talking about this pilot, I can look into.
I was going back to look on Globebusters' channel, and it looks like they don't really. Do you think they have all their videos on there? It says only 78 videos.
Yeah, he deleted a bunch of his videos before, but the thing
Right.
is, other people.
I know Jaren's are listed on other channels. Do you know if they're one that
Yeah.
Globebusters are listed on?
That's what I was saying. Like I know other people mirror them, so I mean, I could look into it, find it. I'm sure, because if they had him on their show, then other people probably talked about them, and so I could look into it and see what's. If you say it's a lady and she was possibly military more than commercial, but are you sure that it wasn't a fighter pilot?
No, from what I remember, like she had both licenses, and I believe she had flown, if my memory is right on this, that she had flown some commercial, but that it was more of a. It was not. It was like I don't think it was quite like cargo flying, but like something in that vein, like partly military, maybe like military equipment or something like that. So she was, from what I remember, she wasn't just like full on a pilot for American Airlines, but it's not like she just had some introductory Cessna license or anything. She definitely flew all over the world and and flew all those commercial type routes. Yeah, you have to look it up. It was a couple of years ago. And then I don't know like if there were any issues that they took it down, because of what happened, or maybe she asked them to take it down or something. So that's the other thing. I don't even know that video. I mean, like you said, it's probably able to be found. Unless they took it down at the time for whatever reason of wanting to, help her or whatever, but I don't know. I don't know about that.
I posted a video from Mark Sargent's channel of the woman I think we're talking about. She's kind of giving a lecture on explaining how the gyro works, how, holding patterns. She possibly couldn't be able to get into a holding pattern if the Earth was rotating. There's a whole bunch of different stuff, but I think that's the woman who maybe Mark Sargent reached out to her after he saw this lecture, got her on the show, and after she was on the show, she got grounded. I'm not too sure. But it's not as easy as just being able to Google, like, pilot was grounded for believing in flat Earth, unless there's some type of media release. Because somebody getting grounded or fired from their job isn't like it's something that's ultimately searchable on the internet.
No, but with content creators, and especially people who do it for money. But I mean, there's both Globers and Flat Earthers who create content around this stuff and something like that. I'm sure if we're talking about it, somebody made a video about it even. But yeah, regardless, do you think these are two different ladies then? The one from Mark Sargent and the one from Globebusters?
Well, the one that, yeah, I'm not talking. Well, okay, I'm not sure. So the one that you posted, Napalm, is KLM Pilot. This is not the setup though, because the one that she was actually on Globebusters is what I remember, and then she got grounded after that. Now this one looks like this woman is doing a presentation, but is this the same woman? Is that the idea, or?
I think it's the same woman. I think she just happened to come on to one of the shows. I don't remember if it was either Mark Sargent or Globebusters after somebody kind of found this online, and I think got in contact with her, talked with her, got her on the show, and then I think she got grounded.
Yeah.
Her name is Lydia, and she was both on Mark Sargent and on Globebusters.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna think. That's kind of what I was thinking in my head before you said that. Yeah, that maybe she was on Globebusters first, and then Mark Sargent after.
Wait, Lydia? Are you
or vice versa? I don't know.
You talking about the pilot from 20? She was a pilot in 24/7.
That's not.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not talking about that.
What was her name? She was like from Alaska.
No, she was not from Alaska. There was
No, I'm talking about somebody.
There was an Indian woman, Canadian Indian woman who also was a pilot.
Yeah, what was her name?
The Dutch woman her name was Lydia.
No, but the one you're talking about now, the Canadian one. I forgot what her name was.
I forgot. Sorry, forgot.
She's real friendly, but she didn't come in too often. But she had a lot of stories too. You light water. You sound like you're Dutch.
I'm Dutch. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, what was this lady's name? It was I can't remember it, but yeah, she was native and she was from Canada. Yeah, she was a pilot.
Is she a flat earther? Is that?
Yeah, she said she was born a flat earther. She was the only person that I met that said she was born a flat earther.
But I mean, this conversation got brought up originally because we were talking about pilots and them talking about the Earth, and yeah, and just how much more of in terms of the industry that they're in, how much more of a threat it is for them to speak out about it in terms of having their job at risk than even other. And there's been many cases where it's happened directly.
Well, what about all those dudes that jokingly almost, like I forgot who it was, they always ask pilots and then they take the video asking the pilots and they say, yeah, flat and motionless and all this type of stuff. They didn't seem worried about it, and I don't know if there was any follow-up that they ever got grounded or anything,
But dude, even if there was one pilot who was grounded for this, doesn't that just, I mean, let alone if there's many, which clearly, I mean, there's my understanding there's many. So it's like, isn't that odd to you that just because somebody, even though they're good at doing their job and everything's fine, if they just have a different worldview or a different idea of the Earth, then that just makes them.
it would be odd to me. But like I said, it's not enough. It's not enough to hear you guys tell me that you believe it to be true. I know that you said you saw the evidence live, and so you're not going to have it on hand with you. But I'm of the mind that if something was worthy enough to convince you, that the evidence was worthy enough, then I should have access to it as well, and it should convince me just the same. But in this case, like I said, it's something that you've seen years ago. You're not going to have it offhand, so I'd have to look into it and see if it's convincing enough, to be true. Otherwise, it's just word of mouth, or basically just we believe she got grounded for this, but it's not. I have to look more into it. If it's substantiated for me, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, that is weird. That they grounded her. And
Well, there's a lot.
she can't
I
fly.
posted like maybe 8 videos with pilots talking about the Earth being flat and motionless, which is how they're trained anyway. I mean, all the practical manuals, right, and even the flight simulators assume a stationary flat Earth, right? So, I mean, it makes sense. Some of them do. Some of them do mention that. What's that?
Well, what you're about to say contradicts what you just said. But go ahead.
What contradicts? What? How do you know what I'm about to say?
She said some of them do. I'm assuming you're saying some of them do mention.
Yeah, that you know that they.
rotate.
No, that it's a good thing that they're not still in the profession. That's what I was gonna say. You know, that they had to be retired before they would say it. And some of the ones I've heard. There was that F-16 pilot that said that when he was interviewed. I think it was Mark Sargent that had him on or somebody. And then there was, you know, there's lots of them. There's lots of pilots, and that whole flatten the curve video is all pilots, right?
Yeah.
I think the Alaskan woman, I thought she was Native American. I talked to her way back in the day. I want to say her name's like Marjorie or something with an M. Like
that sounds right.
I think Marjorie or something like that. She's really cool. Yeah, she's Native American. She was taught that the cool thing that I remember her saying that the back of the turtle was like, you know, what she was taught the Earth is like. And then it would include like the outer ponds, you know, like we're the middle pond, we're the middle tile, you know, on the back of the turtle, and there's all these other lands around us that represent.
What you said. What you said before, though. Like I said, I apologize. I thought you were about to say it was just the truth that some of the training manuals explicitly describe the Earth as rotating and how you would need to account for things like Coriolis. And I've seen this, so it can't be the case that all of them are trained without
RC
it.
Meisty had that one. RC Meisty pulled one of those out.
RC Meisty has shown me some. Zanuck has shown me some. Other people have shown me others.
But it does seem like the ones that are military and like all the practical use ones, and even the flight simulators do say assume a motionless plane, right?
I think you're only just speaking about the flight simulator, the one from the 80s that says that.
No, the one
that says that they made the simulation. They did.
Yeah, all the flight simulators still train pilots with a stationary Earth. There's no like flight simulator that includes a globe and all that, right?
There are. That's that one.
Oh, they train them on that now, or
that's
just
what.
Because I don't think.
Yeah, the one that specifically says that from the 80s.
That's news.
Yeah, when they train the pilots, they give them an actual globe and they say, now don't ever lose this. You got to hold on to this thing with your might. You got to bring it on every single flight you get on.
And when you get to a runway and it's moving too fast, don't try to land. Make sure you do another loop around so you can land safely and time it so that when the moving runway...
You got one finger on the globe. You got one finger on the globe. You got one finger on your stick, and you got to aim it in there.
Now, there's going to be this Coriolis thing. We didn't train you how to deal with that, but it's going to happen. It's going to be a little different than this flight simulator. It's going to be like a moving Earth below you instead of the stationary Earth that you're used to, but you'll get used to it.
Why would it be moving too fast?
Kosher,
when they land.
I was going to say, Gio, it was hilarious a few nights ago when you were on with Paid NASA show, and you were just like grilling him with like, you're asking him if he ever take peyote. It was so funny. You're like, you've got Native American blood in you. I think it'd be good. I think you probably do right with it. Probably sit well with you. And then you're like, so how is it that they're like way back in the day, they just happened to guess that this was all going on? Now you're stuck to this ball and you're upside down. We don't know how that's happening yet, but we're sure it's a ball. I had to clip that little rant that you went on. It was so hilarious.
Yeah, we were having fun.
That is an interesting thought, though. You know, I think about that sometimes, like these guys like Aristarchus and people like that, who had these ideas nobody else had. But it's an interesting thought, like, how do they conceptualize us being on something spherical?
Yeah, they didn't have all like the mechanics of it worked in yet. So how would they assume any of that could be happening? It was, I think, Geo's.
Well, I don't think there were assumptions. I think they were, conclusions that they were forced to, satisfy. When you have a conclusion, so you have the conclusion, and then you work backwards. You're like, okay, well, this seems to be the case that we're on a ball, and then
Yeah, but you'd think you'd have to have all like the
how
gravity worked out, and like all of the things that would seem impossible would have to seem less impossible before you would even propose that idea. That's I think what Gio was saying. Isn't that right, Gio?
Oh, if you're talking about that conversation the other night, well, I'd have to think more about all of that. But I
Yeah.
mean, well, it would
You were
be
like, how would they even think this is possible if it's like they didn't have all those other things worked out? Like to convince people at the time, like we can't show you anything, but we're sure you're upside down relative to where you were earlier today.
Yeah, like Coach. Okay, let me. I'll kind of go on the similar thought, and from what I remember in terms of that line of it. So humans. Okay, so in your viewpoint, do you think that there was a beginning of the globe belief? Meaning that the idea that there were humans who all would
didn't believe it.
Yeah, well, no, that not only didn't think it was a globe, but specifically would have all their cosmologies be planar surface, level, water levels, building things, slope, XYZ, Euclidean, all that stuff, like the actual XYZ.
Yeah, that is, and then somebody has a novel idea that is different from everybody else's. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that originally, though, for all of humanity, whenever the globe idea was first dawned on someone, before that, the globe idea didn't exist. Is that your belief?
Well, yeah, it goes without saying, because you said before anyone ever thought of it, it didn't exist. That's true, but it's not true that what you said along with that everybody else, thought of it or knew that it was flat. Because the thing is, even today, like about the globe model stuff, not everyone knows anything. Actually, the only people talking about this is people, who are professionals, and then people like us. But most people don't even think about this kind of stuff. So it would have been the same case. Even then, people weren't even thinking about cosmology and that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, the thing is, they did celestial navigation, and it was all on an XYZ Euclidean planar, type system. I mean, sundials, all of these ancient cosmologies that I'm sure you've seen. Like, I'll post one of these.
Actually,
I'm sure you've seen these. So all of these, the Mayan, the all Navajo. So let's just get past this point. But go ahead, Paige, because it's not really the main point of it. But we're trying to just get back to the. But Paige is here. That's cool. You popped in because we were just talking about this. We're talking about.
Is Brian still here? Is Brian still here or not? Did he go?
He's in the VC, but Brian, are you still there? He may be. He may have
stepped out. I'll have to deal with him another day. I looked into this Australia's 1978 thing, and
what do you think?
He's not. Yeah, he's full of shit, like normal. See, the 1978 World Cup was not held in Australia; it was held in Argentina, and Australia did not qualify.
That ain't it, bro. This wasn't the World Cup. It was an invitational.
So you're making it up now. No, invitational. Well, you said the World
Cup. Never said it was World Cup. It's an invitational.
In what year now?
Dude, we've had this conversation, bro.
No, we haven't had this conversation.
Yeah, we have.
This is the first time I've heard you. So it's not the World Cup. It's not the World Cup. No, it's an invitation.
You're making up World Cup shit.
Well, you just said it was a World Cup. In 74 and 78, that's the World Cup.
It wasn't a World Cup, bro. I didn't say it was
if you're going to be in 74 and 78, that's the World Cup, then yeah.
It wasn't a World Cup. I'm telling you right now, I didn't say it because it wasn't a World Cup. It was an invitational.
Changing with the fucking goalposts.
No, I mean, Paige, it's fair. If it's not a World Cup, it's not a World Cup. I mean, you got to get the right info.
Don't lose your train of thought, Gio. Keep going.
Well, I was just asking Coach. Okay, so the idea that so they all had a planar type Earth system, the XYZ, up is up, down is down, water's level. I mean, that was the absolute foundation. The sun, moon, and stars are moving above us, and so on. So I'm just saying, if you believe that there was like a beginning of the globe Earth idea, then that means that you think that some people eventually figured it out, right? You think that they just absolutely got the insight after all those eons of time that actually it's a sphere. And the reason is all they had back then, because we were talking about this with Paige the other night, and even Paige's belief of it, like all they had was ships disappearing from the mast and sticks in the ground.
Yeah, that worked for them. Actually, sticks in the ground confirmed the radius. They knew it was a sphere, and not only because the ships disappearing bottom first, but also because when you went north and south, you saw different stars. So that kind of gave them the fact that they weren't on the flat Earth.
Well, then how come they didn't have everybody convinced? Why did Copernicus have to come along and blow our minds again if they already had it?
Copernicus was geocentrism. That's different.
Well, dude, if the Earth is a sphere, well, first of all, those guys back then, if they were to think it was a sphere, yeah, and we were talking about that too. Like, if they didn't have any theory of gravity, why would they even believe for a second that they would cling to a ball?
I don't know. The gods held them down. I don't know.
Did they have that though, or are you just making that
I don't know. I don't know. They weren't concerned about it.
How could you not
That's
be
the
concerned
point,
about
because
it?
that sounds ridiculous.
Because you have
That's
a different scientific understanding than they did.
That it's like, oh yeah, they just thought the gods did it, but then it's
well,
so
how
scientific.
did they cling to the flat plane? How did they stay to the flat plane?
Because of weight.
Okay, fine. The same reason you stick to the Earth, because of weight.
But you can't stick to a sphere from weight.
Why not?
Because you could take a heavy little Lego man and a ball, and it's not
going
to
to have Legos back then.
No, I'd take anything. You don't get you do get weight that falls down to a planar surface. Like if you drop something, I mean, that is a thing that we can recreate in a million ways of something dropping down. But you don't get things pulling to a sphere.
Apparently, it didn't bug them as much as it bugs you. See, you have this scientific understanding. You have to disprove gravity. They didn't have that.
So they just willy-nilly were saying we're on some kind of sphere. We have no idea how we're stuck to it. We have no idea.
I have no idea that they're stuck. You have no idea how. You can't explain why we're stuck to the flat plane either, except for weight, which isn't.
Well, I could get into ideas.
Yeah, because it's
by the way,
is up and down is down. You don't have to reverse that whole idea. That makes a lot more common sense.
By the way, perspective. I knew Brian Schull personally. He's no flat earther, so you're full of shit again.
Chill out, bro. Who are you talking about?
Who are you talking about? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Brian Schull, the guy you posted the SR-71 pilot thing.
Oh, I was just posting pilots who did shit. I wasn't trying to say this is the one. I was just putting a bunch of examples up.
Well, that's Schull, and he flew SR-71s, and he was no flat earther. I knew him personally.
Okay, well that's a minor discrepancy in some video I posted, which is totally not as interesting as the position you're in right now, having to explain that, oh, they must have just accepted it because, they just weren't as picky as Geo.
That's correct.
Which sounds like
they didn't know about
a
gravity.
typical answer you might give because you just want to
realize
what you believe rather than make common sense.
They didn't have to disprove gravity like you have to in order. See, that's something that you have that they don't have. Apparently they weren't concerned about it. I don't know. I'll look into it. It's an interesting question. Maybe they just never thought about it.
Yeah, that is an interesting question, but you're writing it off as if it isn't.
No, I've not read anything about them being concerned about this, so I have to think that they really weren't concerned about it.
Well, yeah, or you could just take a step back and philosophically look at it and be like, yeah, you're right. That does seem a little ridiculous.
Know that there's
a little bit objective.
See, the thing is, you're looking back and saying, well, someone who knows what I know now, if I look back and see what they thought then, and knowing that there's this thing called gravity and that I have to disprove because I'm a flat earther, yeah, but they didn't have that concern, apparently. I don't know. I'll look into it.
Well, they would have been having to try to, if they believed this and were trying to tell other people, they would have to be convincing, if you want to call them quote unquote flat earthers, meaning because everybody had these, that was already what everybody would have had as their cosmology is a stationary Earth, planar, unless proven otherwise. But I mean, water is level and, long distance surveying, all of that shows level and so on. So, I mean, the people back then, even if they came to this, it's a globe because sticks in the ground and ships going over out to sea, if they were to do that, they would have to be convincing what you're calling a flat earther. So all the same questions would be brought up. Yeah.
I've never heard of them being concerned about falling off the bottom of the earth like you guys are.
I don't want to derail the conversation, but Paige, you made a claim that you know this SR-71 pilot. So, yeah, when was the last time you spoke with him?
It's been a while, 30 years.
30 years. So do you think it's possible that in those 30 years he may have come to the understanding that the Earth was flat?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Well, 30 years ago, I thought it was a globe.
Oh, did you watch the video and see what he says in the video, or did you just see that his name's in there and say, "Oh, I know he's not a flat earther"?
I've actually heard this story. It's the speed check story, and I don't see what the thing you're picking on is extremely. First of all, it's a minor part of the story, and of course he's telling a war story, so everything he says is 1,000% true. He's not exaggerating at all because it's a war story, right? I mean, war stories are. Nobody ever exaggerates or embellishes a war story ever.
So why is it that he's in the video? I don't even know who you're talking about, but why is it that you're
watch the video
contending it?
He's telling the LA speed check.
He's actually he's taken out of context, or he's trying to make it seem like he's saying something different than he thinks. What do you think?
What he's saying there is a. What he's saying there is a war story. It's you think that it actually happened the way it happened, 1,000%. That
why would he embellish it to make it seem like he's talking about a stationary
Because he's
Earth?
talking about a war story.
Yeah. So what is it?
So you're saying they took him out of context and he didn't approve what they put in there?
No. What I'm saying is that what you're picking on is the fact that he said he can see all the way to Canada and all the way. You can see the entire Rocky Mountains. He probably thought he could from that altitude. He was at frickin' over 90,000 feet high. You can definitely see the curve of the Earth.
Oh,
from
so
that
you're
altitude.
saying he probably thought what he was saying was actually what he thought, but he was just mistaken. And
he's
not
telling a war story.
I don't get what you're trying.
He's telling a war story.
So you're saying that pilots on the most advanced military aircraft don't know.
It was
don't know.
In the 50s.
You're insufferable sometimes. So you're saying that pilots in one of the most advanced military aircrafts don't know what they're seeing on the ground below them?
He's telling a war story. You're picking on some points.
And he's not a flat earther, but he let these guys put him in a video to make it seem like he's talking about a flat earth.
He's not.
And he totally
you're missing the entire point of the story. The entire point of the story is him pimping on a Navy guy. The entire point of the story is he's the fastest, meanest motherfucker in the sky. That's the point of the story. The fact that he says you can see further than you think you should be able to see is a minor point that he probably embellished slightly. For fuck's sake.
Why would he do that if he's not?
Because he's telling a story.
Yeah, but why would he embellish it to make it seem like there's something other than what we're told officially?
He didn't think that some flat earther would come and go, oh, look, he made a comment here, and then analyze it to the nth degree. He probably could see a long ways. From 90,000 feet, how far can you see? Do you know? Have you done the calculations?
Well, yeah. I mean, if he's seeing way further than would be possible on an impossible, then yeah.
For fuck's sake. You guys are incredible. You'll take anything out of context.
I like that impossible little play on words. Another good one. I was saying like about a week ago in my head, I was saying unbelievable. I was kind of seeing that song, you know. You're unbelievable, but it's just like
unbelievable. Nice.
Unbelieving a ball.
Right? Yeah, I just go with I'm a non-believer. I want a T-shirt that says non-believer.
Well, see, like I told you.
And then people will come up and ask if you're an atheist, and you'd be like, no, I'm not an atheist. I just don't believe we're on a spinning ball, and then it opens the door.
We are, though, because I've told you some simple experiments to do to show it, and you either refuse to do it or don't understand what you're doing.
Oh yeah, if those simple experiments that we could do were like easy enough, this conversation wouldn't be happening. You wouldn't be here
no,
talking to us.
it is that easy, and you guys are either, excuse me, I don't mean to insult you, but I'm going to a little bit. You're either unable to understand what the experiment does, or you refuse to do it because it'll blow your mind and blow your little flat Earth religion all out of the water.
You're really not able to insult us. You're unable to insult us. The fact that you're here talking to us makes it ridiculous to be insulted by anything you say. You wouldn't be here if we didn't have a point.
You don't have a point. I'm just here. Why am I here? I don't know. It amused me for a long time. I've told you that before. I came here and because the talk in the other room was boring, and see what you guys were up to.
No one believes that. No one believes you.
Then you start. Then
No
you
one
start talking
believes
about.
you. You're just
Then you
sitting
start
and
talking.
lose yourself. What a
Then
waste
you
of-
start talking about aviation, which you know nothing about. And there's not a single flat earther who knows anything about aviation at all, because aviation does not work on the flat Earth. You fly great circle routes.
Well, your friend here seems to think he's thought too far, and he doesn't.
Yeah,
he
well,
must not
my
know
friend,
anything, right?
if you understood, you know, have you ever told the story and every detail 1,000% correct, so you can be?
You're always just reaching for an excuse that protects your ball. You're always just stretching your imagination when it's
Yeah,
convenient.
I know. You've obviously never
Yeah,
told
you
the
are.
story.
It's obvious. I mean,
You've
the
never
fact that
told
you're
the story,
here
right?
and then saying, "Oh, well, it's amusing," you get all caught up in your words. I was cracking up the other night when Gio was going in on you, and you were just like, "Oh, well, I don't know. It must just not
2 in the morning.
Like,
no,
you're
they're not.
just so
Obviously,
funny.
they're not concerned about it. For
You
fuck's
really
sake.
are funny.
Obviously, they were not concerned about it because I've never heard anything from the Greeks being that concerned about it.
You know what? I was going to say this when you first brought that up. Like I said, when you come to a conclusion, but you don't know how that conclusion is possible, that's not usually, that doesn't make you move backwards and forget that conclusion. That's why we have things like dark matter and dark energy. Because dark energy is a conclusion we've come to, and we have no idea how it happens. So that's why it's a mystery to us.
And you can't prove it exists.
But that's what you're not understanding. Is that's the exact analogy. Is they've concluded something to be the case, and they just don't know. They don't know the details of it. They don't know how it happens. But they've convinced that it is the conclusion. We're convinced that it
because the conclusions they had before that
we don't know
had to have a placeholder to keep their previous conclusions somewhat maintained, right? I mean, it's a placeholder.
No, it doesn't keep anything maintained. It's a new conclusion. That's why it's a mystery. It doesn't comport with other facts.
Because it's the only way to explain why your cosmology is off by so much. Like there has to be this dark matter and dark energy in order for the model to work.
Which has nothing to do with the flat Earth. Dark energy, dark this have nothing to do with the flat Earth. None. Zero. Nada.
We were talking about cosmology.
Gravity is broke. Your gravity theory is broken. So
no,
your
it's
globe
not.
is broken.
Gravity works 100% well enough.
Those ideas. The point.
The
point I was making about those ideas is that these are conclusions. They're not placeholders. I mean, they're not band-aids that are holding our model together. They're observations we've made that don't make sense. We don't have answers to. And we don't have answers to. The same way.
It's an idea, bro. Nothing more, nothing less.
Never mind, Brian. Never mind, Brian. I'm not going to compete with you trying to finish my fucking sentence, okay?
By the way, Scholl could see for 1,100 miles from 90,000 feet. So that's pretty damn far. Plus the pattern he was flying the typical pattern.
That's funny. That's funny because your horizon is 450 miles away at 120,000 feet. I mean, yeah.
120,000 feet.
Yeah, I didn't stutter. 120,000 feet. Your horizon is less than 500 miles away. So, what's your excuse now, Paige? What's your excuse?
I typed one too many zeros. 366 miles. I had him up at GeoSync. That's what you get for trying to talk at 1:30 in the morning.
Yep, we can see for many miles and miles and miles. It's pretty amazing. Just endless observations that don't fit on a sphere.
Actually, they all fit on a sphere.
Imagine that.
No problems. No problems with any of the observation on a sphere.
Is that based on refraction? Because I don't know if you recall, but I did put forth a challenge to you, right? So I have a spot here where I live where I can see across Tampa Bay, actually down Tampa Bay. It's just a little over 17 miles from my observation point, from a beach on the bay to a bridge called the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And I've done observations there a lot. And I put forth the challenge to you that if I gave you all the necessary readings, meaning temperature, pressure, humidity, water temperature, air temperature, anything and everything that I could possibly measure and provide that information to you, could you tell me how far up the bridge pylons the horizon would be based on those conditions?
I imagine it could be done. You need as your other flat earthers like to say, you need the temperatures through the entire viewing through the entire corridor, right? You have that, right?
I don't know if I'd be able to get them through the full entire corridor.
I thought that was a requirement. At least that was a requirement for the flat earthers the other day. I don't know. Not exactly.
I don't know
this sort of observation,
who you're talking about.
This sort of observation of the horizon really kind of bores me.
If you just group everybody into the flat earthers, one, I don't know who you're talking about, and two, you're just trying to group everybody that doesn't believe the Earth is a ball into all believing the exact same narrative, which we do not. We all kind of think for ourselves, and we disagree with each other on quite a few different things.
You pretty much all sing the same tune. Some minor differences, but
well, that's wrong.
Oh no, you pretty much sing the same tune. You know, NASA's fake, space is fake.
Well, that's the obvious shit, bro. Come on.
NASA's fake, space is fake.
No, I don't know.
The whole thing of
I don't know if you've heard me, but on this server and many other servers, I condemn flat earthers that use the term "space is fake," because I think it's a deceptive, not deceptive, but it's a very generic terminology that can turn people off. Meaning the average person who may not be involved in this discussion, if you say to them that space is fake, then they tend to believe that you don't think that there's stars in the sky or that the sun and the moon are real things.
Exactly. And then it also makes you sound like you're presuming you know what space is. And it's like an atheist that he knows God doesn't exist, but that's a belief of the affirmative, rather than just being agnostic, right?
Well, there are many of you who say that the sun and moon are fake.
What do you mean by fake?
Not real objects.
What do you mean by not real objects?
Not physical objects.
Do you have proof that they are physical objects? That the sun is a physical object?
Uh-huh.
You've been there and you've touched it?
No, people sent radio waves there and bounced off, though. It has to be a real object.
So you're telling me that...
You can prove the moon is a real object quite easily.
Sure. Well, the moon seems to have some sort of terra firma to it, or at least, obvious craters and marks on it. The sun is not the same as that. Do you think the sun and the moon are the same thing? They're of the same makeup?
No. Well, it's similar.
What is the sun comprised of?
Sun is matter. The moon is matter. They're real objects.
What is the sun comprised of? What type of matter?
Well, you gonna give me a science question now that you don't know the answer to?
No, well, you said that there's people that think that the sun is
Yeah,
fake, and I asked you what fake is, and you said a
Fake is not a
non-physical
real object.
object.
That's correct.
So I asked
You
you,
you
what is
agree
the
that the sun is a
physical
physical
make?
object?
What is the physical makeup of the sun, according
No,
to you?
You can Google it. It's 1:45 in the morning. I don't feel like playing your stupid game. If you don't know
Oh,
what the sun is,
dude,
you should
you can't leave on us now. You're about to tell us what the sun's made of, bro.
No, you
I'm
know,
at the
just
edge.
Google
I'm at
it.
the edge of my seat. I was waiting.
Google it. You know what it is. You think I'm
So your knowledge is solely based on whatever the computer feeds you. So you really have no empirical knowledge of this. Is what
You
you're
guys,
telling
what
me.
have we been doing? We could have Googled all this information.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
just
didn't
Google
think
it,
of
bro.
that. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, or you could just pull it out your ass, which is your preferred method, apparently.
Well, I have no way of proving whatever Google claims if I wanted to Google it.
Well, you can prove the
Do
sun.
I?
You can prove the moon is a physical object. You can prove the sun is a physical object. A little tougher for the sun, but you can do it.
Okay. Well, we're talking about the sun right now. How would I go about proving that the sun's a physical object?
Take a radio wave, bounce it off, and receive it back 16 minutes later.
So that would tell me it's comprised of what matter?
Something
Physical
that reflects,
matter?
Something that reflects the sun. Yeah, sun reflects radio waves, rather.
Are there non-physical objects that can reflect radio waves?
Non-physical objects.
Yep, magnetic fields
Reflect radio
Okay.
waves.
So
wait,
we have
when you bounce
magnetic
something
fields.
off the moon, 16 minutes later, how much has the Earth turned in that period of time? And where do you get the signal back again?
Yeah,
Well,
you
let's
can.
let's
The Earth
just
is turned.
let's talk about the sun.
Is moved. Do you think the
So
moon?
what
The
is
moon
it?
is right. The moon is easier because the moon is only a 2.5 second round turn.
Yeah, exactly. How far are we moving 2.5 seconds? So
not very much.
Signals conserving momentum. Us traveling around the sun.
Not very much. And
not very much. Try 30 miles a second.
Yeah, well, the moon is moving with us, but that's okay.
30. So you're saying the signals are conserving momentum, then, right?
No, they're.
Hey, make them stick to the sun.
Radio waves.
The radio waves.
The radio waves. They travel at
30 miles a second.
Bro, you'll claim anything, bro. He'll claim any fucking thing.
Radio waves are travel at the speed of light. They take 2.5 seconds round turn. You can do this yourself. This one's easy.
Cool. So what is the sun?
I want, go back to the 16 minutes that you're waiting for the bouncing up of the sun.
Observe
I
the
want to hear
sun
about
with a spectrometer and get back to me on that. See, you can all prove this yourself. With a spectrometer. That's not that. You can buy one.
Dude, we've heard about this bounce a million times, but nobody will ever show us, bro. Ever. They say there's a club around my house and my city, dude. There's no club around my city, and nobody's offering to show me, bro. Nobody's ever shown me. The only thing I looked up when I researched it, paid, is that they were bouncing shit off the fucking moon before the retro reflectors, all this shit.
What city?
These signals will bounce off plasma. They'll bounce off fucking magnetic toroids and shit, dude. I mean,
what
bro,
city do you live near?
You'll claim any fucking thing, bro. You'll claim that these signals are conserving momentum of the fucking.
No, you don't. You don't.
You know how fast this galaxy's moving, bro? Do you know how fast the galaxy's
moving? The moon is moving with us. What city do you live near?
In 2 seconds. We're claimed to move like 100,000 miles in a fucking minute, bro.
Brian, ask a simple question. What city do you live near?
Bro, address the fact of the speed we're moving through free space.
So what? The moon's moving with us. The moon orbits us. The moon orbits with us. It travels with us. In 2.5 seconds, it's not going to make that much difference traveling the speed of light. What city do you live near?
Hey, wait. Go back to the sun. Hey, everybody. He said you can bounce a signal off the sun and 16 minutes later get the signal back. Explain the details to that.
What? You have a problem with that?
He'll claim any fucking thing, dude. Anything he hears, he takes it as gospel,
Brian,
dude.
think about how much the Earth would have turned in 16 minutes.
Yeah. How much is
Besides
the
Earth turning,
how much does the Earth turn in 16 minutes?
These signals aren't conserving momentum, bro. They can't claim that. And we're moving through the galaxy.
They don't have
we're
to conserve
moving
momentum.
in free space.
They don't have to. Hold on a second. Radio waves
do
do not conserve momentum. Radio waves travel at the speed of light.
Right. So
you guys got to talk one at a time.
Yeah, my point is, if we're moving through the galaxy, as soon as you fire that fucking signal toward the moon, it's gone. Us and the moon are moving through free space at absurd speeds in your model that you forget about.
What is your problem? The thing travels at the speed of light.
That's your
the difference it's going to make in 1.5 seconds to get there, and 1.5 seconds, 1.25 seconds to get there, 1.25 seconds to get back is infinitesimal.
Bro, do you know how far we travel in the galaxy in 1.5 seconds? Like about fucking 10,000 miles, bro. We travel almost
the moon travels with us.
Dude, we're traveling fucking like over 500,000 miles an hour around the galaxy, bro.
It's like the car. It's like going down the highway and having a car. You know, you in the car next to you are traveling at the same speed. The relative speed between you is small, no matter how fast you travel.
It doesn't matter. It's either conserving momentum or it ain't, bro. If we're moving that fast in the galaxy, bro, the signal is either conserving momentum or it's not.
Light has no mass. It does not conserve momentum. It travels at the speed of light because it's radio.
So then quit claiming you're bouncing shit and claiming we're moving at 600,000 miles an hour.
By the way, you still haven't told me what city you're near.
Near D's, man. D's.
D what?
D's nuts, motherfucker.
What city? What city do you live in? Come on.
Hey, I'm just supposed to ask, what the 16 minutes bouncing the signal off the sun, do you get the signal back the same spot that you sent it from 16 minutes later?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a problem.
How's that work?
That's a problem.
Why is that a problem?
Because you've moved. You're spinning, right? The Earth is
spinning. How much is the Earth spin in 16 minutes?
Enough that you wouldn't get the signal back at the same spot, bro. Come on.
Well, yeah, and the inverse.
Y'all talking about the spin ain't nothing, bro. They can't have these waves conserving momentum. So y'all got to use the fact that we're traveling through the galaxy because they can't conserve momentum. So once you fire that wave, wherever you move in free space, that signal is gone, bro. Whatever's moving with you, then we're both going to leave that signal behind in a second, in half a second. It's gone.
No.
The speed we move through the galaxy is in free space is insane.
3.5 degrees. So 69 statute miles per degree. Or 60 nautical miles per degree. So, yeah, do the math on that.
What, you think it's like a point?
The Earth moves, 15 degrees per hour, right? Takes 15 minutes for the signal. 15 minutes is a quarter of an hour?
Mm-hmm.
So we take a quarter. What's a quarter of 15 degrees?
Just look at it like this, bro. It's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So in a quarter of an hour and 15 minutes, that's 250. That's 250 miles.
You understand that the radio waves.
We will use his celestial navigation against him for this, right? So
you understand the radio waves. You understand the radio waves are expanding, right?
So it's at least 250 miles, roughly.
Okay. Well, you don't think that by the time the radio waves get to the sun and back that they'll miss us or something?
Well, if it's 200 plus miles away, yeah. Depending. I mean, depends on what you're claiming. I mean, the thing is, the inverse square law it makes all of this completely impossible anyway.
Well, you understand that they send a lot of power.
Because that's where my mind's going to have to go. Because if you've been trying to talk about a signal going that far, it has to first even be possible to then even calculate any realistic timing. But if you just want to assume this like vacuum medium and the speed of light stuff, if you have to just assume all that, then you can do a calculation.
That's all proven.
That calculation is not necessarily based in reality.
Actually, it does.
Hey, Gino, I can't believe he's doubling down on this. He's like, how do you expect the signal to come back 16 minutes?
You send it out.
How are you even thinking that would work?
Send it out with a shitload of power, and you receive it with a big ass antenna.
Yeah, we're moving through the galaxy at 1,600 miles a second, bro. So your shit's done. If it's not conserving momentum, it's left behind.
To even back your argument up right now just makes you seem more and more ridiculous by the word.
It means you don't understand.
That's a good point, Brian. The speed that we're moving, if you just turn the flashlight on, the light should just go it should just be side blasting.
Yeah, exactly. Everything you say should be directed in a certain way so it reaches somebody.
Light travels at the speed of light, no matter how fast you're going. This is the old question. If you're traveling in a car at the speed of light and you turn the headlights on, what happens?
It doesn't matter, bro. You're talking about 16 minutes.
Yeah, so
at 30 miles per second, you would not even be. The signal wouldn't come back to the same spot.
It doesn't need to come back It's the waves are expanding. You'll definitely run into the radio signal 16 minutes later. You send out with a shitload of power with a big ass antenna, and you receive with a big ass antenna.
So based on your theory, then, right, we should be able to send out these signals and get like radar blips back from all of the stars in the sky, right?
Stars are a little bit too far away for that. We've done it to the planets, but that's exactly what we're doing. It's radar. We're basically radaring
I
the
don't
signal.
like your religion. Your religion's too far
Not a
fetched, bro.
religion. Not a religion.
It's
Based
definitely a religion.
Not a religion. It's science.
Religious cult.
No, you've totally broken the laws of science. You cannot say that 16 minutes later that just because you have a big ass fucking dish that you're going to be able to receive the signal, and they do it no problem. You can just bounce it off the sun that's 93 million miles away and get it back at the same spot because of a big ass fucking dish. Yep. It's science. I totally science. I'm not believing anything. I'm not just stretching my mind to accept it.
Nope, because it's been done.
That's the claim, yeah. But it's not even. Is that what they claim? I don't even think they would claim that. Wouldn't they at least have enough sense to say, look, we have to include that the Earth spun so much, and we got the signal back at this other tower, and that's because we timed it.
Check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. In 16 minutes, we've moved 160,000 miles through the galaxy in free space in their model.
Yeah, exactly. Come on,
the sun is traveling with us.
I was just calculating,
actually, we're traveling with
calculating the 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation on its axis was the 250 miles. But yeah, if you add that one in, it's just bonkers. Yeah, it's.
Well, hold on a second. We're traveling with the sun through. You understand that, right?
So it never even hit the sun because the sun.
The relative distance between us and the sun stays fairly constant.
No, we don't believe that.
It doesn't conserve our momentum, which it can't.
None of us believe that at all, except for maybe a couple of. We shouldn't have to believe it. It should make sense, and none of it does. It makes the opposite of common sense. It's the opposite of common sense, bro. The opposite.
See, this is the other thing. It actually proves the sun is where it is because it comes back 16 minutes later.
It would never, in 8 minutes, it would have traveled
16 minutes later to the same spot.
Unless it's moving unless that signal is moving with the sun and us, unless it's conserving momentum, which it can't be. By definition of your model, in your model, the sun would be 80,000 miles away by the time the light reached it. And your model, bro, deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Pate, are you really claiming that do you claim that you believe that somebody shot something 93 million miles there and back?
Yeah.
And in 16 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh man, come on.
Why? Why is it? What's the?
Okay, then I'll. Okay, no, it's cool.
This is
classic.
No, I guess fine. Let's think of this. Don't think of it as 93. Let's don't think of it as 93 million miles. Let's call it 1 AU. Then is that better?
Let's just go here. Let me just ask you this. I'm kind of chuckling because to me it is a wild belief. Nonetheless, could you show us what you saw? Because I know you didn't do it yourself. So what did you read? What was the paperwork? What was the document that you saw?
Google it yourself.
Somehow made you think that this is scientifically proven.
Google it yourself.
No, I'm asking you.
No, Google it yourself.
We all have
I'm asking Google right now. I'm asking you.
Google it yourself.
And I'm not. It's not even a debate thing. Like I'm not asking you to like have to prove it. I'm just saying what. I'm just asking.
Yeah, but that's all we ever get. They bring it up in debates,
or like show and tell. Show us.
They bring it up in debates as proof, and they never show us ever.
Yeah, except for you guys don't make claims you never. I still can't find this this Argentina, Australia thing that you're talking about.
Well. It is fair, Paid, what I'm asking. If you're saying you believe that somebody shot something 93 million miles and then 93 million miles back, and it took 16 minutes.
Wait, hold on a second.
You must have seen something that was really compelling, and I can't believe it was just one of these NASA articles that you'll probably post.
Let's not talk about 93 million miles if that big number is scary to you. Let's call it 1 AU.
None of those numbers are scary. It's just ridiculous. The sun is right there.
We went 1 AU there and 1 AU back in 16 minutes.
Yeah, they like to do that. They like to say, let's make it 1 AU. Let's just talk about 1 degree every 69 miles. It'll make it seem so much less.
Since 93 million miles scares you.
No, it's just to make it seem less.
Big numbers scare flat earthers.
And you're not selling it. We're not buying it. And
know
we
you're not
have
buying it.
Google. What do we need you for if you're just going to say Google?
Well, it's 2 in the morning. I'm not here to.
So
find
Paige,
you
is
to-
your? Let me just ask you though: is your only source of the claim of this sun bounce NASA?
No, actually, this was an amateur radio guys that did this outside of NASA.
You're claiming that was done by
these
an
amateur guys have those big ass dishes you're talking about.
They do actually. Yeah, some of them have some pretty big dishes actually.
So where's the one
250,000 miles is no big.
You send out with a lot of power. You can send out 1,500 watts with a really big antenna. So you send it pointed at the sun. It comes back 60 minutes later.
So these amateur guys are going to be pretty hard for us to just Google. Why don't you post something for it?
Yeah, dude, are you really claiming this right now, Paige?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Google it.
All right, could you post what you saw that convinced you?
Why don't you back
no,
your
at 2 in
claim
the
for
morning.
that?
I'm not going to. Why don't you Google it yourself?
We're not going to find it, and you're going to say, "Oh, you didn't look hard enough." But
Yeah.
dude, it's not even
Well, I
worth
can't
looking.
find this-
Your claim
I
is
can't
so
find
ridiculous.
Argentina
Your
versus
claim's so
Australia somewhere in the
ridiculous.
70s
It wouldn't be
either.
even worth the time. It's just fun to laugh at you believing it.
Well,
right
you can
now.
laugh at whatever you want, but this is actually really done. You could do moon bounce, by the way. Brian won't tell me what town he lives in, so I can't find him.
Yeah, you want to go back to the moon bounce because this sun bounce really fucks you up.
Well,
Doesn't it?
yeah, no, sun bounce is just same as moon bounce. It's just further away.
Well, dude, Paige, if you're claiming that like a civilian level people have done this, meaning like not NASA and not some multi-billion-dollar crazy corporation type thing or whatever, if you're government based and all that, if you're talking about actual civilians shot something, I just want to make sure I get what you're saying right, to the sun from their backyard.
No, I don't know from the backyard.
And not only that, but it has to be 93 million miles away.
One AU, since big numbers scare you.
Yeah,
nobody's scared by a number. 93 million miles.
Being
93
One
million
AU
miles
there.
is
so ridiculous.
Dude, have you ever driven across the United States?
Yeah, I don't travel the speed of light though usually.
Right, but you know how it's like a couple thousand miles, right? Let's say 2,000-3,000 miles, and it takes forever. So 93 million miles is a serious distance.
No,
It's
one
not
AU is
just-
actually not that bad. I mean,
You can't just deceive people by just
I know
calling
big
it
numbers
one.
scare you. I know big numbers frighten you.
1 AU is not that bad. 93 million miles is bad, but just call it 1 AU.
Yeah, call it 1
I know,
AU.
Kate, are you really just saying
It's
that?
just big
to
numbers.
Just take
Since you
93
guys-
miles and turn it to one?
I know you guys get
and then
scared
just-
when you talk about big numbers or really small numbers, like
Oh,
10
you're
to the 10 to
squirming
the
and
negative
it's
17.
hilarious. Trying
I'm
to
not
like
squirming.
reverse it on us.
So you're
I just like to
rationalizing
hear
that
you
we're
guys
scared of
say,
a number.
"Oh, 93 million
Hold on,
miles."
dude.
Ooh.
There's
How
so
could they
much
go
fun-
93 million miles? Ooh.
No, we're not
That's a
scared of it. We're
scary
saying it's.
number.
I'm saying it's really far. Nobody has suggested any fear or scaredness around a number. But
No,
for
you have to say you were saying it's impossible because it's so far. It's
let's
impossible.
not talk at the same time. Go ahead if you want to go first.
You are saying that it's impossible because it's a really big number. It's impossible.
It's just
Okay,
like
I
you
did
reached
not
the
say that.
threshold. Like we can't
I didn't
believe
say that
you
at all.
believe it. With
I
all the
definitely
other
hinted
things
at
you
it.
believe, like this is out of the ordinary that you would actually still believe this one.
Why? Why is it out of the ordinary?
And what
Because
surface is
16
that
minutes later-
hitting? What matter is that hitting and reflecting back when it
If you
hits
don't
the
know
sun?
If you don't know what the sun is, you can Google it.
No,
I'm not
I'm
here to tell you
assuming
what
you
the sun is
know,
tonight.
right? Because you say it bounces off the moon, which we can see looks to be, I don't know, somewhat solid. Appears to be.
You can Google it.
Hey, Kosho, are you still here? Can you back his claim on this? Have you heard about any of this shit?
If you guys weren't busy laughing at the smell of your fingers after sticking up your ass, you'd see I posted it in the chat like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Let's.
Kosho comes in with some coming in sideways.
Well, I mean, I've listened to you guys. I've shown this to you before. People have claimed this before. I mean, I have this on my thumb drive, but I only needed to Google it to find the first link.
Well, this
to
was
it.
all stuff that Paige was bringing up, so that's why I was just asking him, like, what convinced him of these things, and so he just doesn't seem to ever share what that is. Because if somebody said to me, "Hey, dude, I shot something 93 million miles to the sun and back, and I calculated the precise way that it actually the amount of time it took proves that it's 93 million miles away," then I would think that's a tall order to fulfill some level of proof of that. So that's why, like, if he believes it, Now, what maybe he just believes everything that's mainstream, so he just knows it's out there and he just goes with it. But I was trying to ask him, like, what really convinced him of that, and he doesn't seem to ever post anything or show anything. But I wasn't laughing at him or anything. I mean, I think it is a little bit of a wild concept, and it was getting like kind of wild there for a bit. But
I'm just picking on you, guy. I mean, I've never done it, so who knows? The point with some of these evidences is that.
All right, so what did
like
you posted something that proves it, or that proved it to you?
Oh no, that shows.
I looked at it. It'd take a lot of scamming. It'll take a little while to figure out exactly where the claim is in that document. But are you saying that you think 16 minutes later that the signal comes back to the same spot, Kosho? Does that make sense to you with the way that we're told
would it go?
And everything? Well, it would go to a different. If it was bouncing back, we would have moved from our position.
It
from
doesn't
where we
bounce
set it
back
off,
like
right?
a pencil. It bounces back as a wave. It spreads out over the AU.
It becomes very weak and very, 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 just like any bubble. It's like a bubble in a pool or a splash in a pond.
You send it out with a shit ton of power.
Spreads out really far.
You send it out with a shit ton of power, the best antenna you have. A little bit of it bounces off the sun and comes back and spreads out as it comes back. And you have a big ass antenna and listen to it. I mean,
okay, so it bounces off the surface of the sun, or it bounces off like I mean, does the sun have any effect on like when it gets to the sun? Does it? And how do you say it bounces? Because the sun's not really like a thing you can bounce off of. It doesn't seem. Really, is that the way you want to describe it? Really?
Yeah. Well, we'll stick with bounce for this discussion. You've already proven you know nothing of science, so we won't get into the fancy.
So I took your advice, Paid, and I Googled what is the sun made of.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read the first sentence on the space.com article?
Please go ahead.
The sun is a big ball of hot gas and plasma.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So you're sending a signal off of hot gas?
Yeah, matter.
You know something else? Something else I've said before. You know the word helium obviously is in reference to the sun. It's because helium was first discovered on the sun.
Most of the gas, around 90%, 92%, is hydrogen, according to NASA.
Nice.
So, Paige, is that so? Right? So, do you think that's what it's bouncing off then?
Yeah.
Some gases, 93 million miles away.
That wasn't a very confident. Yeah, it's just like I guess that's what I have to say.
Yeah, one AU away, since 93 million miles seems to scare you. I'm trying not to use big. I forgot that I use big numbers around you guys. So,
could I take like a pipe and release hydrogen and helium in my backyard and bounce a radio signal off of them?
Well, maybe if you had the gravitational field of the sun.
The density on the sun is greater than the pressures and the confinement of these gases is not like the gas you let off in your backyard.
Sure.
That's why it's able to create fusion, because there's very close spaces.
Oh, cool. Did we go up there and test that?
We can see it.
You can see it.
Yeah, I told you helium was discovered from looking at the sun.
Oh, what is the upper atmosphere mainly comprised of?
Same thing the lower atmosphere is.
So there's no like layering involved, or maybe like hydrogen and helium go.
Oh, here we go.
Up in the atmosphere.
Now you can get into the very, very sparse hydrogen that they just discovered last year or 2 years ago. Yeah.
No, I was just asking.
Yeah, that stuff usually escapes. Everything in the upper atmosphere is just sparse, very fast moving particles. But the helium will rise up there, but then it's not like a layer. It's like 120,000 feet or whatever where the helium float point is. Doesn't mean that it's just helium up there. It's still a similar proportion to the gases that are here. but a little bit less of the heavy gases. It's just less pressure. And most
You
of the
guys
helium
really
that
believe what you're saying right now? Do you really believe it, or are you just kind of saying this is what
I
they're saying?
believe it, and I have evidence of it, and it's the only thing that we don't know anything else. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that the helium.
And the one that you posted, which I'm actually going through in some detail, is from NASA.
I didn't think it was from NASA, but it might be.
It was from the American Astronomical Society, provided by the NASA Astrophysicist Data System.
Okay.
So that's the
I
one.
knew they were somewhere in They were somewhere in Texas, West Texas.
Yep, they're claiming it here in 1965. Yeah, this is from NASA. So I'm just saying that's the only source you got is just NASA.
No, they cite somebody at the very beginning of their paper. Also, I posted a video from George.
Hey, Kosho, does hydrogen get more or less dense as it heats up?
Well, if it's heating up, it's going to get less. It's going to get less dense and turn to a gas.
Well, hydrogen is a gas, right? It'd have to get really, really cold in order to turn into a liquid, right?
I think the answer to that question is it depends, actually.
Well, yeah, of course, it depends on the pressures. And
Okay.
of course, you can have pressures in places like, was it like Jupiter, where they are convinced that there's solid hydrogen in the center, or metallic hydrogen.
Oh, sprinklers.
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's much question that there's helium up there because obviously helium rises. So, but how is that connected to this 93 million mile away sun and claim that you're shooting something 93 million miles through a vacuum?
Well, what I was saying was it wasn't even known. Like nobody, I mean, 300 years ago, nobody knew what oxygen was, let alone helium. And helium wasn't a thing 300 years ago.
Why would you? How?
Yeah.
Okay, you're coming to that just from a
Yeah.
belief in a certain historical timeline or narrative.
Well, okay, here's a question to use. How would anybody have known what it was, isolated it from where we get it from today? And by the way we get it today is from natural gas under the ground. And the way we get it is by cooling the gases at different temperatures, which requires knowledge about the different gases and the chemistry, which we didn't know then. We didn't even know what the different gases were and all this type of shit. So the way we figured out what helium was by doing spectroscopy readings of the sun and then getting a reading that we had no idea we'd never seen before, because we'd gotten spectroscopy readings of the other gases that we have here on Earth, but we'd never seen this one. And so that's why they called it helium, because it's derived from the sun, the helios, which is the Latin for the sun. It wasn't until later they discovered it on Earth.
Yeah, I keep looking at these hydrogen tables, and they're broken out based on temperature, pressure, and what the density would be. And what is the claim? Really, really hot hydrogen, but also really, really dense hydrogen. So is that a really, really low pressure?
Well, no, you're right. If you're just talking about heat alone, like the ideal gas law, if you
I'm
just
talking
change
about
the heat only, I don't know, but if you only change the heat, then yeah,
varying
it will
heat
become less
and
dense.
pressure and its effects on the density of this gas.
Well, if you're affecting the pressure and you're compressing something, you're gonna, ultimately make the entire volume more dense because it's filled with more of this gas. If you're able to pack more of it into this, the same volume. So if you have enough pressure, you can, ultimately make this volume more dense, which is basically what's happening with things like stars, Jupiter, gas giants, stuff like that. Even on Earth, like the atmosphere, like you know, we don't talk about it like with density, we talk about it with pressure, but ultimately the density of the air, you know, down at sea level is higher than, you know, I mean, it is greater than as you go higher up. What's the ideal gas law again? It's PVNRT. Okay, so
Pate, are you still backing the idea that at a civilian level, people have shot something to the sun and back?
Yep. I just found it.
You got it?
I think so.
This is the one that convinced you?
I just posted the one. I didn't know about the guy who did Venus. Here.
Okay, this guy. What is this one? He's claiming a Venus.
Yeah. .8 terawatts. Wow.
Yeah, this sentence is an interesting one. I just read from what you posted. It says, by receiving echoes from Venus, the ground and command station for the Mars probe has been cleared for operational use, and the AMSAT team is now gearing up for building the P5A space probe. That's what you're saying is proof of this, that he did this?
Oh, I just found this one. The first I've heard about that. That's bouncing off of Venus.
They're doing Mars probes and all these. I mean, anyways, no, I looked this over. It's really not very. I mean, this is not rigorous at all. Whatever you posted, this almost.
What do you mean it's not rigorous?
This is
what do you
terrible.
expect?
It doesn't even show like anything.
What do you expect? These guys are amateurs. They're not scientists.
Well, I'm just saying there isn't even any validation. This is not even like a scientific paper.
It's not a scientific paper. It's amateur radio. These guys aren't trying. These guys wanted to see if they could do it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a major claim to say.
No, it's not a major claim. It's really not a major claim.
Yes, their signal is going 31 million miles, and that they're timing it for that.
It's not a really major claim. It really isn't. This is well known. They just verified it. It's like, hey, can we do this? Yeah, it sounded like a challenge. Let's do it. It's not like science. These guys aren't scientists. These guys are amateur radio guys. They thought they would do it. Hey, has anybody ever done a sun bounce? No, let's do it. And guess what? They can, they confirm that the sun is 1 AU away. So when you say that you can't verify this stuff, you're incorrect. Now, Brian would tell me what town he lives near. I'll find him an amateur radio guy, and you can do moon bounce. Moon bounce isn't that difficult. The sun bounce was. So you had 1.8 terawatts and a 100-foot antenna. So the interesting line for me was they had to get an antenna, but then they had to make it reflective for radio waves, but non-reflective to sunlight because they burned up one of their receivers.
Do we have any more information on these people by any chance? Like, you just have a 3-paragraph.
Yeah. Well, what do you expect?
Yeah, the one you posted is kind of like a little like you know those yeah, it's kind of like a little news thing. But
that's what it is. Yeah.
I'm thinking of what was I thinking of that particular, like the Onion or something?
Oh, it's not the Onion. It's from a this. Well, I mean, you have to say no to it, right? Because obviously you can't wear it, right?
No, I don't think anyone said the words or no together at all. I think that people were just asking, we were saying, is this like, this is a very, the one you posted is like a little blurb. It really is not detailed at all. And it just ends by saying that they're using it to do space probes. So, I mean, what is this really? There's no like actual data, or it doesn't show any of
these guys are not scientists. These guys are amateur radio guys announcing it to the amateur radio world. Hey, look, I bounced a signal off Venus. Isn't that cool? You know, kind of look at me. Oh, I bounced signal off Venus. All right, cool. That's how amateur radio guys think. They're not really scientists. They timed it because you can time with an oscilloscope. You know when it leaves and when it comes back. I don't know what you guys. I mean, you asked for people verifying that it's not NASA. I give you something that's not NASA.
It's the 1988 Brazilian soccer team invited to play the Sydney team.
1988. Thank you.
Yeah, it was from Brazil to Sydney, and they've cut through North America. Dude, I got so many of these fucking flight routes, and they're trying to make money over people. But here, let me make this quick point.
10 years off in the wrong country.
This quick point that I'm trying to make that I wish you would acknowledge is that the stop they made is the same damn distance as if they flew straight to Australia with full planes, I might add. So they weren't stopping to pick up extra passengers. And I just
how airlines work. You know, it's like the train route. You just don't kind of take the train and go wherever you want to. Planes go places. They have routes they travel. Unless you have a charter plane, and then you can basically go wherever you want.
So they're not trying to maximize the money, because if they had a straight flight, instead of flying double the distance, they would have flew it, bro. You could say there ain't enough people.
If they chartered the plane, if there weren't enough people, if they had permission to do it, if they had an airplane that could do it. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. All I know.
What, didn't they have the Concorde? Fucking, they could have got there and fucking in 4.5 hours, bro. What are you talking about?
Concorde. You have to look into the Concorde again and look how far it could fly. It barely could fly across the Atlantic, let alone the Concorde could. The Concorde could barely fly across the Atlantic, let alone the Pacific.
What are you talking, bro? The Concorde could get fucking across the Atlantic in a couple fucking hours.
That's correct.
You're talking about it could barely make it.
It could barely make it. It landed with minimum fuel all the time. It was built to go across the Atlantic.
So they didn't have the technology.
What?
Did they have better planes back then? Concorde, SR-71. So we got way better fucking planes now, right?
The SR-71 could fly a long way, but it needed to be refueled.
I'm just saying, dude. I'm just making a point. We've had these planes forever, bro. This ain't no shit. You're just making every excuse possible of why they went double the distance for no reason.
If you understood how airlines work, you'll understand they have routes to fly. They probably had a Brazil to Los Angeles route, probably with a couple times a day, maybe. They had a Los Angeles to Sydney route. I don't know if they flew Brazil to Sydney in 1988.
Right. So Los Angeles is just as far as Sydney. So if you had booked planes, why didn't they have a route to Sydney? You know why? Because it's too far. They didn't fly twice as far just for you could tell yourself any of this horse shit you want, but they didn't fly twice as far because that's just what they do. That's just what they do, guys. They just fly twice as far with fucking book planes.
They do it now. They have airplanes that can do it now. They have, and the philosophy has changed. In 1978, 1988, they were flying a lot of us. They're still in the what do you call it? The magnet, the hub. Hub and spoke. You flew the spokes in the hub and flew on the hub to the spokes. Yeah, it took longer, but that's the route they fly. They flew Brazil to Los Angeles, Los Angeles to Sydney. I don't know if they flew Brazil to Sydney.
Let's go twice as far. Let's make excuses for them traveling twice the distance.
Again,
You're an idiot.
You understand that they flew routes, that not everybody on the airplane was going to.
Bro, I understand you're making bullshit excuses for no
I'm
fucking
not making
reason,
bullshit
bro.
excuses, moron.
You said it was to pick up people. Okay, I'll just give an example with full flights.
I
With
don't
an S
know.
on the end. Okay,
I have
you
no
said
idea
it's
how
just
many
now.
people
Now
went
you're just saying it's just the way they flew.
You've changed the country. You've changed the decade. Now and I can look into it now. I don't know. Do they actually have how many people attended from Brazil?
Quit making bullshit excuses until you fucking find out the facts.
How
But
many
you're gonna
people
come back
flew?
with a certain bullshit excuse of why they flew twice as far. But guess what, dude? If they had fucking even 2 planes booked out, if they could fly the same distance, if Australia was the same distance as Los Angeles and they had flights, they wouldn't stop in Los Angeles to pick up nobody to go to Australia, which is twice as far. That you can't say they're trying to make extra money or they didn't have enough passengers. All your excuses are done. Now you're just going to say that's just what they do. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
Did they charter the flight?
Dude, they booked all the flights, bro.
Did they charter the flight? Are you sure?
Yes,
How many people
some of them
went?
chartered, all
How
of
many
them, bro.
people went?
Everything
You mean
available,
the
bro.
entire
You keep
country-
asking the same
entire
questions,
country,
bro.
The entire country of Brazil went there?
No, but thousands, thousands
How
of
many
people went. Yeah, about 2,000 or 3,000. Yeah.
Did they?
Why, dude? So what are you asking me? I done told you this 5 fucking times that they had to accommodate for these flights. Okay, they took every flight available, charters, private, commercial, every airline available, and they had to accommodate. Because I forgot how many flights they had. I ain't act like I know everything about it. But you keep asking me these same dumbass questions looking for outs, bro.
You don't have answers.
Here's the point. The point is they flew twice as far for fucking nothing, bro. For nothing. But I know it's for something
that is what
because
the routes
Australia's further away, bro.
No, that's what the routes were.
It's that simple, bro. So that's just the routes. It's like a fucking bus stop, people. So because they couldn't fly to Australia. Because if they could have, they would have. But they couldn't. Deal with it.
You talking the Olympics?
By the way, Pete, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say because you guys were talking. Yeah, but just back before, because you guys talked about the flights there, but before that, we were talking about the signals being bounced. I just want to say that one of those you posted, basically all it says is this. It says, a group of German amateur radio hobbyists has successfully bounced a radio signal off the planet Venus over 31 million miles and received it back to Earth. And then it's got the guy's name, Peter Golsgo, president of AMSAT. And then it says he writes, and then it has this little thing. So the next thing, so it's basically just, I don't even know what this is saying. It's just saying that these amateur people did it, but then it says that this guy writes this, and then it says on March 25th, 2009, a team from the German Space Organization, AMSAT-DL, reached another milestone on its way back to interplanetary probes towards Mars, blah, blah, blah. And it goes on about probes, then it claims that they bounced signals and did it. So that one's not really amateur. It's a German space organization.
It's not. The first part is amateur, then it goes on to something else.
But the only amateur thing is just one sentence. There's nothing that backs it.
Okay. So what do you want? What do you expect?
So I'm just asking, this is what convinced you. Like, this is what made you feel like this is absolutely the case.
Yeah. You think it's false?
I'm not saying it's true or false, but I'm saying it's not even enough information to even make an evaluation.
Actually, it is. But that's the thing. Why would they say that? I mean, you think
I see a dude in front of some equipment that's not really specified what any of it is. I see a graph that looks like a chart here, and it has a little spike, and then there's another really like pixelated thing, And then it just says one sentence: a group of German amateur people bounces the signal off Venus. But then the actual written part of it goes on to explain all these space probes and German space organizations.
Okay.
I'm just surprised that one convinced you of
I just saw it, and you think it's false? I mean, what's the problem? You expecting some scientific paper? You know, the distance to Venus is not scientific anymore. When it first,
He's gonna ask you the same shit 10 times.
When NASA first did it in the '60s, it was a big deal. These guys doing it 20 years later, 30 years later. It's not that big a deal. It's just sort of a, hey, can we do this? Yes, we can.
Well, then why haven't you been leading with this all these years? If you think that an amateur person can bounce signals that are specifically timed with the distances that you claim it is in the heliocentric model, like 93 millimile Sun, 31 mile Venus, all of that stuff. If you claim that you can do this independently, then why don't you use whatever your Globe Earth Society money or whatever you want to do to prove it?
Oh yes, it's been done. You asked for evidence that wasn't NASA, wasn't any government agency. I found you. I was looking for the one for the sun.
Don't have anything.
Well, you do actually. You have one to the sun and one to Venus. I found the Venus one while I was looking for the sun one.
Yeah, you sent one that basically has a quote from a German space organization.
Well,
and then the other one is a thing on this SDARC amateur radio club, but it's literally just like, it's just saying they did it. There's no information on it.
Well, what do you expect?
Well, dude, I guess if you showed me these two things and claimed that this was true, in no way, shape, or form would I come to the conclusion.
You asked for verification. You asked for independent verification that wasn't NASA. I gave you independent verification that wasn't NASA. Now you're moving the goalposts again.
So this is verified for you. That's all I'm asking. It's not really about a debate like you versus me in my mind. It's more just you've provided what got you to believe that these signals are going 93 miles an hour. And
you asked for independent verification that wasn't NASA. I gave you independent verification that wasn't NASA, and it's not good enough. Move the goalpost some more. Now it has to be some scientific paper that's not NASA. But then in the scientific paper, aren't they all part of the cabal? I found you amateur radio guys who are not part of the cabal who have and independently verified the distance to the sun, and on the way I found you the distance to Venus, and you say no.
Is that verification to you, bro? He asked for verification, and you just presented a story that says they did. Is that verification to you? Because we have higher standards, bro. You believe any fucking bullshit you're told.
No, you believe bullshit like you can't. You believe bullshit.
You believe any bullshit you're told. Don't turn it around on me.
Let's move the
goalpost. One sentence, and you're like, oh yeah, that's verification. He didn't ask for a story. He asked for verification.
You asked for independent verification. I found you two things. I found you.
Then he asked you, is that verification to you? And you won't answer.
You asked for independent verification. I gave you the independent verification of someone doing Earth, Sun, Earth. And on the way to find it, I found someone who's talking about Earth, Venus, Earth. Now you say, no, it's not good enough for me because I have high standards. In the meantime, though, you'll post bullshit from.
No, bro.
For fuck's sake.
That's not verification.
What the fuck do you want now?
Dude, we say no. You believe
independent verification. I gave you independent verification, and now you're moving the fucking goalpost once again.
Who were the people who independently verified this? There's not even names on this for the sun bounce.
Actually,
who
there
were the
is.
people?
Sun bounce is one. There's a guy that gave his call sign. Check him out.
Oh, you got a call sign. That's verified.
That's right.
That's
very that is actually.
You believe any fucking thing, bro. That's not verification.
This guy who believes any fucking thing. You believe any fucking thing. As long as it's against the science. You asked for. What you guys asked for was independent verification that's not NASA of the distance of the sun, and I found it. And now you're saying no, it's not good enough. Let's move the goalpost.
Hey, if you send a moon bounce from Australia, would it cut through Los Angeles, bro?
That's stupid.
Well, Paid. The thing is, dude, yes, we were talking about that. You did provide these two. I assume you just Googled and found some things and sent them along. I'm just saying, in terms of anything being okay, if somebody claimed that they did something with equipment and they want it to be received as being, valid, even the word scientific, etc., then it would have to be well documented. I mean, there's only so much you can do, right, in terms of even documenting this, because what you would have to do is have the equipment there, doing it yourself in person. Otherwise, the best you can have is documentation. And I'm just saying, what you sent is virtually nothing. It's not really about goalposts.
Let's move the fucking goalposts.
None of what you
now it has to be me personally doing it.
Man. Hold on, why are you interrupting? I'm just saying,
because
none of the ones
I'm tired of you moving the fucking goalposts, Gio.
None of the ones you sent. Hold on, bro. None of the ones you sent have any data or any actual documented information. They're just like little news clips that said, "Hey, we did this."
That's correct. You asked for independent verification. What do you want now? Now you want scientific data, huh?
Of course.
We don't want more. We don't want more claims, bro.
Then?
You give us more claims. You give us more fucking claims. We're asking for verification.
No, you're not.
Because we don't believe everything we're told like you do.
Of course not. You only believe it if it's against the establishment, right? And then you believe any fucking shit.
I'll give it more merit if it's against the establishment, but no, I won't even believe that.
Yes, you will. You believe any fucking thing as long as it's anti.
No, you believe. See, he turns it around on me. You literally believe any bullshit they tell you. They could tell you any fucking thing. They could tell you Polaris is 6 trillion light years tomorrow, and you'll fucking suck it up like a dick, dude. Because you believe anything, bro.
In the meantime, you haven't told me what city you live near, so for me to find you a radio club to do Earth, Moon, Earth.
Bro, I don't trust you enough to tell you what city I live near.
Well, how about a state then? How about give me a state? That's big enough. What, you live in some little bumfuck city?
Jacksonville, Florida.
That's good enough.
Conveniently, there won't be nobody around here available.
Brian, what would you say if you did one of these in person and you found that the signal was actually delayed in this way? In a way that is the different distances, the way he's claiming it. What would you make of that?
If they can shoot something terrestrial and prove the distance, okay, it's very simple. I'm going to make them shoot something like a golf range or a pin. I'll give them a big target at a few miles away. A big ass target like across the river, one of the big ass buildings, in about 10 or 20 miles. If they can show me that signal taking the time, and then with that same device, shoot the fucking moon, then I'll come back and I'll verify that they did it. But dude, I've been asking for this for 5 years.
All right, here you go. Copy this down. KB4ARS.com. It's the Beaches Amateur Radio Club in Jacksonville, Florida. Beaches Amateur Radio Society is associated amateur radio operators living around and near the beaches of Jacksonville, including Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Jackson Beach, Ponte Verde Beach, and surrounding areas. Join bars. That's KB4ARS.com.
Are you able to search that call sign for somebody named Wayne in Texas?
Yes, search it.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Really? I found it. It came up right away.
I was told I could go to any college around here. Neither one of them fucking knew what I was even talking about. I'm not going to search. If you post it, I'll look into it.
The North Florida. Okay, fine. Let me post. Here's the other one. Here's the North Florida Amateur Radio Society. Who are we? Amateur radio, blah, blah, blah.
So they can bounce a signal off an airplane, right? And prove it's 7 miles and then take that same device.
Airplane might be tough, but okay.
The airplane's a lot closer than the moon.
Yeah, but it's a lot smaller.
Moving a whole lot slower.
Actually, no. Compared relative to your position, it's moving a lot faster.
It's about the same size as the moon. One that's
moon airplane is the same size as the moon.
Yeah, pretty much. It's about half a degree.
Airplane is the same size as the moon.
Angular size? I mean, I ain't talking about the ones all the way up at height, but the ones about 3-4 miles up, probably about half a degree, I'd guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but
yeah, you're wrong.
Well, maybe
what else?
Okay, well, why don't we? I'll get something that big. Like, we'll find a building like 20 miles away, and they're going to use the same device to bounce off something terrestrial to prove that it works. And I was trying to pick something in motion, like the moon. Maybe not an airplane. Maybe yeah, I don't know. I'd have to settle with a building or something, man. But
So
maybe us. Instead of the building moving, we could bounce off a building with us moving. So
okay, here's
with
the
us,
second one, the Beaches Amateur Radio Society. So there's two societies, two amateur radio clubs in Jacksonville, Florida. And what's that guy's call sign? KB, K9.
I want to see them bounce off something terrestrial first, though, man. Before I
Fine,
waste my
ask them.
time. Before I waste my time.
Well, why don't you go there and ask them?
Because I ain't never heard anybody say they could do it, man. So you want me to waste my time? And when they don't even claim they can do that? If they can prove that it's a legitimate signal and bounce it off something moving terrestrial, and then point it at the moon, or if it's something that's stationary, then us moving with the fucking device, and as fast as we can go, even 50 miles an hour, whatever, in a car, and bounce it and prove they can get a return signal from something half a degree in size, terrestrial, then point it at the moon, and then I'd buy it. But dude, these devices don't do that. It's just a fucking. So if they can't do it off something terrestrial like a building, what the fuck makes you think they could do it off the moon? What makes you think it's bouncing off the moon? I don't get it.
Talk to them.
I'm asking you. Nah, forget it. Then I'll be claiming this for another 5 years. A blue in the face. Maybe I will talk to them if you post it. Maybe I will just hear them say the same thing as everybody else.
It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like that.
There's the guy's license. K9 BUJ Ralphiel J Brunette. Which is why I don't give you guys my call sign.
Yeah, so with these sat phones and shit, they can bounce off terrestrial buildings, right? Determine the distance. So. How?
The same way that do you have one of those laser measures that you can buy at Home Depot?
Yeah, with a laser. Yeah, we can do it with a laser.
Same thing.
Okay. Well, how come none of them will do it then?
You ever hear about radar?
Yeah, I've heard about radar.
Yeah, so you know how radar works? Same.
So they're
same
shooting.
way.
So wait. So
what does radar stand for?
No, I'm asking you. Are they shooting radar at the moon though? Maybe they are. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, radar. Radio detection and range is what radar stands for.
Okay,
so they're basically doing radar to the moon.
So they're going to point a radar at the moon.
Well, they're going to point a radio source. Yeah.
Okay, but you just said they can't even pick up planes. Radar easily picks up planes. What the fuck are you talking about?
Depends on the. Oh fuck!
Get your story straight, bro. For fuck's sake.
Listen to me. Do you understand?
It'd be tough for them to pick up a plane. Now it's fucking radar, which is what we use to detect fucking planes.
Yeah, except
you just
a radar.
Anything you hear, I rest my case.
Radar.
Any bullshit you hear, just make shit up, bro.
A radar.
Just blur any shit out.
Listen to me. A radar dish has a really big end with a really powerful radar, really powerful radio source, and a whole bunch of equipment that generally a civilian amateur radio guy doesn't have. You understand that? I don't know if they can pick up airplanes. Airplanes are fairly small. What am I looking up?
Yeah, well, they're metal though. They're metal and they're fucking way closer. So there'd be some advantages, but maybe they can. I don't know. It's just, this is all we ever get is fucking call these people, just show it. I don't know.
Why don't you go talk to these guys? Tell me you want to do Earth, or moon bounce.
Moon bounce, okay. But even if I do that, bro, I just told you in 1 second, the Earth moves 1,600 miles, bro, in free space. So radio waves cannot conserve momentum, bro. So if the moon is a second away, exactly, it moves with us. So if the moon, and so if we fire a signal, unless we lead the target, then us and the moon leave that signal behind because radio signals can't conserve momentum, bro, and lasers can't conserve momentum. Nothing light and signals like that electromagnetic spectrum can't conserve momentum, bro. So in the
So
1,000
what you're saying is
traveled in 1 second, the moon is not there in that spot in a second, bro. In your model.
So I can't play like a toss on an airplane, right? Because I'm moving too fast, right?
No, I'm just telling you, in your model, either you have to give up your movement or give up the moon bounce. You can't have both, bro.
I'll tell you what, do the moon bounce and get back to me on this, okay?
All right, but I'm just gonna come telling you what I'm coming back with. It's gonna
You're coming back with bullshit.
It's gonna debunk your motion.
No, you won't.
I'm telling you now.
I know you're telling me now.
It's your model, bro.
You're telling me now you don't understand. You're telling me now you don't. I know you don't understand. I understand. Incredulity is strong with you.
Yeah. So you're saying that the moon moves with us, right? So if I fire a signal at the moon and it's moving with us, and we and the moon, us and the moon, from the time the signal leaves and hits the moon would have traveled in 1 second 1,600 miles. Okay, in free space through the galaxy in free space. Okay, the fact that the moon's moving with us kills your case. So either the radio waves are conserving momentum, which is impossible, or the moon it's bullshit, or we're not moving. You can't have them both, bro. This is the consequences of your model.
Or the signal spreads out because it's radio. The signal spreads out and we receive an echo. It works. If you don't understand it, that's not my problem.
Okay, so good. So the signal spreads out. Okay, so there and back in 2 seconds, it spreads out. It's about 2.5 seconds. So about 3,200. Let's say 3,600 miles. That means I can hit the moon when it's on the horizon. I can fire at the moon when it's on the horizon because that's about the same distance, or maybe not quite on the horizon. We'll say just above the horizon. I should be able to bounce off of it because that's way closer. I mean, that's about the same, the 3,000 to 4,000 spread.
So I'm going to aim it away from the moon and it's going to bounce off the moon because I don't understand stuff. Got it.
Well, I'm just telling you, it's your model, bro.
No, it's your misunderstanding of the model.
Are you denying your model?
No, you're denying it because you don't understand it.
I don't understand what you've told me. Okay, you told me that your shit's moving through the galaxy at 660,000 miles per hour, 500,000 miles per hour. Okay, that there is consequences with that.
Big number.
And you tell me that you're bouncing signals. You tell me that the electromagnetic spectrum doesn't have mass.
I know it's a big number.
You call them particles, right? You're calling light and shit.
Light
you're
is not
calling
a
them
particle.
electrons and photons and all this, and you're saying that they don't have mass, so they can't have momentum. These are your claims, okay? So there's consequences to everything. Every time you open your fat fucking mouth, there's consequences.
Yeah, I know.
I said that,
every time you open your mouth, you show you don't understand shit. I got it.
Okay, so all these consequences. Okay, so are we moving? And is the signals conserving momentum? You already said no. Okay, you already said that the moon moves with the Earth. Okay, so we know that what you've told us. And what we assume that you back up. We assume that you stand behind the motion of the Earth in free space.
I know. You don't understand shit. I got it. I know. No.
That's your answer, bro. That's your answer. That I don't understand.
My answer is that moon bounce works, radar works, light. The measuring things that you get from Home Depot work all on the same principle.
Don't compare Home Depot shit to fucking moon bounce and your model. So you're gonna throw your model to the bus. See, the devil's always in the detail, people.
No, the devil's always.
Anybody listening, dude? The devil's always in the detail. They like to make claims, but they don't like the consequences.
You should go back. You should go back to like 6th grade and start over again on science because you obviously did slept through it.
Okay, so where am I wrong? Okay, so
you're wrong. You're wrong.
Is the signal conserving momentum?
Misunderstanding of science, sir.
Maybe I do, but let's go over it. You're gonna claim I don't understand. We're gonna find out.
It's 2:47 in the morning. I don't have time to reteach you 6th grade.
You can't address shit, bro.
I can't.
All you do is run, bro. All you do is run and complain about the time.
With you.
And tell me I don't understand shit.
Misunderstanding.
If I don't understand, I think you don't understand it, or you would understand that your model claims.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand
You
shit.
gotta interrupt
Because
me.
you don't understand it. Therefore, because you're incredulous because you don't understand it means that the entire scientific understanding for the entire solar system, the entire universe is wrong because Brian doesn't fucking understand it. Right.
No, I think you don't understand it, but I think you're going to interrupt me before I'm done.
No, I'm done. Bye.
No, I think you're going to interrupt me. Yeah, I knew you'd fucking run, you fucking cow. Look, they like to make claims. They like these big, giant, nice, earth roundy ball proven claims. They just don't like the consequences that come every time they open their mouth. They like to have signals that don't conserve momentum. They like to have a globe and a moon traveling together through free space at 500,000 miles an hour, and they like to be able to fire these waves and prove a globe with this moon bounce, prove a 240,000 mile moon. But they forgot about their fucking claim that the shit don't conserve momentum, and it can't because it's particles, but it's massless particles. And they forgot that, oh yeah, we claim well, maybe we're not moving that fast or something, dude. Sometimes they'll just desert parts of their model on the spot, or maybe you disproved the radius of the Earth is, they'll on the spot they'll just drop fucking giant portions of their model, dude, and they'd tell you don't understand. When you look into the details and try and go over it with them, they start interrupting you. They tell you don't understand. They tell you go back to school, and then they fucking disappear. This is the globe tactics nowadays. The devil's in the details. People look in the details and hold them tight to their claims because they backfire 9 out of 10.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of, you guys were talking at the same time, so there was parts of it that we couldn't even make out what was being said, but because I kind of forget what the last point was. But yeah, I mean, dude, he tends to try to get under people's skins. So, and I know you guys probably have a history.
Yeah, he's a professional. He's my nemesis. He's a professional at getting under my skin because he keeps asking that. He was doing it to you too, though. He was asking the same thing over and over while you're trying to answer. Like, don't sit there and keep repeating the question when I'm trying to answer the question. I hate that worse than anything. But it's them backhanded insults that get me going, man. And I start firing back. I don't, if I'm just having a discussion with somebody, I get maybe passionate sometimes, but I try to refrain from the remarks. But when they start throwing the backhanded insults, and I usually come over the top sometimes, man. And maybe I should just throw the slick little insults back at them the way they do it, man. But I'm not good at holding it in. Once he starts saying, talking about education and what we do and don't understand, it's aggravating, man. But it is what it is, man.
Well, it was a lot of claims he was making, yeah, about all these bounces, millions and millions of miles through the solar system. So, yeah, there was a lot to that in terms of those claims. I mean, if you could just do that, then I guess they should have bounces to all the planets, all perfect and all documented, and should be all done up.
Yeah, they should have it neatly in a folder on a video. Dude, here's the thing: in 16 minutes, not even counting the rotation or the motion around the sun not even counting the galaxy around the great attractor thing or whatever, but counting just the galaxy motion, which is what they claim. And in 16 minutes, the sun would have moved, or we would have moved 160,000 miles in 16 minutes. I think it's more than that, really, but that's a conservative estimate. Because they can't have these signals conserve momentum, bro. No matter, that's the first thing I always ask them because it's against their religion. All this light, even their lasers, they're photons, but they're massless. They can't have momentum. They're strict to their rules about the momentum and mass and all that shit. So they can't claim that it's conserving momentum. So if you're moving and you fire a radio signal, it's not going to follow you. It's going to go to where you aimed it at, and that's why the Ares failures is so important, because when he slowed the light down in the telescope, the light supposedly is particles, massless nonetheless, but still they're particles that already left them stars, so they're already on their path to our eye, right? So if we slow the light down, if we are the ones moving, and we slow that light down, we'd have to change angles to it because it's already left a star. It's not a motion. It's not propagating. It's a particle on its way, well on its way. It's already left a star. So if we're the ones moving, we would have to change angles. That kind of points, leads me to think about the refraction shit and how they say if lower or if it's refracting up and it should appear lower. Because that lends credence. So that proves it right there. We should have to tip the telescope more. If we slow the light down or refract it, we should have to change angles to see that star. And even if it's just a little bit, it's a very practical experiment. And the fact of the matter is, they didn't have to change angles, which meant the light, which meant the light is there, moving. It means we're stationary. It's the exact opposite as if we're moving and the light is stationary. Because like I said, that means the light's already in its path, but it's the light moving. It's hard to explain, dude. Sometimes I explain it good, better than others, but like I said, there's consequences to the particles and the fact that they're traveling independent of the light source once they've left it. In other words, if the sun went out, we'd supposedly still get 4 minutes or 8 minutes worth of photons.
Yeah, there's definitely inconsistencies with what you're talking about, like light traveling the distances they claim and how that would even work with any physics. It just involves like complete pseudo physics to even build a system of that. At those distances, just little spots of light, even though they're supposed to be emanating balls of gas, but they're just little pinpricks to us. And the way that they claim the light moves, speed we're moving, just totally. But it's just built on a physics that doesn't exist, that we can verify anywhere.
Right. They got a whole new level when it comes to the cosmology. But I joke around like they need to aim at the the mirror nebula, find a nebula that mirrors, and since the lights already went and bounced off, and we could look out at the mirror nebula, and instead of seeing ourselves looking in the mirror, we'll look at the mirror and see dinosaurs. looking at a reflection from light years away. We'll look and see dinosaurs in our reflection.
Yeah, that's wild. It just made me think of like, you know how they say you could like see around the curve. What if you could see around the curve, and then, you know, that idea that it all comes all the way back up and hits you from behind, you know, like that cannonball meme where it shows it going all the way around. Well, if it was able to do that, then what would stop it from just doing that indefinitely? Like if you can see that far and you could keep seeing around it, then would you start just going back in time because you're spinning around the earth so fast?
Yeah, like Superman. That's a good point. That brings me to question like the it's just like if I fire a bullet, it goes a long way. It doesn't just fall to the ground. They tried that bullshit until we easily proved that. Like a ray gun, I mean, it would lose trajectory, but it's going to go a good ways before it's going to accelerate, much less drop down. It's going to go forward and straight a good ways before it even drops any at all. And the same thing with a gun, same thing even with an arrow, or a BB. You know, that bullshit. Them talking about dropping something at the same time and shooting something. That was the dumbest shit they ever fucking tried to pull. But so the fact that they say like the ISS, there's supposedly no resistance up there, and something's going that fast. If it's going that fast to begin with, it should have some linear momentum, like a bullet or the ray gun artillery, you know, to keep it from dropping down so fast, man. I don't know, man. What do they still hold to that, saying that that something you drop from, let's say, 10 foot, like a projectile will hit the ground at the same time? Do they still hold firm to that?
Say it again. I'm not. Sorry, I kind of didn't hear fully. What
Yeah, like do they hold firm to like if we drop a lead ball from 10 foot and I fire a 50 caliber straight out, do they still claim that they'll hit the ground at the same time? Because they used to claim it. I thought we easily disproved that bullshit. Because like a ray gun could go so many miles, it's going to accelerate for a little ways before it even starts to lose momentum and drop down. And in my mind, but they used to claim that. They quit claiming it. But I was thinking to the ISS, like if it's going like, you know, 8 times or 9 times the speed of sound, Mach 9 or Mach 12, whatever the fuck it is, it shouldn't be dropping hardly at all at that fucking speed, especially with no resistance. And I don't know, man. But I was wondering, do they still claim? Have you ever heard that, where if you drop something and fire something straight out, they'll hit the ground at the same time? Have you ever heard that claim?
I'm trying to think what you're saying. If you just drop something from 10 feet and then you also shoot a bullet, you're saying that those two would hit the earth at the same time?
Yeah, if you full a bullet, they used to claim, I ain't heard it in a while because I don't believe it. But if you fire on a flat and level plane, they used to try to claim, I ain't heard it in a long time, but they claimed that the bullet would hit the ground at the same time as the thing you drop. I mean, that's counterintuitive, ain't it?
No, that would never be the case, because if you shoot it would take way longer if it's shot.
Yeah, and the faster it goes, the longer it would take to hit the ground.
Yeah, it would take way longer. I mean, if you drop something from, let's say, even 5 feet or 10 feet or whatever, yeah, it's just going to, I mean, you shoot that bullet, it's going to be in the air for a really long time, depending on how high it is, you know, the angle and all the power of it and all that. But
right, but it's going to go straight until it loses some momentum, I would think. And I was thinking the same thing with ISS. Like it's got to maintain a drop rate, and if it's going 11 times faster than a bullet, or even 20 times faster than some bullets, or whatever, what's keeping it dropping so fast and to maintain a drop? It just doesn't. It seems counterintuitive if you really, really think about the rate that it's supposed to be traveling linear. You know, they say if we slam on brakes, you know, if they're slammed on brakes, then they've changed their claim to instead of flying straight up, you'd fly up and over, because it'd be linear to a certain extent. So I would think the same thing with the ISS. Like it's going so fast, I don't see how it could maintain the drop necessary. And then it just is changing angles too. Like what's keeping it the same part of it? What's making it tilt as it drops? Like if you fire a bullet, okay, I said it's supposed to be the same thing as if we fire a ray gun up from a 10-mile or a 6-mile mountain. Okay, it's just going to go further because the Earth's dropping. But what's going to make that projectile start tilting down, where the same part of it is perpendicular to the ground? In other words, if it's like say an arrow, and it's perpendicular to the ground, to vertical, to a plumb line, right? And if you fired it far enough with a curved Earth, what's going to make it keep tilting? And I mean, maybe if you fired it up, I don't know, man. I'm just wondering what's making the ISS, what's making it the same part of it face to Earth where it never changes angles. That would take constant energy, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess like when an object goes through like a bullet like that, if you shoot it parallel to the ground, essentially it's like it falls slower because it has the wind resistance. It's kind of how it's like it's like normally it's interesting to think about dropping something and then also shooting something at an angle like that. It's like instead of that thing that you shot, instead of it just going down with like the very little resistance of just dropping it, it has all that air since it's being propelled through the environment. So then it just drops like in slope as it's lessening it, as the resistance slows it down. As it slows down, it drops. Of course, yeah, they want to claim that it was something's like pulling something around a sphere, but I think in reality, it's just all about slope, angle, horizontal, and then just resistance through the environment and the air currents. And then as that lowers, it just makes that arc right back down.
Yeah, there's no way, dude. I just dropped a piece of paper from I balled it up. It was damp. And from like chest high. So if I'm going to throw a pitch, and the faster I throw it, the further it's going to go. If I throw it, especially, that's aiming down a little bit toward a catcher's mitt. If I throw it like I'm throwing toward a first baseman, the faster I throw it, the longer it's going to take to hit the ground. It's never going to hit the ground as fast as this little napkin just hit the ground, me dropping it straight down. So like I said, I ain't heard him make that claim in a while, but it just begs the question. Dude, that one video where we talk about that guy firing that big-ass fucking rifle up in the air, I watched that again the other day, a piece of it, and dude, it was a couple minutes before that thing came back down. When I told the story last, I've way under exaggerated. That bitch was up in the air for a couple minutes, man. It was a big ass rifle. I forgot what kind it was, but they fired it straight up, and it took forever to come back down. But when it did, it landed right by them, The next solar eclipse, man, and that goes over like Argentina or somewhere south in Australia. I want to check the stars that are on the other side of Antarctica, like the stars that GP like Acrox or the Southern Cross or something, and see if they can see stars on the other side of the pole. Because the guy who makes the planispheres and all that, he's saying that he don't believe that. He don't believe that that we're seeing stars. He was talking about Australis or whatever they call the fucking that zone in the middle of the South Pole, the gap. But there's supposed to be 3 small stars you can't see, but he's saying you can only see like 2 of them ever at once. I don't know. He challenged the fact that you'd be able to see stars past the pole, like the stars that are claimed to be on the other side of a globe. He challenged that. He's a astronomer. I got it. I think New Perspective had posted it. Yeah, you should check out his shit. I don't know if you already have, but anybody who hears this should check out some of the posts he put up. Pretty interesting. These are things we could probably prove, things we could observe. I'm still waiting. 2 things I'm waiting on. Well, a million things I'm waiting on, but I keep asking them every time we have this conversation. I want to see a dragon capsule or some capsule during its approach to the ISS, because it takes hours. Once it gets close, it slows down. Okay, and it fires, it slows down, it fires, and it gradually slows down. It takes a while. So by that time, the ISS would have went around there several times. So every time there's an approach from a resupply mission, at least almost every time, but really every time, somewhere on Earth should be able to see the capsule approaching, so we should see the light and a little smaller light. But every time they keep just showing me the fucking like a rocket already attached, and they keep saying, "Yeah, we got that," and they post it. They never show me the fucking small light approaching a little light. The way, and I'm still waiting on that. I'm waiting to see a concave rainbow section of the Milky Way, because if it's like the Dipper, the Big Dipper, we see it where we see Orion. Depending on what time of year, we're going to see it upside down, and the Big Dipper, we're going to see it in every facet. We're going to see it upside down, dumping out its cup, or scooping its cup, or sideways, both ways. It does a 360. So the rainbow section of the Milky Way, we should see it. I'm not talking about the steep fucking rainbow like through a wide angle. I'm talking about just the dome where it flattens out when it's on the horizon. But we should see it concave somewhere on Earth during some time of the year. We should see a bowl, the Milky Way, as a upside down rainbow. Exactly how we see the rainbow, we should see it exactly upside down. But we don't. We see it, that same rainbow, we see when it gets to the horizon, it actually flattens out. And that don't make sense. I don't know if we're going to see the Big Dipper at 40 or 50 degrees north, then 40 or 50 in every orientation, 40 or 50 degrees south, we see the rainbow part of the Milky Way in every orientation, somewhere on Earth, at some time of year. That's a couple things I've been waiting on for a long time. But I'm just blabbing.
Yeah, no, that would be interesting to see, for sure.
It's a necessity. Hey, did you hear Bacon went through the math with me? Finally, somebody went through it all the way through with me one time, finally.
Yeah, and it seemed like he didn't have much of a response. Like he didn't really know where to go.
It took him forever, dude. All he had to do was add 991 miles to that damn circle. That's all he had to do. And then, and here's the thing. Like, this was my complaint. He said it was 100 miles off, which is closer than I thought it would be on the AE map. But then when he, and I was very happy he did that with me, man. So when he finally went all the way through it with me. But then he was saying that the moon, from his observation point, it was north of him, almost directly, and it was out of the, but it was out of the ecliptic by like almost 2 degrees. So, and that's how much it was off. Like, if the moon had been on the Tropic of Cancer, that would have put the observation spot on. But I still got to double check it and all that. That was really cool of him to walk through it with me, man. I was getting impatient because he was trying to stop me, and I was like, just hold on before you stop me. Let's just go through it so you can see where I'm coming from, and then we can structure it however you want, And I was getting impatient because it's what happens. And then Brenda joined, and something always happens where I never get all the way through it. But Now he went all the way through it and then he applied it. It was pretty close.
I don't think that he was. Anyway, it's funny I joined just now because I had done something with this a while ago. Your method for the GP distance. Hold on. Yeah, I have something. My internet's not working very well, but I have a screenshot, just a photo I take. But yeah, I posted it now. Right. So
what I would ask is that you do a shot on a globe and on an AE map, and then with like two. It doesn't have to be three, just two observations or three, and let's go through it together. That'd be cool to do.
yeah, it would be cool to do, but the issue is not with the observation itself; it's with the method. Do you see what I've posted?
Not yet.
Is it not loading?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, yeah. So, like you said, with 1 degree. So if there's a star that's 89 elevation, it's going to be. So all these are divided by. Yeah, it's kind of confusing because the way that you were describing, the way that you were doing it.
No, I just did it the simple way, just to show approximations, man. Like 1 degree, it's 69 miles, and it's like 1.0. But then 2 degrees, it's like exactly 100 and like 138.2 or some shit. And then 3 degrees, it's like almost exact. It's almost exact at 1. It's almost exact at 3. 2 is exact. But then here's the point. The point is before it starts deviating, you got to be hundreds of miles away. Before it starts deviating.
Right away.
No, yeah, it deviates within a few hundred miles, a couple hundred miles. At 2 degrees, it's dead on, dude. I mean,
at 1 degree is exact.
No, it's not. No, it's well, if you put in 69.1, yeah, it is exact, but it shows it exact at 2 degrees for some reason. When you put it in, I don't know why. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's got to be exact at 1 degree, or what's the fucking point of it? But okay, so within 69 miles, it's exact. So, and then it's damn near exact until you start getting, hundreds of miles away, over 100 miles, right?
The point is, I posted exactly.
For any significant, here's my point. I understand what you're saying. I get the point. But my main point is this: is for it to be a complete whole degree off, like that. To me, that's significant. That's even kind of insignificant. But as far as astrology goes, that's a lot. But look, 1 degree. Okay, for it to be a full degree off, that's like it's like 23 degrees.
Brian.
That's almost 1,500 miles away, bro, for it to be a full degree off of flat plane.
The numbers I posted are exact. Okay, these are the exact numbers that you would have to, like that transform. That transformation is exactly what you would need in order for it to work and make it seem like it was working on a globe model. Okay, the problem is that these numbers are exact, and you're attributing them to refraction, which is in no way exact or consistent. So these numbers, that refractive index, I guess you can call it the refractive index, that would need to be the case every single time the observation was made.
Really? So refraction doesn't change in your model?
Not at 89 or 80 or 70 or 60 degrees.
It changes. 50, okay, 40. Depending on the weather, temperature, it does change. So you can have non-exact shit, but we can't. I get it.
Well, it doesn't change it.
Anyway, let's do this, Coach. Let's do it together, man. It wouldn't kill you. Let's just give me a observation, chart it. Don't try and find one that doesn't work. Just a couple random ones, man.
It doesn't. I don't know, Brian. The problem is we're gonna get it. It's gonna match this, because this is what happened on the globe. The thing we're trying to figure out is it possible for this to be working on a flat plane, also? And that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
So let's do it. Let's do it together, right? And we'll test the globe. We'll test the globe, and then we'll test the flat Earth. That's the only fair way to do it, right?
Doing it doesn't show anything. We would have to justify getting consistent value.
I know there's no way to prove it in reality because we're not going to try. I know we're not going to travel 4,000 miles or even 500 miles to check exact distances pulling chains, but we could do it together. Do the globe model, just check and see how it maps out. We could do the flat Earth model. I mean, if anything, you should be very happy to do it to shit on the flat Earth model. But I mean, it's worth doing though, right? Be a cool workshop or exercise, right?
Yes, it would. Brian, you're just not listening.
I get your point, bro. But I'm just making the point.
You don't.
I'm looking at it.
I know, but the point is not about measuring this in reality, because measuring it in reality is going to give us exactly what we both expect it to give us, which is this. The problem is we need to justify getting consistent.
There's no consistency, bro. Look at the ephemeris. It's not consistent. I don't know what you're talking about. There's corrections that change. You have to put in. There's 3 different kinds of corrections, bro. You're acting like this shit is exact, bro. And not to mention, nobody's verifying pulling chains over these distances, bro. You ain't got to get anal about it. I mean, if you want to fine tune, scrutinize, that's fine, man. But dude, if I'm just telling you, I got a model that makes the navigation possible, and you're acting like like it ain't right on the fucking dot. Well, let's test it and see how far it's off and see what we could do to maybe fix it. You act like refraction can't have no kind of consistency over long distances. I disagree.
How?
Gradients, bro.
How? Okay, so let's look at an example. 60 degrees. 50 degrees.
You're breaking
4
up.
degrees elevation. Hold on.
What's up, GL? You here?
Anybody home? Sleeping?